Hamlet's Mill by Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Dechend, an essay investigating the origins of human knowledge and its transmission through myth. Preface. As the senior, if least deserving of the authors, I shall open the narrative. Over many years, I have searched for the point where myth and science join. It was clear to me for a long time that the origins of science had their deep roots in a particular myth, that of invariance. The Greeks, as early as the 7th century BC, spoke of the quest of their first sages as the problem of the one and the many, sometimes describing the wild fecundity of nature as the way in which the many could be deduced from the one, sometimes seeing the many as insubstantial variations being played on the one. The oracular sayings of Heraclitus the Obscure do nothing but illustrate with shimmering paradoxes the illusory quality of things in flux as they were wrung from the central intuition of unity. Before him, Anaximander had announced, also oracularly, that the cause of things being born and perishing is their mutual injustice to each other in the order of time. As is meet, he said, for they are bound to atone forever for their mutual injustice. This was enough to make of Anaximander the acknowledged father of physical science, for the accent is on the real, many. But it was true science after a fashion. Soon after, Pythagoras taught, no less oracularly, that things are numbers. Thus mathematics was born. The problem of the origin of mathematics has remained with us to this day. In his high old age, Bertrand Russell has been driven to avow, quote, "I have wished to know how the stars shine. I have tried to apprehend the Pythagorean power by which number holds sway above the flux. A little of this, but not much, I have achieved." End quote. The answers that he found, very great answers, concern the nature of logical clarity, but not of philosophy proper. The problem of number remains to perplex us, and from it all of metaphysics was born. As a historian, I went on investigating the gray origins of science far into its pre-Greek beginnings, and how philosophy was born of it to go on puzzling us. I condensed it into a small book, The Origins of Scientific Thought, for both philosophy and science came from that fountainhead, and it is clear that both were children of the same myth. The Pythagorean problem is at the core of my origins. My efforts came eventually to fruition in my prologue to Parmenides of 1964, reprinted in Reflections on Men and Ideas, 1968. In a number of studies, I continued to pursue it under the name of scientific rationalism, and I tried to show that through all the immense developments, the mirror of being is always the object of true science, a metaphor which still attempts to reduce the many to the one. We now make many clear distinctions and have come to separate science from philosophy utterly, but what remains at the core is still the old myth of eternal invariance, ever more remotely and subtly articulated, and what lies beyond it is a multitude of procedures and technologies, great enough to have changed the face of the world and to have posed terrible questions, but they have not answered a single philosophical question, which is what myth once used to do. If we come to think of it, we've been living in the age of astronomical myth until yesterday. The careful and rigorous edifice of Ptolemy's Almagest is only window dressing for Plato's theology, disguised as elaborate science. The heavenly bodies are moving in cycle and epicycle, orb in orb, of a mysterious motion according to the divine decree that circular motions ever more intricate would account for the universe. And Newton himself, once he had accounted for it, simply replaced the orbs with the understandable force of gravitation, for which he would feign no hypotheses. The hand of God was still the true motive force. God's will and God's own mathematics went on, another name for Aristotle's prime mover. And shall we deny that Einstein's space-time is nothing other than a pure pan-mathematical myth, openly acknowledged at last as such? I was at this point lost between science and myth when, on the occasion of meeting in Frankfurt in 1959, I met Dr. von Dechend, one of the last pupils of the great Frobenius, whom I had known, and with her I recalled his favorite saying, "What the hell should I care for my silly notions of yesterday?" We were friends from the start. She was then assistant to the chair of the history of science, but she had pursued her lonely way into cultural ethnology, starting in West Africa on the tracks of her chef, which were being opened up again at the time by that splendid French ethnologist, the late Marcel Griaule. She too had a sense that the essence of myth should be sought somewhere in Plato rather than in psychology, but as yet she had no clue. By the time of our meeting she had shifted her attention to Polynesia, and soon she hit pay dirt. As she looked into the archaeological remains on many islands, a clue was given to her. The moment of grace came when, on looking on a map at two little islands, mere fly specks on the waters of the Pacific, she found that a strange accumulation of meres or cult places could be explained only one way. They, and only they, were both exactly sited on two neat celestial coordinates, the tropics of Cancer and of Capricorn. Now let Dechend take over the narrative. Quote, "To start from sheer opposition to ruling opinions is not likely to lead to sensible insight, at least so we think. But anyhow, I did not start from there, although there is no denying that my growing wrath about the current interpretations, based upon discouraging translations, was a helpful spur now and then, in that there was nothing that could be called a start, least of all the intention to explore the astronomical nature of myth. To the contrary, on my side, having come from ethnology to the history of science, there existed in the beginning only the firm decision never to become involved in astronomical matters under any condition. In order to keep safely away from this frightening field, my subject of inquiry was meant to be the mythical figure of the craftsman god, the demiurge in his many aspects, Hephaestos to Vashti, Wayland the smith, Goibniu, Ilmarinen, Ptah, Knum, Kotar Vahasis, Enki Ea, Tana Viracocha, etc. Not even a whiff of suspicion came to me during the investigation of Mesopotamian myth, of all cultures. Everything looked so very terrestrial, though slightly peculiar. It was after having spent more than a year over at least 10,000 pages of Polynesian myths collected in the 19th century, there are many more pages available than these, that the annihilating recognition of our complete ignorance came down upon me like a sledgehammer. There was no single sentence that could be understood. But then, if anybody was entitled to be taken seriously, it had to be the Polynesians guiding their ships securely over the largest ocean of our globe, navigators to whom our much-praised discoverers from Magellan to Captain Cook confided the steering of their ships more than once. Thus the fault had to rest with us, not with Polynesian myth. Still, I did not then try astronomy for a change. There was a strict determination on my part to avoid this field. I looked into the archaeological remains of the many islands, and there a clue was given to me. To call it being struck by lightning would be more correct, which I duly followed up, and then there was no salvation any more. Astronomy could not be escaped. First, it was still simple geometry, the orbit of the sun, the tropics, the seasons, and the adventures of gods and heroes did not make much more sense even then. Maybe one should count for a change? What could it mean when a hero was on his way slightly more than 2 years, returning at intervals, falling into space, coming off the right route, There remained, indeed, not many possible solutions. It had to be planets. In the particular case of Alkele Nua Iku, Mars. If so, planets had to be constitutive members of every mythical personnel. The Polynesians did not invent this trait by themselves. End quote. This text of Professor von Dechend, in its intellectual freedom and audacity, bears the stamp of her inheritance from the heroic and innocent and cosmopolitan age of German science around the 1830s. Its heroes, Justus von Liebig and Friedrich Wöhler, were the objects of her work done before 1953. Another of those virtues, scornful indignation, will come to the fore in the appendices, which are so largely the product of her efforts. Now I resume. Years before, I had once looked at Dupuis l'origine de tous les cultes, lost in the stacks of Wiedner Library, never again consulted. It was a book in the 18th century style, dated en Ile de la République. The title was enough to make one distrustful, one of those enthusiastic titles which abounded in the 18th century and promised far too much. How could it explain the Egyptian system, I thought, since hieroglyphics had not yet been deciphered? Athanasius Kircher was later to show us how it was done out of Coptic tradition. I had dropped the forbidding tome, only jotting down a sentence in French. I had the answer there, but I was not ready to understand. This time I was able to grasp the idea at a glance because I was ready for it. Many, many years before, I had questioned myself in a note about the meaning of fact in the crude empirical sense as applied to the ancients. It represents, I thought, not their intellectual surprise, not the direct wonder and astonishment, but first of all, an immense, steady, minute attention to the seasons. What is a solstice or an equinox? It stands for the capacity of coherence, deduction, imaginative intention, and reconstruction with which we could hardly credit our forefathers. And yet there it was. I saw. Mathematics was moving up to me from the depth of centuries, not after myth, but before it, not armed with Greek rigor, but with the imagination of astrological power, with the understanding of astronomy. Number gave the key. Way back in time, before writing was even invented, it was measures and counting that provided the armature, the frame on which the rich texture of real myth was to grow. Thus we had returned to the true beginnings in the Neolithic Revolution. We agreed that revolution was essentially technological. The earliest social scientist, Democritus of Abdera, put it on one striking sentence: men's progress was the work not of the mind, but of the hand. His late successors have taken him too literally and concentrated on artifacts. They've been unaware of the enormous intellectual effort involved, from metallurgy to the arts, but especially in astronomy. The effort of sorting out and identifying the only presences which totally eluded the action of our hands led to those pure objects of contemplation, the stars in their courses. The Greeks would not have misapprehended that effort. They called astronomy the royal science. The effort at organizing the cosmos took shape from the supernal presences, those alone which thought might put in control of reality, those from which all arts took their meaning. But nothing is so easy to ignore as something that does not yield freely to understanding. Our science of the past flowered in the fullness of time into philology and archaeology, as learned volumes on ancient philosophy have continued to pour forth to little avail. A few masters of our own time have rediscovered these preliterate accomplishments. Now Dupuis, Kircher, and Bull are gone like those archaic figures and are equally forgotten. That is the devouring way of time. The iniquity of oblivion blindly scattereth her poppies. It is well known how many images of the gods have to do with the making of fire, and an American engineer, J.D. Maguire, discovered that also certain Egyptian images, until then unsuspected, presented deities handling a fire drill. Simple enough, fire itself was the link between what the gods did and what man could do. But from there, the mind had once been able to move on to prodigious feats of intellect. That world of the mind was fully worthy of those Newtons and Einsteins long forgotten, those masters, as D'Alembert put it, of whom we know nothing, and to whom we owe everything. We had the idea. It was simple and clear, but we realized that we would run into formidable difficulties, both from the point of view of modern current scholarship and from the no less unfamiliar approach needed for method. I called it playfully, for short, the cat on the keyboard, for reasons that will appear presently. For how can one catch time on the wing? And yet the flow of time, the time of music, was of the essence, inescapable, baffling to the systematic mind. I searched at length for an inductive way of presentation. It was like piling Pelion upon Ossa, and yet this was the least of our difficulties, for we also had to face a wall, a veritable Berlin Wall, made of indifference, ignorance, and hostility. Humboldt, that wise master, said it long ago. First, people will deny a thing, then they will belittle it, then they will decide that it had been known long ago. Could we embark upon an enormous task of detailed scholarship on the basis of this more than dubious prospect? But our own task was set, to rescue those intellects of the past, distant and recent, from oblivion. Quote, "Thus saith the Lord God, Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live." End quote. Such poor scattered bones. Ossa vehementer sica. We had to revive. This book reflects the gradually deepening conviction that, first of all, respect is due these fathers of ours. The early chapters will make, I think, for easy reading. Gradually, as we move above timberline, the reader will find himself beset by difficulties which are not of our making. They are the inherent difficulties of a science which was fundamentally reserved beyond our conception. Most frustrating, we could not use our good old simple catenary logic, in which principles come first and deduction follows. This was not the way of the archaic thinkers. They thought rather in terms of what we might call a fugue, in which all notes cannot be constrained into a single melodic scale, in which one is plunged directly into the midst of things and must follow the temporal order created by their thoughts. It is, after all, in the nature of music that the notes cannot all be played at once. The order and sequence, the very meaning of the composition, will reveal themselves with patience in due time. The reader, I suggest, will have to place himself in the ancient order of time. Troilus expressed the same idea in a different image. Quote, "He that will have a cake out of the wheat must needs tarry the grinding." End quote. Introduction by Giorgio de Santillana. This is meant to be only an essay. It is a first reconnaissance of a realm well nigh unexplored and uncharted. From whichever way one enters it, one is caught in the same bewildering circular complexity, as in a labyrinth, for it has no deductive order in the abstract sense, but instead resembles an organism tightly closed in itself, or even better, a monumental art of the fugue. The figure of Hamlet as a favorable starting point came by chance. Many other avenues offered themselves, rich in strange symbols and beckoning with great images, but the choice went to Hamlet because he led the mind on a truly inductive quest through a familiar landscape, and one which has the merit of its literary setting. Here is a character deeply present to our awareness, in whom ambiguities and uncertainties tormented self-questioning and dispassionate insight give a presentiment of the modern mind. His personal drama was that he had to be a hero, but still try to avoid the role destiny assigned him. His lucid intellect remained above the conflict of motives. In other words, his was and is a truly contemporary consciousness. And yet this character whom the poet made one of us, the first unhappy intellectual, concealed a past as a legendary being, his features predetermined, pre-shaped by long-standing myth. There was a numinous aura around him, and many clues led up to him, but it was a surprise to find behind the mask an ancient and all-embracing cosmic power, the original master of the dreamed-of first age of the world. Yet in all his guises he remained strangely himself. The original Amlodi, Amlodhi, as his name was in Icelandic legend, shows the same characteristics of melancholy and high intellect. He too is a son dedicated to avenge his father, a speaker of cryptic but inescapable truths, an elusive carrier of fate who must yield once his mission is accomplished and sink once more into concealment in the depths of time to which he belongs. Lord of the Golden Age, the once and future king. This essay will follow the figure farther and farther afield, from the Northland to Rome, from there to Finland, Iran, and India. He will appear again unmistakably in Polynesian legend. Many other dominations and powers will materialize to frame him within the proper order. Amlodi was identified in the crude and vivid imagery of the Norse by the ownership of a fabled mill, which in his own time ground out peace and plenty. Later, in decaying times, it ground out salt, and now, finally, having landed at the bottom of the sea, it is grinding rock and sand, creating a vast whirlpool, the maelstrom, i.e. the grinding stream from the verb mala, to grind, which is supposed to be a way to the land of the dead. This imagery stands, as the evidence develops, for an astronomical process, the secular shifting of the sun through the signs of the zodiac, which determines world ages, each numbering thousands of years. Each age brings a world era, a twilight of the gods. Great structures collapse, pillars topple which supported the great fabric, floods and cataclysms herald the shaping of a new world. The image of the mill and its owner yielded elsewhere to more sophisticated ones, more adherent to celestial events. In Plato's powerful mind, the figure stood out as the craftsman god, the demiurge, who shaped the heavens. But even Plato did not escape the idea he had inherited of catastrophes and the periodic rebuilding of the world. Tradition will show that the measures of a new world had to be procured from the depths of the celestial ocean and tuned with the measures from above, dictated by the 7 sages, as they are often cryptically mentioned in India and elsewhere. They turn out to be the 7 stars of Ursa, which are normative in all cosmological alignments on the starry sphere. These dominant stars of the far north are peculiarly but systematically linked with those which are considered the operative powers of the cosmos, that is, the planets, as they move in different placements and configurations along the zodiac. The ancient Pythagoreans, in their conventional language, called the 2 bears the hands of Rhea, the lady of turning heaven, and called the planets the hounds of Persephone, queen of the underworld. Far away to the south, the mysterious ship Argo, with its pilot star, held the depths of the past, and the galaxy was the bridge out of time. These notions appear to have been common doctrine in the age before history, all over the belt of high civilizations around our globe. They also seem to have been born of the great intellectual and technological revolution of the late Neolithic period. The intensity and richness, the coincidence of details in this cumulative thought have led to the conclusion that it all had its origin in the Near East, It is evident that this indicates a diffusion of ideas to an extent hardly countenanced by current anthropology. But this science, although it has dug up a marvelous wealth of details, has been led by its modern evolutionary and psychological bent to forget about the main source of myth, which was astronomy, the royal science. This obliviousness is itself a recent turn of events, barely a century old. Today, expert philologists tell us that Saturn and Jupiter are names of vague deities, subterranean or atmospheric, superimposed on the planets at a late period. They neatly sort out folk origins and late derivations, all unaware that planetary periods, sidereal and synodic, were known and rehearsed in numerous ways by celebrations already traditional in archaic times. If a scholar has never known those periods, even from elementary science, he is not in the best position to recognize them when they come up in his material. Ancient historians would have been aghast had they been told that obvious things were to become unnoticeable. Aristotle was proud to state it as known that the gods were originally stars, even if popular fantasy had later obscured this truth. Little as he believed in progress, he felt this much had been secured for the future. He could not guess that W.D. Ross, his modern editor, would condescendingly annotate, quote, "This is historically untrue," end quote. Yet we know that Saturday and Sabbath had to do with Saturn, just as Wednesday and Mercredi had to do with Mercury. Such names are as old as time, as old certainly as the planetary heptagram of the Iranians. They go back far before Professor Ross's Greek philology. The inquiries of great and meticulous scholars such as Ideler, Lepsius, Clausen, Boll, and, to go farther back, of Athanasius Kircher and Petavius, had they only been read carefully and noted, would have taught several relevant lessons to the historians of culture. But interest shifted to other goals, as can be seen from current anthropology, which has built up its own idea of the primitive and what came after. One still reads in that most unscientific of records, the Bible, that God disposed all things by number, weight, and measure. Ancient Chinese texts say that the calendar and the pitch pipes have such a close fit that you could not slip a hair between them. People read it and think nothing of it, yet such hints might reveal a world of vast and firmly established complexity, infinitely different from ours. But the experts now are benighted by the current folk fantasy, which is the belief that they are beyond all this. Critics without nonsense and extremely wise. In 1959, I wrote, "The dust of centuries had settled upon the remains of this great world, wide archaic construction when the Greeks came upon the scene. Yet something of it survived in traditional rites, in myths and fairy tales no longer understood. Taken verbally, it matured the bloody cults intended to procure fertility based on the belief in a dark universal force of an ambivalent nature, which seems now to monopolize our interest. Yet its original themes could flash out again, preserved almost intact in the later thought of the Pythagoreans and of Plato. But they are tantalizing fragments of a lost whole. They make one think of those mist landscapes of which Chinese painters are masters, which show here a rock, here a gable, there the tip of a tree, and leave the rest to imagination. Even when the code shall have yielded, when the techniques shall be known, we cannot expect to gauge the thought of those remote ancestors of ours, wrapped as it is in symbols. Their words are no more heard again through lapse of many ages. We think we have now broken part of that code. The thought behind these constructions of the high and far-off times is also lofty, even if its forms are strange. The theory about how the world began seems to involve the breaking asunder of a harmony, a kind of cosmogonic original sin whereby the circle of the ecliptic with the zodiac was tilted up at an angle with respect to the equator, and the cycles of change came into being. This is not to suggest that this archaic cosmology will show any great physical discoveries, although it required prodigious feats of concentration and computing. What it did was to mark out the unity of the universe and of man's mind reaching out to its farthest limits. Truly, man is doing the same today. Einstein said, quote, "What is inconceivable about the universe is that it should be at all conceivable." End quote. Man is not giving up. When he discovers remote galaxies by the million, and then those quasi-stellar radio sources billions of light years away, which confound his speculation, he is happy that he can reach out to those depths. But he pays a terrible price for his achievement. The science of astrophysics reaches out on a grander and grander scale without losing its footing. Man as man cannot do this. In the depths of space he loses himself and all notion of his significance. He is unable to fit himself into the concepts of today's astrophysics, short of schizophrenia. Modern man is facing the non-conceivable. Archaic man, however, kept a firm grip on the conceivable by framing within his cosmos an order of time and an eschatology that made sense to him and reserved a fate for his soul. Yet it was a prodigiously vast theory with no concessions to merely human sentiments. It, too, dilated the mind beyond the bearable, although without destroying man's role in the cosmos. It was a ruthless metaphysics. Not a forgiving universe, not a world of mercy. That surely not. Inexorable as the stars in their courses, miserationis parsimei, the Romans used to say. Yet it was a world somehow not unmindful of man, one in which there was an accepted place for everything, rightfully and not only statistically, where no sparrow could fall unnoted, and where even what was rejected through its own error would not go down to eternal perdition, for the order of number and time was a total order preserving all, of which all were members, gods and men and animals, trees and crystals, and even absurd errant stars, all subject to law and measure. This is what Plato knew, who could still speak the language of archaic myth. He made myth consonant with his thought as he built the first modern philosophy. We have trusted his clues as landmarks, even on occasions when he professes to speak not quite seriously. He gave us a first rule of thumb. He knew what he was talking about. Behind Plato there stands the imposing body of doctrine attributed to Pythagoras, some of its formulation uncouth, but rich with the prodigious content of early mathematics, pregnant with a science and a metaphysics that were to flower in Plato's time. From it come such words as theorem, theory, and philosophy. This, in its turn, rests on what might be called a proto-Pythagorean phase, spread all over the East, but with a focus in Susa. And then there was something else again, the stark numerical computing of Babylon. From it all came that strange principle, things are numbers. Once having grasped a thread going back in time, then the test of later doctrines with their own historical developments lies in their congruence with tradition preserved intact, even if half understood. For there are seeds which propagate themselves along the jet stream of time. And universality is in itself a test when coupled with a firm design. When something found, say, in China turns up also in Babylonian astrological texts, then it must be assumed to be relevant, for it reveals a complex of uncommon images which nobody could claim had risen independently by spontaneous generation. Take the origin of music. Orpheus and his harrowing death may be a poetic creation born in more than one instance in diverse places. But when characters who do not play the lyre but blow pipes get themselves flayed alive for various absurd reasons, and their identical end is rehearsed on several continents, then we feel we have got hold of something, for such stories cannot be linked by internal sequence. And when the Pied Piper turns up both in the medieval German myth of Hamlet and in Mexico long before Columbus, and is linked in both places with certain attributes, like the color red, it can hardly be a coincidence. Generally, there is little that finds its way into music by chance. Again, when one finds numbers like 108 or 9 times 13 reappearing under several multiples in the Vedas, in the temples of Angkor, in Babylon, in Heraclitus's dark utterances, and also in the Norse Valhalla, it is not accident. There is one way of checking signals thus scattered in early data, in lore, fables, and sacred texts. What we've used for sources may seem strange and disparate, but the sifting was considered and it had its reasons. Those reasons will be given later in the chapter on method. I might call it comparative morphology. The reservoir of myth and fable is great, but there are morphological markers for what is not mere storytelling of the kind that comes naturally. There is also wonderfully preserved archaic material in secondary primitives, like American Indians and West Africans. Then there are courtly stories and annals of dynasties which look like novels. The Feng Shen Yin the First, the Japanese Nihongi, the Hawaiian Kumulipo. These are not merely fantasy-ridden fables. In hard and perilous ages, what information should a well-born man entrust to his eldest son? Lines of descent, surely, but what else? The memory of an ancient nobility is the means of preserving the Arcana Imperii, the Arcana Legis, and the Arcana Mundi, just as it was in ancient Rome. This is the wisdom of a ruling class. The Polynesian chants taught in the severely restricted Huarawinanga were mostly astronomy. That is what a liberal education meant then. Sacred texts are another great source. In our age of print, one is tempted to dismiss these as religious excursions into homiletics, but originally they represented a great concentration of attention, a material which had been distilled for relevancy through a long period of time and which was considered worthy of being committed to memory generation after generation. The tradition of Celtic Druidism was delivered not only in songs, but also in tree lore, which was much like a code. And in the East, out of complicated games based on astronomy, there developed a kind of shorthand, which became the alphabet. As we follow the clues, stars, numbers, colors, plants, forms, verse, music, structures, a huge framework of connections is revealed at many levels. One is inside an echoing manifold where everything responds and everything has a place and a time assigned to it. This is a true edifice, something like a mathematical matrix, a world image that fits the many levels, and all of it kept in order by strict measure. It is measure that provides the countercheck, for there is much that can be identified and redisposed from rules, like the old Chinese saying about the pitch pipes and the calendar. When we speak of measures, it is always some form of time that provides them, starting from two basic ones, the solar year and the octave, and going down from there in many periods and intervals to actual weights and sizes. What modern man attempted in the merely conventional metric system has archaic precedents of great complexity. Down the centuries, there comes an echo of Al-Biruni's wondering 1,000 years ago, when that prince of scientists discovered that the Indians, by then miserable astronomers, calculated aspects and events by means of stars, and were not able to show him any one star that he asked for. Stars had become items for them, as they were to become again for Leverrier and Adams, who never troubled to look at Neptune in their life, although they had computed and discovered it in 1847. The Mayas and the Aztecs, in their unending calculations, seem to have had similar attitudes. The connections were what counted. Ultimately, so it was in the archaic universe, where all things were signs and signatures of each other, inscribed in the hologram to be divined subtly. And number dominated them all. This ancient world moves a little closer if one recalls two great transitional figures who were simultaneously archaic and modern in their habits of thought. The first is Johannes Kepler, who was of the old order in his unremitting calculations and his passionate devotion to the dream of rediscovering the harmony of the spheres. But he was a man of his own time, and also of ours, when this dream began to prefigure the polyphony that led up to Bach. In somewhat the same way, our strictly scientific worldview has its counterpart in what John Hollander, the historian of music, has described as the untuning of the sky. The second transitional figure is no less a man than Sir Isaac Newton, the very inceptor of the rigorously scientific view. There is no real paradox in mentioning Newton in this connection. John Maynard Keynes, who knew Newton as well as many of our time, said of him, quote, "Newton was not the first of the age of reason. He was the last of the magicians, the last of the Babylonians and Sumerians, the last great mind which looked out on the visible and intellectual world with the same eyes as those who began to build our intellectual world rather less than 10,000 years ago. Why do I call him a magician? Because he looked on the whole universe and all that is in it as riddle, as a secret which could be read by applying pure thought to certain evidence, certain mystic clues which God had laid about the world to allow a sort of philosopher's treasure hunt to the esoteric brotherhood. He believed that these clues were to be found partly in the evidence of the heavens and in the constitution of elements, and that is what gives the false suggestion of his being an experimental natural philosopher, but also partly in certain papers and traditions handed down by the brethren in an unbroken chain back to the original cryptic revelation in Babylonia. He regarded the universe as a cryptogram set by the Almighty, just as he himself wrapped the discovery of the calculus in a cryptogram when he communicated with Leibniz. By pure thought, by concentration of mind, the riddle, he believed, would be revealed to the initiate." End quote. Lord Keynes's appraisal, written circa 1942, remains both unconventional and profound. He knew, we all know, that Newton failed. Newton was led astray by his dour sectarian preconceptions. But his undertaking was truly in the archaic spirit, as it begins to appear now after 2 centuries of scholarly search into many cultures of which he could have had no idea. To the few clues he found with rigorous method, a vast number have been added. Still the wonder remains, the same that was expressed by his great predecessor, Galileo. But of all the other stupendous inventions, what sublimity of mind must have been his who conceived how to communicate his most secret thoughts to any other person, though very far distant either in time or place, speaking with those who are in the Indies, speaking to those who are not yet born, nor shall be this 1,000 or 10,000 years, and with no greater difficulty than the various arrangement of 24 little signs upon paper. Let this be the seal of all the admirable inventions of man. Way back in the 6th century A.D., Gregoire de Tours was writing, quote, "The mind has lost its cutting edge. We hardly understand the ancients." End quote. So much more today, despite our wallowing in mathematics for the million and in sophisticated technology. It is undeniable that, notwithstanding our classics department's labors, the wilting away of classical studies, the abandonment of any living familiarity with Greek and Latin, has cut the omphalousa, the umbilical cord which connected our culture, at least at its top level, with Greece, in the same manner in which men of the Pythagorean and Orphic tradition were tied up through Plato and a few others with the most ancient Near East. It is beginning to appear that this destruction is leading up into a very up-to-date Middle Ages, much worse than the first. People will sneer, quote, "Stop the world, I want to get off," end quote. It cannot be changed, however. This is the way it goes when someone or other tampers with the reserved knowledge that science is and was meant to represent. But, as Goethe said at the very onset of the progressive age, quote, "It is still day. Let men get up and going. The night creeps in when there is nothing doing." End quote. There might come once more some kind of renaissance out of the hopelessly condemned and trampled past when certain ideas come to life again, and we should not deprive our grandchildren of a last chance at the heritage of the highest and farthest off times. And if, as looks infinitely probable, even that last chance is passed up in the turmoil of progress, why then one can still think with Poliziano, who was himself a master humanist, that there will be men whose minds find a refuge in poetry and art and the holy tradition, which alone make men free from death and turn them to eternity, so long as the stars will go on, still shining over a world made forever silent. Right now there is still left some daylight in which to undertake this first quick reconnaissance. It will necessarily leave out great and significant areas of material, but even so, it will investigate many unexpected byways and crannies of the past. Chapter 1. The Chronicler's Tale. The proper gate through which to enter the realm of pre-Shakespearean Hamlet is the artless account given by Saxo Grammaticus, circa 1150 to 1216, in books 3 and 4 of his Gesta Danorum. What follows is the relevant part of book 3 in Elton's translation, only slightly shortened. The story begins with the feats of Orvendel, Amleth's father, especially his victory over King Kull of Norway, which drove Orvendel's brother Fengo, stung with jealousy, to murder him. Quote, "Then he took the wife of the brother he had butchered, capping unnatural murder with incest." End quote. So Saxo qualifies it. Amleth beheld all this, but feared lest too shrewd a behavior might make his uncle suspect him. So he chose to feign dullness and pretend an utter lack of wits. This cunning course not only concealed his intelligence, but ensured his safety. Every day he remained in his mother's house utterly listless and unclean, flinging himself to the ground and bespattering his person with foul and filthy dirt. His discolored face and visage smooched with slime denoted foolish and grotesque madness. All he said was of a piece with these follies. All he did savored of utter lethargy. He used at times to sit over the fire and, raking up the embers with his hands, to fashion wooden crooks and harden them in the fire, shaping at their tips certain barbs to make them hold more tightly to their fastenings. When asked what he was about, he said that he was preparing sharp javelins to avenge his father. This answer was not a little scoffed at, all men deriding his idle and ridiculous pursuit, but the thing helped his purpose afterwards. Now it was his craft in this matter that first awakened in the deeper observers a suspicion of his cunning. For his skill in a trifling art betokened the hidden talent of a craftsman. Lastly, he always watched with the most punctual care over his pile of stakes that he had pointed in the fire. Some people, therefore, declared that his mind was quick enough and fancied that he only played the simpleton. His wiliness, said these, would be most readily detected if a fair woman were put in his way in some secluded place, who should provoke his mind to the temptations of love. If this lethargy were feigned, he would seize the opportunity and yield straightway to violent delights. So men were commissioned to draw the young man in his rides into a remote part of the forest, and there assail him with all temptation of this nature. Among these chanced to be a foster brother of Amleth, who had not ceased to have regard to their common nurture. He attended Amleth among his appointed train. Finally, he was persuaded that he would suffer the worst if he showed the slightest glimpse of sound reason, and above all if he did the act of love only. This was also plain enough to Amleth himself, for when he was bidden mount his horse, he deliberately set himself in such a fashion that he turned his back to the neck and faced about, fronting the tail, which he proceeded to encompass with the reins, just as if on that side he would check the horse in its furious pace. The reinless steed galloping on with the rider directing its tail was ludicrous enough to behold. Amleth went on, and a wolf crossed his path amid the thicket, when his companions told him that a young colt had met him. He retorted that in Fengo's stud there were too few of that kind fighting. This was a gentle but witty fashion of invoking a curse upon his uncle's riches. When they averred that he had given a cunning answer, he answered that he had spoken deliberately, for he was loath to be thought prone to lying about any matter, and wished to be held a stranger to falsehood, and accordingly he mingled craft and candor in such wise that, though his words did lack truth, yet there was nothing to betoken the truth and betray how far his keenness went. Again, as he passed along the beach, his companions found the rudder of a ship which had been wrecked, and said they had discovered a huge knife. "This," said he, "was the right thing to carve such a huge ham," by which he really meant the sea, to whose infinitude he thought this enormous rudder matched. Also, as they passed the sandhills and bade him look at the meal, meaning the sand, he replied that it had been ground small by the hoary tempests of the ocean. His companions praising his answer, he said that he had spoken wittingly. Then they purposely left him, that he might pluck up more courage to practice wantonness. The woman whom his uncle had dispatched met him in a dark spot, as though she had crossed him by chance, and he took her and would have ravished her, had not his foster brother, by a secret device, given him an inkling of the trap. Alarmed and fain to possess, he desiring greater safety, he caught up the woman in his arms and dragged her off to a distant and impenetrable fen. Moreover, when they had lain together, he conjured her earnestly to disclose the matter to none, and the promise of silence was accorded as heartily as it was asked for both of them had been under the same fostering in their childhood, and this early rearing in common had brought Amleth and the girl into great intimacy. So when he had returned home, they all jeeringly asked him whether he had given way to love, and he avowed that he had ravished the maid. Then he was next asked where he did it, and what had been his pillow, and he said that he had rested upon the hoof of a beast of burden, upon a coxcomb, and also upon a ceiling. For when he was starting into temptation, he had gathered fragments of all these things in order to avoid lying. The maiden, too, when questioned on the matter, declared that he had done no such thing, and her denial was the more readily credited when it was found that the escort had not witnessed the deed. But a friend of Fengo, gifted more with assurance than judgment, declared that the unfathomable cunning of such a mind could not be detected by a vulgar plot, for the man's obstinacy was so great that it ought not to be assailed with any mild measures. Accordingly, said he, his own profounder acuteness had hit on a more delicate way, which was well fitted to be put in practice, and would effectually discover what they desired to know. Fengo was purposely to absent himself, pretending affairs of great import. Amleth should be closeted alone with his mother in her chamber, but a man should first be commissioned to place himself in a concealed part of the room and listen heedfully to what they talked about. The speaker, loath to seem readier to devise than to carry out the plot, zealously proffered himself as the agent of the eavesdropping. Fengo rejoiced of the scheme and departed on pretense of a long journey. Now he who had given this counsel repaired privily to the room where Amleth was shut up with his mother, and lay down skulking in the straw. But Amleth had his antidote for the treachery. Afraid of being overheard by some eavesdropper, he at first resorted to his usual imbecile ways and crowed like a noisy cock, beating his arms together to mimic the flapping of wings. Then he mounted the straw and began to swing his body and jump again and again, wishing to try if aught lurked there in hiding. Feeling a lump beneath his feet, he drove his sword into the spot and impaled him who lay hid. Then he dragged him from his concealment and slew him. Then, cutting his body into morsels, he seethed it in boiling water and flung it through the mouth of an open sewer for the swine to eat, bestrewing the stinking mire with his hapless limbs. Having in this wise eluded the snare, he went back to the room. Then his mother set up a great wailing and began to lament her son's folly to his face. But he said, quote, "Most infamous of women, dost thou seek with such lying lamentations to hide thy most heavy guilt? Wantoning like a harlot, thou hast entered a wicked and abominable state of wedlock, embracing with incestuous bosom thy husband's slayer." End quote. With such reproaches he rent the heart of his mother and redeemed her to walk in the ways of virtue. When Fengo returned, nowhere could he find the man who had suggested the treacherous espial. Amleth, among others, was asked in jest if he had come on any trace of him, and replied that the man had gone to the sewer, but he had fallen through its bottom and been stifled by the floods of filth, and that he had then been devoured by the swine that came up all about that place. This speech was flouted by those who heard, for it seemed senseless, though really it expressly avowed the truth. Fengo now suspected that his stepson was certainly full of guile, and desired to make away with him, but durst not do the deed for fear of the displeasure, not only of Amleth's grandsire Rorik, but also of his own wife. So he thought that the king of Britain should be employed to slay him, so that another could do the deed, and he be able to feign innocence. Amleth, on departing, gave secret orders to his mother to hang the hall with knotted tapestry, and to perform pretended obsequies for him a year from thence, promising that he would then return. 2 retainers of Fengo then accompanied him, bearing a letter graven in wood. This letter enjoined the king of the Britons to put to death the youth who was sent over to him. While they were reposing, Amleth searched their coffers, found the letter, and read the instructions therein, whereupon he erased all the writing on the surface, substituted fresh characters, and so, changing the purport of the instructions, shifted his own doom upon his companions. Nor was he satisfied with removing from himself the sentence of death and passing the peril on to others, but added an entreaty that the king of Britain would grant his daughter in marriage to a youth of great judgment whom he was sending to him. Under this was falsely marked the signature of Fengo. Now when they had reached Britain, the envoys went to the king and proffered him the letter, which they supposed was an implement of destruction to another, but which really betokened death to themselves. The king dissembled the truth and entreated them hospitably and kindly. Then Amleth scouted all the splendor of the royal banquet like vulgar viands, and, abstaining very strangely, rejected that plenteous feast, refraining from the drink even as from the banquet. All marveled that a youth and a foreigner should disdain the carefully cooked dainties of the royal board and the luxurious banquet provided, as if it were some peasant's relish. So when the revel broke up and the king was dismissing his friends to rest, he had a man sent into the sleeping room to listen secretly, in order that he might hear the midnight conversation of his guests. Now, when Amleth's companions asked him why he had refrained from the feast of yestereve, as if it were poison, he answered that the bread was flecked with blood and tainted, and that there was a tang of iron in the liquor, while the meats of the feast reeked the stench of a human carcass, and were infected by a kind of smack of the odor of the charnel. He further said that the king had the eyes of a slave, and that the queen had in 3 ways shown the behavior of a bondmaid. Thus he reviled with insulting invective not so much the feast as its givers. And presently his companions, taunting him with his old defect of wit, began to flout him with many saucy jeers. All this the king heard from his retainer, and declared that he who could say such things had either more than mortal wisdom or more than mortal folly. Then he summoned his steward, and asked him whence he had procured the bread. The king asked where the corn had grown of which it was made, and whether any sign was to be found there of human carnage. The other answered that not far off was a field covered with the ancient bones of slaughtered men, and still bearing plainly all the signs of ancient carnage. The king took the pains to learn also what had been the source of the lard. The other declared that his hogs had, through negligence, strayed from keeping and battened on the rotten carcass of a robber, and that perchance their pork had thus come to have something of a corrupt smack. The king, finding that Amleth's judgment was right in this thing also, asked of what liquor the steward had mixed the drink. Hearing that it had been brewed of water and meal, he had the spot of the spring pointed out to him, and set to digging deep down, and there he found rusted away several swords, the tang whereof it was thought had tainted the waters. Others relate that Amleth blamed the drink because while quaffing it he had detected some bees that had fed in the paunch of a dead man, and that the taint which had formerly been imparted to the combs had reappeared in the taste. The king had a secret interview with his mother and asked her who his father had really been. She said she had submitted to no man but the king, but when he threatened that he would have the truth out of her by a trial, he was told that he was the offspring of a slave. Abashed as he was with the shame for his low estate, he was so ravished with the young man's cleverness that he asked him why he had aspersed the queen with the reproach that she had demeaned herself like a slave. But while resenting that the courtliness of his wife had been accused in the midnight gossip of a guest, he found that her mother had been a bondmaid. Then the king adored the wisdom of Amleth, as though it were inspired, and gave him his daughter to wife, accepting his bare word as though it were a witness from the skies. Moreover, in order to fulfill the bidding of his friend, he hanged Amleth's companions on the morrow. Amleth, feigning offense, treated this piece of kindness as a grievance, and received from the king, as compensation, some gold which he afterwards melted in the fire, and secretly caused to be poured into some hollowed sticks. When he had passed a whole year with the king, he obtained leave to make a journey and return to his own land, carrying away all of his princely wealth and state, only the sticks which held the gold. On reaching Jutland, he exchanged his present attire for his ancient demeanor, which he had adopted for righteous ends. Covered with filth, he entered the banquet room where his own obsequies were being held, and struck all men utterly aghast, rumor having falsely noised abroad his death. At last terror melted into mirth, and the guests jeered and taunted one another, that he, whose last rites they were celebrating as though he were dead, should appear in the flesh. When he was asked concerning his comrades, he pointed to the sticks he was carrying and said, "Here is both the one and the other." This he observed with equal truth and pleasantry, for it pointed at the werigild of the slain as though it were themselves. Thereon, wishing to bring the company into a gayer mood, he joined the cupbearers, and diligently did the office of plying the drink. Then, to prevent his loose dress hampering his walk, girded his sword upon his side, and purposely drawing it several times, pricked his fingers with its point. The bystanders accordingly had both sword and scabbard riveted across with an iron nail. Then, to smooth the way more safely to his plot, he went to the lords and plied them heavily with draught upon draught, and drenched them all so deep in wine that their feet were made feeble with drunkenness, and they turned to rest within the palace, making their bed where they had revelled. So he took out of his bosom the stakes he had long ago prepared, and went into the building, where the ground lay covered with the bodies of the nobles wheezing off their sleep and their debauch. Then, cutting away its supports, he brought down the hanging his mother had knitted, which covered the inner as well as the outer walls of the hall. This he flung upon the snorers, and then applying the crooked stakes, he knotted and bound them in such insoluble intricacy that not one of the men beneath, however hard he might struggle, could contrive to rise. After this he set fire to the palace. The flames spread, scattering the conflagration far and wide. It enveloped the whole dwelling, destroyed the palace, and burnt them all while they were either buried in deep sleep or vainly striving to arise. Then he went to the chamber of Fengo, who had before this been conducted by his train into his pavilion, plucked up a sword that chanced to be hanging to the bed, and planted his own in its place. Then awakening his uncle, he told him that his nobles were perishing in the flames, and that Amleth was here, armed with his old crooks to help him, and thirsting to exact the vengeance now long overdue for his father's murder. Fengo, on hearing this, leaped from his couch, but was cut down while, deprived of his own sword, he strove in vain to draw the strange one. O valiant Amleth, and worthy of immortal fame, who, being shrewdly armed with a feint of folly, covered a wisdom too high for human wit under a marvelous disguise of silliness, and not only found in his subtlety means to protect his own safety, but also by its guidance found opportunity to avenge his father. By this skilful defense of himself and strenuous revenge for his parent, he has left it doubtful whether we are to think more of his wit or his bravery. It is a far cry from Saxo's tale and its uncouth setting to the Renaissance refinements of Shakespeare. This is nowhere more obvious than in the scene in the Queen's Hall, with its heaped straw on the floor, its simmering cauldrons, its open sewer, and the crude manner of disposing of Polonius, all befitting the rude Middle Ages. The whole sad, somber story of the lonely orphan prince is turned by Saxo into a Narrenspiel, yet a strong tradition permeates the artless narrative. Hamlet is the avenging power whose superior intellect confounds evildoers, but his intellect also brings light and strength to the helpless and ill-begotten who are made to recognize their misery. There is nothing pleasant in the revelation brought home to the English king, yet he humbles himself before the ruthless insight and adores Hamlet's wisdom as though it were inspired. More clearly than in Shakespeare, Hamlet is the ambivalent power dispensing good and evil. It is clear also that certain episodes, like the exchange of swords with Fengo, are crude and pointless devices going counter to the heroic theme. These are set dramatically right only when handled by Shakespeare, but they seem to indicate an original rigid pattern based on the ruse of reason, as Hegel would say. Evil is never attacked frontally, even when convention would require it. It is made to defeat itself. Hamlet must not be conceived as a heroic misfit, but as a distributor of justice. Shakespeare is focused exactly right. He has avoided restoring the brutal heroic element required by the saga, and made the drama instead wholly one of the mind. In the light of a higher clarity, who can escape whipping? It would be pointless to compare all over again the several versions of the Hamlet scheme in the north and west of Europe and in ancient Rome. This has been done very effectually. Thus, it is possible to rely on the identity of the shadowy Icelandic Amlodi. In a so-called fairy tale, his name is Briam, who is first mentioned in the 10th century and appears anew in Iceland as a Danish re-import in the Ambalis saga, written in the 16th or 17th century. Parallels to Amleth's behavior and career have been found in the sagas of Hrolf Kraki, of Havelok the Dane, as well as in several Celtic myths. In the version reported by Saxo, Hamlet goes on to reign successfully. The sequel of his adventures is taken up in Book 4 of the Chronicle, but this narrative shows a very different hand. It is an inept job, made of several commonplaces from the repertory of ruse and fable, badly stitched together. When Hamlet, in addition to the English king's daughter, is made to marry the Queen of Scotland, and bring his two wives home to live together in harmony, we can suspect an incompetent attempt to establish a dynastic claim of the House of Denmark to the realm of Britain. Hamlet eventually falls in battle, but there is not much in the feats recounted to justify Saxo's dithyrambic conclusion that if he had lived longer he might have been another Hercules. The true personage has been overlaid beyond recognition, although there still clings to him a numinous aura. Curiously enough, the misconstruing of Hamlet's story in the direction of success continues today. In the recent Russian film version of Shakespeare's play, Hamlet is shown as a purposeful, devious, and ruthless character bent only on carrying off a coup d'etat. Yet in Saxo's first part, the tragic meaning is clearly adumbrated when Hamlet's return is timed to coincide with his own obsequies. The logic requires that he perish together with the tyrant. The name Amleth, Amlodi, Middle English Amlag, Irish Amlav, stands always for simpleton, stupid, like unto a dumb animal. It also remained in use as an adjective. Galanx has pointed out that in the Wars of Alexander, an alliterative poem from the north of England, largely translated from the Historia de Preles, Alexander is twice thus mentioned contemptuously by his enemies. Quote, "Thou Alexander, thou ape, thou Amlag out of Greece, thou little thief, thou lozengier, thou lurker in cities." End quote. Darius, inquiring about Alexander's appearance, is shown by his courtiers a caricature graphically described. Quote, "And thy in parchment him painted, his person him shewed, an Amlag, an Aslani, an ape of all Othire, a whirling, a wearingil, a wearingeng, shrew, the catifest creator that cried was Evir." This image of the catifest creature goes insistently with certain great figures of myth. With the figure of Hamlet, there goes too the dog simile. This is true in Saxo's Amlethus, in Ambeles, in the Hrolf saga Kraki, where the endangered ones, the two princes Helgi and Hror, and in Saxo's seventh book, Harald and Haldan, are labeled dogs and are called by the dog names Hop and Ho. Next comes what looks at first like the prototype of them all, the famous Roman story of Lucius Junius Brutus, the slayer of King Tarquin, as told first by Titus Livius. The nickname Brutus again connotes the likeness to dumb brutes. Galanx says of it, quote, "The merest outline of the plot cannot fail to show the striking likeness between the tales of Hamlet and Lucius Iunius Brutus. Apart from general resemblance, the usurping uncle, the persecuted nephew who escapes by feigning madness, the journey, the oracular utterances, the outwitting of the comrades, the well-matured plans for vengeance, there are certain points in the former story which must have been borrowed directly from the latter. This is especially true of Hamlet's device of hiding the gold inside the sticks. This could not be due to mere coincidence, and moreover the evidence seems to show that Saxo himself borrowed this incident from the account of Brutus and Valerius Maximus. One phrase at least from the passage in the memorabilia was transferred from Brutus to Hamlet. Saxo says of Hamlet, "Obtusi cordis esse, Valerius obtusi secordis esse simulavit." Saxo must have also read the Brutus story as told by Livy, and by later historians whose versions were ultimately based on Dionysius of Halicarnassus. To juxtapose the twin brothers Hamlet and Brutus, here is the earlier portion of the tale of Brutus, as told by Livy. The subsequent events connected with the rape of Lucrece are too well known to need repeating. While Tarquin was thus employed on certain defensive measures, a dreadful prodigy appeared to him. A snake sliding out of a wooden pillar terrified the beholders, and made them fly into the palace, and not only struck the king himself with sudden terror, but filled his breast with anxious apprehensions, so that, whereas in the case of public prodigies, the Etrurian soothsayers only were applied to, Being thoroughly frightened at this domestic apparition, as it were, he resolved to send to Delphi, the most celebrated oracle in the world, and judging it unsafe to trust the answers of the oracle to any other person, he sent his 2 sons into Greece, through lands unknown at that time, and seas still more unknown. Titus and Aruns set out, and as a companion there was sent with them Junius Brutus, son to Tarquinia, the king's sister, a young man of capacity widely different from the assumed appearance he had put on. Having heard that the principal men in the state, and among the rest his brother, had been put to death by his uncle, he resolved that the king should find nothing in his capacity which he need dread, nor in his fortune which he need covet, and he determined to find security in contempt, since in justice there was no protection. He took care, therefore, to fashion his behavior to the resemblance of foolishness, and submitted himself and his portion to the king's rapacity, nor did he show any dislike of the surname Brutus, content that, under the cover of that appellation, the genius which was to be the deliverer of the Roman people should lie concealed, and wait the proper season for exertion. He was, at this time, carried to Delphi by the Tarquinii, rather as a subject of a sport than as a companion, and is said to have brought, as an offering to Apollo, a golden wand enclosed in a staff of cornel wood, hollowed for the purpose, an emblem figurative of the state of his own capacity. When they were there and had executed their father's commission, the young men felt a wish to inquire to which of them the kingdom of Rome was to come, and we are told that these words were uttered from the bottom of the cave. Quote, "Young men, whichever of you shall first kiss your mother, he shall possess the sovereign power at Rome." End quote. Brutus judged that the expression of Apollo had another meaning, and as if he had accidentally stumbled and fallen, he touched the earth with his lips, considering that she was the common mother of all mankind. For most conventional-minded philologists, Brutus was the answer to a prayer. Even to the gold enclosed in a stick, they had the sound classical source, from which it is reassuring to derive developments in the outlying provinces. They felt their task to be at an end. With a few trimmings of seasonal cults and fertility rites, the whole Amlethus package was wrapped, sealed, and delivered to join the growing pile of settled issues. Yet even the Roman version was not without its disturbing peculiarities. Livy reports only the answer to the private question of the 2 princes. But if Tarquin had sent them to Delphi, it was to get an answer to his own fears. And the answer is to be found in Zonorus's compendium of the early section of Dio Cassius's Lost Roman History. Delphic Apollo said that the king would lose his reign when a dog would speak with human voice. There is no evidence that Saxo read Zonorus. There is also a strange variant to Tarquin's prophetic nightmare reported by Livy. It does not lack authority, for it is mentioned in Cicero's De Divinatione, and taken from a lost tragedy on Brutus by Attius, an early Roman poet. Says Tarquin, quote, "My dream was that shepherds drove up a herd and offered me 2 beautiful rams issued of the same mother. I sacrificed the best of the 2, but the other charged me with its horns. As I was lying on the ground, gravely wounded, and looked up at heaven, I saw a great portent. The flaming orb of the sun coming from the right took a new course and melted." End quote. Well may the Etruscan soothsayers have been exercised about the rams and the changed course of the sun in the same image, for they were concerned with astronomy. This problem will be dealt with later. An interesting variant of this dream is found in the Ambalis saga, and it can hardly have come from Cicero. However all that may be, there is more than enough to suspect that the story goes back even farther than the Roman kings. Accordingly, scholars undertook to investigate the link with the Persian legend of Quiros, which turned out not to be rewarding. But Saxo himself, even if he read Valerius Maximus, contains features which are certainly outside the classical tradition, and he shows another way. From the Narrenspiel, the account of Hamlet's ride along the shore is worth a second look. He notices an old steering oar, gubernaculum, left over from a shipwreck, and he asks what it might be. "Why," they say, "it is a big knife." Then he remarks, "This is the right thing to carve such a huge ham," by which he really means the sea. Then Saxo goes on, quote, "As they passed the sand hills and bade him look at the meal," meaning the sand, "he replied that it had been ground small by the hoary tempests of the ocean." His companions praising his answer, he said he had spoken fittingly. End quote. It is clear that Saxo at this point does not know what to do with the remarks, for he has always pointed out that Amleth's answers were meaningful. Quote, "For he was loath to be thought prone to lying about any matter, and wished to be held a stranger to falsehood, although he would never betray how far his keenness went." End quote. This being the systematic theme of Hamlet's adventure, a theme worked out and contrived to show him as a Sherlock Holmes in disguise. The two remarks quoted are the only ones left to look pointlessly silly. They do not fit. In fact, they come from a vastly different story. Snorri Sturluson, the learned poet of Iceland, 1178 to 1241, in his Skaldskaparmal, the language of the bards, explains many kenningar of famous bards of the past. He quotes a verse from Snæbjörn, an Icelandic skald who had lived long before. This kenning has been the despair of translators, as is the case in any very ancient, partly lost poetic language. There are no less than 3 terms in the 9 lines that can be considered hapax legomena, i.e. terms which occur only once. The most authoritative translation is that of Gollancz, and here it is. Quote, "'Tis said," sang Snæbjörn, "that far out off yonder ness the 9 maids of the island mill stir amain the host cruel scary quern, they who in ages past ground Hamlet's meal. The good chieftain furrows the whole's lair with his ship's beaked prow. Here the sea is called Amlothi's mill." End quote. That is enough. Whatever the obscurities and ambiguities, one thing is clear. Goodbye to Junius Brutus and the safe playgrounds of classical derivations. This deals with the gray, stormy ocean of the north, its huge breakers grinding forever the granite skerries, and Amlothi is its king. The quern has not vanished from our language, it is still the surf mill. Even the British island pilot, in its factual prose, conveys something of the power of the 9 maids, whose very name is echoed in the Merry Men of May on Pentland Firth. When an ordinary gale has been blowing for many days, the whole force of the Atlantic is beating against the shores of the Orkneys. Rocks of many tons in weight are lifted from their beds, and the roar of the surge may be heard for 20 miles. The breakers rise to the height of 60 feet. As the storm heightens, all distinction between air and water is lost. Everything seems enveloped in a thick smoke. Pytheas, the first explorer of the north, called it the sea lung, and concluded this must be the end of the earth, where sky and water rejoin each other in the original chaos. This introduces a much more ancient and certainly independent tradition, whose sources are in early Norse myth. or at least run through it from a still more ancient lineage. Chapter 2. The Figure in Finland. Now the discussion leaps, without apologies, over the impassable fence erected by modern philologists to protect the linguistic family of Indo-European languages from any improper dealings with strange outsiders. It is known that Finland, Estonia, and Lapland are a cultural island ethnically related to the Hungarians and other faraway Asian peoples. Syrianians, Voltyaks, Cheremisians, Mordvinians, Vogels, Ostiaks. They speak languages which belong to the Ugro-Finnish family, as totally unrelated to Germanic as Basque would be. These languages are described as agglutinative and often characterized by vowel harmonization, such as is found in Turkish. These cultural traditions, until quite recently, were segregated from the Scandinavian environment, even if Western culture, and Christianity with it, seeped through among the literati from the Middle Ages on. Their great epic, the Kalevala, remained intact, entrusted as it was to oral transmission, going back in unchanged form to very early times. It shows arrestingly primitive features, so primitive that they discourage any attempt at a classical derivation. It was collected in writing only in the 19th century by Dr. Elias Lönnrot. But even in this segregated tradition, startling parallels were found with Norse and Celtic myth, which must go back to times before their respective recorded histories. The main line of the poem will be dealt with later. Here it is important to look at the story of Kalervo Kalevenpoika, the son of Kaleva, which has been carefully analyzed by E. N. Setala in his masterly inquiry, Kalervo Hamlet. His material is necessary, as well as that collected by Karl Krohn, in order to take into account many variants which Lönnrot has not incorporated into the runes 31 through 36 of the official Kalevala, dealing with Kalervo. The first event is the birth of Kalervo's father and uncle, who are, according to rune 31, swans, or chickens, driven from one another by a hawk. Usually it is told that a poor man, a plowman, made furrows around a tree trunk or on a small hill, which split open, and out of it were born two boys. One of them, Kalervo, grew up in Karelia, the other, Untamo, in Suomi, Finland. The hate between the brothers arises usually in the following manner. Kalervo sows oats before the door of Untamo. Untamo's sheep eat them. Kalervo's dog kills the sheep. Or there is a quarrel about the fishing grounds. Untamo then produces the war. In fact, he makes the war out of his fingers, the array out of his toes, soldiers of the sinews of his heel. But there are versions where Untamo arms trees and uses them as his army. He kills Kalervo and all his family, except Kalervo's wife, who is brought to Untamo's home and there gives birth to our hero, Kalervo. The little one is rocked in the cradle for 3 days. When the boy began his kicking, and he kicked and pushed about him, tore his swaddling clothes to pieces, freed himself from all his clothing, then he broke the limewood cradle. At the age of 3 months, when a boy no more than knee-high, he began to speak in this wise. Presently, when I am bigger and my body shall be stronger, I'll avenge my father's slaughter, and my mother's tears atone for. This was heard by Untamoinen, and bespoke the words which follow. He will bring my race to ruin. Kalervo reborn is in him. And the old crones all considered how to bring the boy to ruin, so that death might come upon him. Untamo tries hard to kill the child with fire, with water, by hanging. A large pyre is built. Kullervo is thrown into it. When the servants of Untamo come after 3 days to look, knee-deep sat the boy in ashes, in the embers to his elbows. In his hands he held a coal rake, and was stirring up the fire. Sitala reports a version where the child, sitting in the midst of the fire, the golden hook in his hand, and stirring the fire, says to Untamo's servants that he is going to avenge the death of his father. Kullervo is thrown into the sea. After 3 days they find him sitting in a golden boat with a golden oar, or, according to another version, he is sitting in the sea, on the back of a wave, measuring the waters, which perchance might fill 2 ladles, or if more exactly measured, partly was a third filled also. Next they hang the child on a tree, or a gallows is erected again with frustrating results. Kullervo not yet has perished, nor has he died on the gallows. Pictures on the tree he's carving. In his hands he holds a graver. All the tree is filled with pictures. All the oak tree filled with carvings. One tradition says that he is carving the names of his parents with a golden stylus. After this, the sequence of events is difficult to establish. There are variants where Kullervo performs his revenge very soon. He merely goes to a smithy and procures the arms, or he is at once sent out of the country to the smith to serve as a cowherd and shepherd. But in Rune 31, he is first given smaller commissions to guard and rock a child. He blinds and kills it. Then he is sent to clear a forest and to fell the slender birch trees. 5 large trees at length had fallen, 8 in all he felled before him. He sits down afterwards and speaks thus. Lempo, the devil, may the work accomplish. Hisi now may shape the timber. In a stump he struck his axe blade and began to shout full loudly, and he piped, and then he whistled, and he said the words which follow. Let the woods be felled around me, overthrown the slender birch trees, far as sounds my voice resounding, far as I can send my whistle. Let no sapling here be growing, let no blade of grass be standing, never while the earth endureth, or the golden moon is shining. Here in Kullervo's son's forest, here upon the good man's clearing. In the Kalevala, Untamo next orders Kullervo to build a fence, and so he does, out of whole pines, firs, ash trees. But he made no gateway into it, and announced, He who cannot raise him bird-like, nor upon 2 wings can hover, never may he pass across it over Kullervo's son's fencing. Untamo is taken aback. Here's a fence without an opening. Up to heaven the fence is builded, to the very clouds uprising. Kullervo does some more mischief, threshing the grain to mere chaff, ripping a boat asunder, feeding the cow and breaking its horn, heating the bath hut and burning it down. These are the usual feats of the strong boy, the stark Hans of German tales, who with us become Paul Bunyan. So finally he is sent out of the country to the house of Ilmarinen, the divine smith, as a cowherd. There is, however, a remarkable variant where it is said that he was sent to Estonia to bark under the fence. He barked 1 year, another one, a little from the third. 3 years he barked at the smith as his uncle, at the wife or servant of the smith as his daughter-in-law. This sounds strange indeed, and the translator himself added question marks. There is a still stranger parallel in the great Irish hero Cuchulainn, a central figure of Celtic myth whose name means dog of the smith Hulin. This persistent doggishness will bear investigation at another point, and so will Smith Ilmarinen himself. The wife of Ilmarinen, often called Helena, makes Kullervo her herdsman, and maliciously bakes a stone into his lunch bread so that he breaks his knife, the only heirloom left from his father. A crow then advises Kullervo to drive the cattle into the marshes and to assemble all the wolves and bears and change them into cattle. Kullervo said, wait thou, whore of Hisi, for my father's knife I'm weeping, soon wilt thou thyself be weeping. He acts on the crow's advice, takes a whip of juniper, drives the cattle into the marshes and the oxen into the thicket. Half of these the wolves devoured, to the bears he gave the others, and he sang the wolves to cattle, and he changed the bears to oxen. Kullervo carefully instructs the wolves and the bears on what they are expected to do. And then he made a pipe of cowbone and a whistle made of oxhorn. From Tuomiki's leg a cowhorn and a flute from heel of Kirho. Then upon the horn blew loudly, and upon his pipe made music. Thrice upon the hill he blew it, 6 times at the pathway's opening. He drives the cattle home. Helena goes to the stable to milk and is torn by wolf and bear. This fierce retaliation gives point to an event that is only a feeble joke in Saxo's version. A wolf crosses Hamlet's path, and he is told it is a horse. Why, he remarks, in Fengo's stud there are too few of that kind fighting. Saxo tries to explain. This was a gentle but witty fashion of invoking a curse upon his uncle's riches. It makes little sense. One suspects here instead an echo of the theme revealed by Kullervo, who drives home wolves and bears in place of cattle. The hero's mastery of wild beasts evokes memories of classical myth. This has not escaped Carl Karenyi, whose comments are useful, although not his line of psychological speculation. Quote, it is impossible to try to derive Finnish mythology from the Greek, or conversely, yet it is also impossible not to notice that Kullervo, who is the miraculous child and the strong servant in one, shows himself at last to be Hermes and Dionysus. He appears as Hermes in the making of musical instruments tied up with the destruction of cattle. He shows himself as Dionysus in what he does with wild beasts and with his enemy. It is Dionysus-like behavior, if we see it through the categories of Greek myth, to make wolves and bears appear by magic as tame animals, and it is again Dionysus-like to use them for revenge against this enemy. We recognize with awe the tragic, ironic tone of Euripides' Bacchae when we read the dramatic scene of the milking of wild beasts. An even closer analogy is given by the fate of the Etruscan pirates, Dionysus's enemies, who are chastised by the intervention of wild animals. In Rune 35, Lonrut makes Kullervo return to his parents and brothers and sisters. This is unexpected inasmuch as they have been killed a number of runes earlier, although the crux of the many rune songs is that the names of the heroes are far from stable and, as has already been said, the original order of things is impossible to reconstruct. But one event stands out. A sister is not at home. On one occasion the hero meets a maiden in the woods, gathering berries. They lie together and realize later in conversing that they are brother and sister. The maiden drowns herself, but Kullervo's mother dissuades him from suicide. So he goes to war, and in so doing, he fulfills his revenge. First, he asks the great god Ukko for the gift of a sword. Then the sword he asked was granted, and a sword of all most splendid, and he slaughtered all the people. Untamo's whole tribe was slaughtered, burned the houses all to ashes, and with flame completely burned them, leaving nothing but the hearthstones, naught but in each yard the rowan. Returning home, Kullervo finds no living soul. All have died. When he weeps over his mother's grave, She awakes, and beneath the mold made answer. Still there lives the black dog, Musti. Go with him into the forest. At thy side let him attend thee. There in the thicket reside the blue forest maidens, and the mother advises him to try to win their favor. Kullervo takes the black dog and goes into the forest, but when he comes upon the spot where he had dishonored his sister, despair overcomes him, and he throws himself upon his own sword. Here at last a point is made explicitly, which in no other stories remains a dark hint. There is a sin that Hamlet has to atone for. The knowledge that Kullervo and his sister killed themselves for unwitting incest calls to mind the fact that in Saxo, the adolescent prince is initiated to love by a girl who does not betray him because she happened to be his foster sister and playmate since childhood. This seems contrived, as if Saxo had found there a theme he does not grasp. The theme becomes manifest in King Arthur. It is ambiguous and elusive, but all the more inexorable in Shakespeare. Hamlet must renounce his true love, as he has to renounce himself in his predicament. Quote, "Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? What should such fellows as I do crawling between earth and heaven? We are errant knaves all. Believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery." End quote. In the play within the play, the prince feels free to step out of character. Quote, "Lady, shall I lie in your lap? No, my lord. I mean my head upon your lap. Ay, my lord. Do you think I meant country matters? I think nothing, my lord. That is a fair thought to lie between maids' legs. What is, my lord? Nothing." End quote. But the die is cast. Ophelia's suicide by drowning, like Kullervo's sisters, brings about the death of her lover and of her brother too. The two aspects join in the final silence. At least Hamlet, ever conscious, has had a chance to describe in despair the insoluble knot of his guilt. Quote, "I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not with all their quantity of love make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her?" End quote. And now Kullervo. Setala's analysis of the whole parallel goes as follows. As concerns generalities, brother kills brother. One son survives, who sets his mind on revenge from earliest childhood. The uncle tries to kill him, but he succeeds in achieving his revenge. As concerns details, Setala wants to identify the stakes and hooks, which the hero in all northern versions shapes or carves, sitting at the hearth. Briam does it in a smithy with the golden hook or rake that little Kullervo, sitting in the middle of the fire, holds in his hands, stirring the flames. Each hero, including Kullervo in one of the versions found by Setala, makes it clear that he means to avenge his father. With some puzzlement, Setala brings out one other point which will turn out to be crucial later on. In every northern version there is some dark utterance about the sea. The words are weird. Hamlet wants to cut the big ham with the steering oar. The child Kullervo is found measuring the depth of the sea with an oar or with a ladle. Kalevipoeg, the Estonian counterpart of Kullervo, Kalevanapoika, measures the depth of lakes with his height. Amlodi Ambals, sitting by a bottomless mountain lake, says only, "Into water wind has come, into water wind will go." Chapter 3. The Iranian Parallel. The Hamlet theme moves now to Persia. Ferdowsi's Shahnameh, the Book of Kings, is the national epic of Iran. And Ferdowsi, circa AD 1010, is still today the national poet. At the time Ferdowsi wrote, his protector, Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna, had shifted the center of his power to India, and the Iranian Empire had long been only a memory. With prodigious scholarship, Ferdowsi, like Homer before him, undertook to organize and record the Zendic tradition, which extended back from historic times into the purely mythical. The first section on the Pishdadian and Kayanian dynasties must be considered mythical throughout, although it does reach into historic times and encompasses 4 of the 9 volumes of the Book of Kings in the English translation. Khosros in Greek, is also the name of a line of historical rulers, one of whom, Khusrau Anushirvan, gave sanctuary to the last philosophers of Greece, the members of the Platonic Academy driven out by Justinian in AD 529. But Ferdowsi's Kai Khusrau is the towering figure of his own mythical age. Almost 1/5 of the whole work is allotted to him. He is actually the Hausrava of the Zend Avesta, and also the Rigvedic Shushrava, an identity which raises again the much discussed question of a common Indo-European Urzeit, the time of origins. The common features of Saxo's Amlethus and Kai Khusrau are so striking that Giorgio and after him Zenker undertook detailed comparative studies. But they concluded that the Greek saga of Bellerophon might provide a common origin, and that was the end of their quest. Classical antiquity has a magnetic quality for the scholarly mind. It acts upon it like the great lodestone mountain in Sinbad. The frail philological bark comes apart as soon as Greece looms over the horizon. Bellerophon's somber tale would provide a parallel too, but does that have to be the end of the trail? As Herodotus ruefully remarks, his own Hellenic antiquity goes back in recorded memory but a few centuries. Beyond that, it blends with the Indo-European patrimony of legends. In the vast flow of the Shahnameh, one prominent feature is the perpetual war between Untamo and Kalervo. Here, the 2 rival peoples of Turan and Iran. Because the vicissitudes of the Kayanian dynasty of Iran are spread over a narrative twice as long as both epics of Milton combined, it is necessary here to concentrate on one essential aspect. The Iranian plot shows some displacement in that Afrasiab the Turanian kills, instead of his brother, his nephew Siawush, who is also his son-in-law, so that the avenger of this crime is bound to come forth as the common grandson of the hostile Turanian Shah Afrasiab and his brother, the noble Iranian Shah Kai Kaus, the same one who plays no small role in the Rig Veda as Kavya Ushanas, and in the Avesta as Kavi Usan. Siawush, as commander of his father's army, offers peace to the Turanian Afrasiab, who accepts the offer because he has had a catastrophic dream. This dream resembles those of Tarquin and Embalis. Kai Kaus does not trust Afrasiab and declines peace. Siawush, not wishing to break his own treaty with Turan, goes to live with Afrasiab. Afrasiab honors the young man in every way and gives him a large province, which he rules excellently, i.e., in the Golden Age style of his father Kai Kaus. Siawush marries first a daughter of the Turanian Piran. Then Shah Afrasiab gives him his own daughter, Ferrangus. But there is a serpent in that garden. Afrasiab's jealous brother Garsivas, an early Polonius, plots so successfully against Siawush that Afrasiab finally sends an army against the blameless young ruler. Siawush is captured and killed. The widowed Ferrangus escapes, accompanied by Piran. Siawish's first father-in-law, to Piran's home, where she gives birth to a boy of great beauty, Kai Khusrau, Afrasiab's and Kai Kaus' common grandson. One dark and moonless night, while birds, wild beasts, and cattle slept, Piran in dream beheld a splendor that outshone the sun itself, while Siawish, enthroned and sword in hand, called loudly to him, saying, "Rest no more, throw off sweet sleep, and think of times to come, for from today new feasts and customs date, because tonight is born Shakai Khusrau." The chieftain roused him from his sweet repose. Gulshar the sunny-faced woke. Piran said unto her, "Arise, betake thyself to minister to Ferragus, for I saw Siawish in sleep a moment since, surpassing both the sun and moon in lustre, and crying, 'Sleep no more, but join the feast of Kai Khusrau, the monarch of the world.'" Gulshar came hasting to the moon and saw the prince already born. She went with cries of joy that made the palace ring again, back to Piran the chief. "Thou wouldst say," she cried, "that king and moon are fairly matched." With this prophetic dream of a great new age begins a long time of trials for the predestined hero. The boy grows up among the shepherds. He becomes a great hunter with a crude bow and arrows that he makes for himself without arrowheads or feathers, like Hamlet whittling his stakes. Grandfather Afrasiab, being afraid of the boy, orders the prince brought to him so that he can convince himself his victim is harmless. Although Afrasiab has sworn solemnly not to hurt Khusrau, Piran urges the boy to play the village idiot for his own safety. When the tyrant questions him with feigned benevolence, Kai Khusrau answers in the very same style as Amlethus did, in riddles which sound senseless and indicate that young Khusrau likens himself to a dog. The usurper feels relieved. The fellow is a fool. Now, the tale of vengeance, unduly abbreviated by Saxo's report and in other versions, is told by Ferdowsi with an appropriately majestic setting and on a grand scale. The anger of Iran and the world stemming from the death of Siawish is orchestrated apocalyptically into a cosmic tumult. "The world was all revenge, and thou hadst said, 'It is a seething sea.' Earth had no room for walking, air was ambushed by the spears, the stars began to fray, and time and earth washed hands in mischief." Still, the two arch-criminals managed to escape and hide with inexhaustible resourcefulness. Afrasiab even plays Proteus in the waters of a deep salt lake, constantly assuming new shapes to evade capture. Finally, 2 volumes and a multitude of events later, Afrasiab and the evil counselor are caught with a lasso or a net, and both perish. Only by going back to the Avestan tradition can one make sense of the many vicissitudes to which the yashts or hymns of the Avesta allude repeatedly. The Shahs Kai Khusrau and Afrasiab were contending in a quest for the enigmatic Havarna, rendered as the glory or the charisma of fortune. To obtain it, the Shahs kept sacrificing 100 horses, 1,000 oxen, 10,000 lambs to the goddess Anahita, who is a kind of Ishtar Artemis. Now, this glory that belongs to the Aryan nations, born and unborn, and to the holy Zarathustra, was in Lake Vurukasha. Afrasib, Shah of the non-Aryan Turanians, was not entitled to it, but leaving his hiding place in an underground palace of iron 1,000 times the height of a man, and illuminated by artificial sun, moon, and stars, he tried 3 times to capture the Havarna, plunging into Lake Vurukasha. However, the glory escaped, the glory fled away, the glory changed its seat. There will be more discussion of Afra Sahib's attempts and his horrible utterances in the chapter of Time and the Rivers. The glory was, instead, allotted to Kai Khusrau, and it was bestowed upon him without much ado. At this point, it is fair to say that Havarna stands for legitimacy or heavenly mandate, which is granted to rulers, but is also easily withdrawn. Yima, or Jamshid, the earliest world ruler, lost it 3 times. The story of diving Afrasiab has had many offshoots in Eurasian folklore. There the Turanian Shah is spelled devil, and God causes him to dive to the bottom of the sea, so that in the meantime one of the archangels, or Saint Elias, can steal a valuable object which is the legal property of the devil. Sometimes the object is the sun, sometimes the divine power, or thunder and lightning, or even a treaty between God and devil, which had turned out to be unprofitable for God. There remains the essential denouement. During those eventful years, Kai Kaus had joint rulership with his grandson, secure in the glory. Shortly after the victory over the upstart, Kai Kaus dies and Kai Khusrau ascends the ivory throne. For 60 years, says the poem, the whole world was obedient to his sway. It is striking that there is no word of any event after Kai Kaus's death. Maybe it is because all has been achieved. Happy reigns have no history. But it is told that Kai Khusrau falls into deep melancholy and soul-searching. He fears he may grow arrogant in soul, corrupt in thought, like his predecessors Yima, Jamshid, and, among others, Kai Kaus himself, who had tried to get himself carried to heaven by eagles like the Babylonian Etana. So he makes the supreme decision, quote, "And now I deem it better to depart to God in all my glory, because this Kaian crown and throne will pass." End quote. The great Shah, then, who had once stated at his first joint enthronement, quote, "The whole world is my kingdom, all is mine, from Pisces downward to the bull's head," end quote, prepares his departure, takes leave of his paladins, waving aside their supplications and those of his whole army. Quote, "A cry rose from the army of Iran, the sun hath wandered from its way in heaven." End quote. The dream of Tarquin finds here an early echo. The Shah appoints as his successor Lurasp and wanders off to a mountaintop accompanied by 5 of his paladins, to whom he announces in the evening, before they sit down for the last time to talk of the great past they have lived together. Quote, "What time the radiant sun shall raise its flag, and turn the darksome earth to liquid gold, then is the time when I shall pass away, and haply with Surush for company." End quote. Toward dawn, he addresses his friends once more. Quote, "Farewell forever. When the sky shall bring the sun again, ye shall not look on me. Henceforth save in your dreams. Moreover, be not here on the morrow on these arid sands, although the clouds rain musk, for from the mountains will rise a furious blast, and snap the boughs and leafage of the trees. A storm of snow will shower down from heaven's lowering rack, and towards Iran ye will not find the track." The chieftains' heads were heavy at the news. The warriors slept in pain, and when the sun rose over the hills, the Shah had disappeared. End quote. The 5 paladins are lost and buried in the snowstorm. This theme of sleep in the hour of Gethsemane will occur more than once. In Gilgamesh, the myth of Quetzalcoatl is even more circumstantial. The exiled ruler is escorted by the dwarves and hunchbacks who are also lost in the snow along what is now the Cortez Pass, while their ruler goes on to the sea and departs. But here at least he promises to come back and judge the living and the dead. Chapter 4: History, Myth, and Reality. The strange end of the Iranian tale, which concludes with an ascent to heaven, like that of Elias, leaves the reader wondering if this is the national epos, almost one half of it in content. Where is the epic and the tragic element? In fact, there is a full measure of the Homeric narrative in Firdausi that had to be left aside. There are great battles, as on the windy plains of Troy, challenges and duels, the incredible feats of heroes like Rustum and Zal, abductions and intrigues, infinite subplots of the tale, infinite enough for a bard to entertain his patrons for weeks and to ensure him a durable supply of haunches of venison. But the intervention of the gods in the tale is not so humanized as in the Iliad, although it shows through repeatedly in complicated symbolism and bizarre fairy tales. The conflict of will and fate is not to the measure of man. What has been traced above is a confusing story of dynastic succession under a shadowy glory, a glory without high events, keyed to a Hamlet situation and an unexplained melancholy. The essence is an unsubstantial pageant of ambiguous abstractions, an elusive ballet of wildly symbolic actions tied to ritual magic and religious doctrines, with motivations which bear no parallel to normal ones. The whole thing is a puzzle to be interpreted through hymns, very much as in the Rig Veda. But here at last there is given apertus verbis one key to the imagery. Khusrau's crowning words, quote, "The whole world is my kingdom, all is mine, from Pisces downward to the bull's head." End quote. If a hero of the Western Hemisphere were to proclaim, "All of this continent is mine, from Hatteras to Eastport," he would be considered afflicted with a one-dimensional fancy. Does that stretch of coast stand in his mind for a whole continent? Yet here the words make perfect sense, because Kai Khusrau does not refer to the Earth. He designates that section of the zodiac comprised between Pisces and Aldebaran, the 30 degrees which cover the constellation Aries. It means that his reign is not only of heaven, it is essentially of time. The dimension of heaven is time. Kai Khusrau comes in as a function of time, preordained by events in the zodiac. Quote, "For from today new feasts and customs date." End quote. Why Aries, and what it all imports, is not relevant at this point. It turns out that ruler of Aries was the established title of supreme power in Iran. And it may have meant as much or as little as Holy Roman Emperor in the West. What counts is that Rome is a place on earth whose prestige is connected with a certain historical period, whereas Aries is a zone of heaven, or rather, since heaven keeps moving, a certain time determined by heavenly motion in connection with that constellation. Rome is a historic fact, even eternal Rome, which was once and then is left only to memory. Aries is a labeled time and is bound to come back within certain cycles. Even if Kai Khusrau is conceived as a worldly ruler in an epos which prefaces history, it is clear that no modern historical or naturalistic imagination can provide the key to such minds as those of the Iranian bards, out of whose rhapsodies the learned Firdausi organized the story. No basis in history can be found. No fertility or seasonal symbolism can be traced into it. And even the psychoanalysts have given up trying. This type of thought can be defined in one way. It is essentially cosmological. This is not to make things uselessly difficult, but to outline the real frame of mythical thought, such as is actually quite familiar and yet by now hardly recognized. It even appears in the mode of lyrical meditation, at least in the English of Fitzgerald. Quote, Iram indeed is gone with all its rose, and Jamshid's seven-ringed cup where no one knows, but still the vine her ancient ruby yields, and still a garden by the water blows. And look, 1,000 blossoms with the day woke, and 1,000 scattered into clay, and the first summer month that brings the rose shall take Jamshid and Kai Kubad away. But come with old Khayyam, and leave the lot of Kai Kubad and Kai Khosrau forgot. End quote. Omar Khayyam may speak as a weary skeptic or a mystical Sufi, but all he speaks of is understood as real. The heroes of the past are as real as the friends for whom he is writing, as the vine and the roses and the waters, as his own direct experience of flux and impermanence in life. When he makes his earthenware pots to feel and think, it is no literary trope. It is the knowledge that all transient things are caught in the same transmutation, that all substance is one, the stuff that pots and men and dreams are made of. This is what could be called living reality, and it is singularly different from ordinary or objective reality. When the poet thinks that this brick here may be the clay that was once Kai Khosrau, he rejoins Hamlet, musing in the graveyard. Quote, To what base uses we return, Horatio? Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till it find it stopping a bunghole? End quote. Here are already 4 characters, 2 of them unreal, 2 lost in the haze of time, yet all equally present in our game, whereas most concrete characters, say the Director of Internal Revenue, are not. However, they may affect us otherwise. In that realm of true existence, we shall find stars and vines and roses and water, the eternal forms, and it will include also the ideas of mathematics, another form of direct experience. The world of history is outside it as a whole. Khayyam does not, any more than Firdausi a generation later, mention the glories of Cyrus and Artaxerxes, but only mythical heroes, just as our own Middle Ages ignored history and spoke of Arthur and Gawain. It had been all once upon a time. And if Dante brings back myths so powerfully to life, it is because his own contemporaries believed themselves truly descended from Dardanus and Troy, and wondered whether the Lord Ulysses might not still be alive, whereas Kaiser Barbarossa, asleep in his Kyffhauser mountain, that must surely be a fable like Snow White. Or is it? Fairy tales are easily dismissed for their familiar sound. But it might turn out that such great imperial figures turned into legend have a hidden life of their own, that they follow the laws of myth laid down long before them. Even as King Arthur did not really die but lives on in the depth of a mystic lake, according to Merlin's prophecy, so Godfrey of Viterbo, circa 1190, who had been in Barbarossa's service, alone brings the true version. It is the orthodox one. In strangely preserved archaic language, the emperor sleeps on in the depth of the watery abyss where the retired rulers of the world are. A distinction begins to appear between myth and fable. Hamlet is showing himself in the aspect of a true myth, a universal one. He is still that now, and Khayyam was the greatest mathematician of his time, the author of a planned calendar reform which turned out to be even more precise than the one that was adopted later as the Gregorian calendar, an intellect in whom trenchant skepticism could coexist with profound Sufi intellection. He knew full well that Jamshid's seven-ringed cup is not lost, since it stands for the seven planetary circles of which Jamshid is the ruler, just as Jamshid's magic mirror goes on reflecting the whole world as it is the sky itself. But it is natural to let them retain their iridescent mystery, since they belong to the living reality, like Plato's whorls and his spindle of necessity, or like Hamlet himself. What then were Jamshid or Kai Khusrau? To the simple, a magic image, a fable. To those who understood, a reflection of time itself, obviously one of its major aspects. They could be recognized under many names in many places, even conflicting allusions. It was always the same myth, and that was enough. It expressed the laws of the universe in that specific language, the language of time. This was the way to talk about the cosmos. All that is living reality, sub specia transuntis, has a tale, as it appears in awesome or appalling or comforting aspects, in the fearful symmetry of tigers or theorems, or stars in their courses, but always alive to the soul. It is a play of transmutations which include us, ruled by time, framed in the eternal forms. A thought ruled by time can be expressed only in myth. When mythical languages were universal and self-explanatory, thought was also self-sufficient. It could seek no explanation of itself in other terms, for it was reality expressed as living. As Goethe said, alles vergänglich ist nur ein Gleichnis. Men today are trained to think in spatial terms to localize objects. After childhood, the first question is, where and when did it happen? As science and history invade the whole landscape of thought, the events of myth recede into mere fable. They appear as escape fantasies, unlocated, hardly serious, their space ubiquitous, their time circular. Yet some of those stories are so strong that they have lived on vividly. These are true myths. These personages are unmistakably identified, yet elusively fluid in outline. They tell of gigantic figures and superhuman events which seem to occupy the whole living space between heaven and earth. Those figures often lend their names to historical persons in passing and then vanish. Any attempt to tie them down to history, even to the tradition of great and catastrophic events, is invariably a sure way to a false trail. Historical happenings will never explain mythical events. Plutarch already knew as much. Instead, mythical figures have invaded history under counterfeit presentments and subtly shaped it into their own ends. This is a working rule which was established long ago, and it has proved constantly valid if one is dealing with true myth and not with ordinary legends. To be sure, mythical figures are born and pass on, but not quite like mortals. There have to be characteristic styles for them, like the once and future king. Were they once? Then they have been before, or will be again, in other names, under other aspects, even as the sky brings back forever its configurations. Surely, if one tried to pinpoint them as persons and things, they would melt before his eyes, like the products of sick fantasy. But if one respects their true nature, they will reveal that nature as functions. Functions of what? Of the general order of things as it could be conceived. These figures express the behavior of that vast complex of variables once called the cosmos. They combine in themselves variety, eternity, and recurrence, for such is the nature of the cosmos itself. That the cosmos might be infinite seems to have remained beyond the threshold of awareness of humankind up to the time of Lucretius, of Bruno, and Galileo himself, who had serious doubts on the matter, agreed with all his predecessors that surely the universe is eternal, and that hence all its changes come under the law of periodicity and recurrence. What is eternal, Aristotle said, is circular, and what is circular is eternal. That was the mature conclusion of human thought over millennia. It was, as has been said, an obsession with circularity. There is nothing new under the sun, but all things come back in ever-varying recurrence. Even the hateful word revolution referred once only to those of the celestial orbs. The cosmos was one vast system, full of gears within gears, enormously intricate in its connections, which could be likened to a many-dialed clock. Its functions appeared and disappeared all over the system, like strange cuckoos in the clock, and wonderful tales were woven around them to describe their behavior. But just as in an engine, one cannot understand each part until one has understood the way all the parts interconnect in the system. Similarly, Rudyard Kipling, in a droll allegory, The Ship That Found Herself, once explained what happens on a new ship in her shakedown voyage. All the parts spring into clamorous being as each plays its role for the first time. The plunging pistons, the groaning cylinders, the robust propeller shaft, the straining bulkheads, the chattering rivets, each feeling at the center of the stage, each telling the steam about its own unique and incomparable feats, until at last they subside into silence, as a new deep voice is heard, that of the ship who has found her identity at last. This is exactly what happens with the great array of myths. All the myths presented tales, some of them weird, incoherent, or outlandish, and some epic and tragic. At last it is possible to understand them as partial representations of a system, as functions of a whole. The vastness and complexity of the system is only beginning to take shape as the parts fall into place. The only thing to do is proceed inductively, step by step, avoiding preconceptions and letting the argument lead toward its own conclusions. In the simple story of Kai Khosrau, the Hamlet-like features are curiously preordained, although it is not clear to what end. The king's power is explicitly linked in time and space with the moving configurations of the heavens. It is common knowledge that heaven, in its motion, does provide coordinates for time and place on Earth. The navigator's business is to operate on this connection between above and below, but in the early centuries the connection was infinitely richer in meaning. No historical monarch, however convinced of his charisma, could have said, "The whole world is my kingdom, all is mine from Pisces to Aldebaran." Earthly concepts seem to have been transferred to heaven, and inversely. In fact, this world of myth imbricates uranography and geography into a whole, which is really one cosmography, and the geographical features referred to can be mystifying, as they may imply either of these domains or both. For instance, when the rivers Oceanos or Eridanos are mentioned, are they not conceived as being first in heaven and then eventually on earth too? It is as if any region beyond ancient man's direct ken were to be found simply upwards. True events, even in an official epic like the Shahnameh, are not earth-directed. They tend to move upwards. This is the original form of astrology, which is both vaster and less defined than the later classic form which Ptolemy set forth. Even as the cosmos is one, so cosmography is made up of inextricably intertwined data. To say that events on Earth reflect those in heaven is a misleading simplification to begin with. In Aristotelian language, form is said to be metaphysically prior to matter. But both go together. It is still necessary to discover which is the focus of true events in heaven. To recapitulate for clarity, whatever is true myth has no historical basis, however tempting the reduction, however massive and well-armed the impact of a good deal of modern criticism on that belief. The attempt to reduce myth to history is the so-called Euhemerist trend, from the name of Euhemeros, the first debunker. It was a wave of fashion which is now receding, for it was too simple-minded to last. Myth is essentially cosmological. As heaven and the cosmos is so vastly more important than our earth, it should not be surprising to find the main functions deriving from heaven. To identify them under a variety of appearances is a matter of mythological judgment, of the capacity to recognize essential forms through patient sifting of the immense amount of material. Hamlet is here Kullervo, there Brutus or Kai Khusrau, but always recognizably the same. Jamshid reappears as Yama among the Indo-Aryans, as Huang Ti, the Yellow Emperor, in China, and under many other names. There was always the tacit understanding for those who spoke the archaic language, who were involved in the archaic cosmos, that he is everywhere the same function. And who is the demiurge? He has many names indeed. Plato does not care to explain in our terms. Is this personage a semi-scientific fiction, the manufacturer of a planetarium, just as the lost continent of Atlantis is a semi-historical fiction? The author himself says only that such stories are not quite serious, yet they are surely not a spoof. Plato, who shaped what is called philosophy and its language, who was the master of its penetrating distinction, reverts to the language of myth when he feels he has to, and he uses that ancient language as if to the manner born. In this accounting for past myths, the heart of the problem remains elusive. Kipling was a writer still marvelously attuned to the juvenile mind that lives in most of us, but the fact is that myth itself as a whole is a lost world. The last forms or rehearsals of a true myth took place in medieval culture, the romance of Alexander, and the Arthurian myth as it is found in Malory. There are other stories, we call them history, of man's conquest over nature, the telling of the great adventure of mankind as a whole. But here it is only faceless social man who is winning man's victories. It is not the history of technology. It is, if anything, science fiction that can bring in the adventures of the future. Science fiction, when it is good, is a wholly valid attempt at restoring a mythical element, with its adventures and tragedies, its meditations on man's errors and man's fate. For true tragedy is an essential component or outcome of myth. Possibly, history can be given a minute of timeliness and then dismissed with its load of interpretations and apprehensions that last as long as the reading. But the real present, the only thing that counts, is the eternal Sphinx. Today's children, that impassive posterity to whom all reverence is due, know where to look for myths. In animal life, in the jungle books, in the stories of Lassie and Flipper, where innocence is unassailable, in Western adventures suitably arranged by grown-ups for the protection of law and order. Much of the rest, sedulously built up by mass media, is modern prejudice and delusion, like the glamour of royalty or the perfection of super detergents and cosmetics, superstitio, leftovers. So one might feel tempted to say, actually, however, no particle of myth today is left over, and we have to do only with the deliberate lie about the human condition. Tolkien's efforts at reviving the genre, whatever the talent employed, carry as much conviction as the traditional $3 bill. The assumed curious child would have been pleased only if he had been told the story of the engine just as Kipling tells it, which is hardly the style of a mechanical engineer. But suppose now the child had been confronted with the story of a planet as it emerges from the textbooks of celestial mechanics, and had been asked to calculate its orbits and perturbations. This would be a task for a joyless grown-up, and a professional one at that. Who else could face the pages bristling with partial differential equations, with long series of approximations, with integrals contrived from pointless quadratures? Truly a world of reserved knowledge. But if, on the other hand, a person living several thousand years ago had been confronted with cunningly built tales of Saturn's reign and of his exorbitant building and modeling activities, after he had separated heaven and earth by means of that fateful sickle, that is, after he had established the obliquity of the ecliptic, if he had heard of Jupiter's ways of command and his innumerable escapades, populating the earth with gentle nymphs forever crossed in their quest for happiness, escapades that were invariably successful in spite of the constant watchfulness of his jealous, ox-eyed, or sometimes dog-eyed spouse, if this person also learned of the fierce adventures of Mars and the complex mutual involvement of gods and heroes expressing themselves in terms of action and unvarying numbers, he would have been a participant in the process of mythical knowledge. This knowledge would have been transmitted by his elders, confirmed by holy commands, rehearsed by symbolic experiences in the form of musical rites and performances involving his whole people. He would have found it easier to respect than comprehend, but it would have led to an idea of the overall texture of the cosmos. In his own person, he would have been part of a genuine theory of cosmology, one he had absorbed by heart, that was responsive to his emotions and one that could act on his aspirations and dreams. This kind of participation in ultimate things, now extremely difficult for anyone who is not graduated in astrophysics, was then possible to some degree for everyone, and nowhere could it be vulgarized. That is what is meant here by mythical knowledge. It was understood only by a very few. It appealed to many, and it is forever intractable for those who approached it through mathematics for the million, or by speculations on the unconscious. In other words, this is a selective and difficult approach, employing the means at hand and much thought, limited surely, but resistant to falsification. How in former times essential knowledge was transmitted on two or more intellectual levels can be learned from Germain Dieterlen's introduction to Marcel Grial's Conversations with Ogotemeli, which deals with Dogon education and with the personal experience of the members of La Mission Grial, who had to wait 16 years before the sage old men of the tribe decided to, quote, open the door, end quote. The description is revealing enough to be quoted in full. Quote, in African societies which have preserved their traditional organization, the number of persons who are trained in this knowledge is quite considerable. This they call deep knowledge, in contrast with simple knowledge, which is regarded as only a beginning in the understanding of beliefs and customs that people who are not fully instructed in the cosmogony possess. There are various reasons for the silence that is generally observed on this subject. To a natural reserve before strangers who, even when sympathetic, remain unconsciously imbued with a feeling of superiority, one must add the present situation of rapid change in African societies through contact with mechanization and the influence of school teaching. But among groups where tradition is still vigorous, this knowledge, which is expressly characterized as esoteric, is only secret in the following sense. It is in fact open to all who show a will to understand, so long as, by their social position and moral conduct, they are judged worthy of it. Thus, every family head, every priest, every grown-up person responsible for some small fraction of social life can, as part of the social group, acquire knowledge on condition that he has the patience, and, as the African phrase has it, he comes to sit by the side of the competent elders. over the period and in the state of mind necessary. Then he will receive answers to all his questions, but it will take years. Instruction begun in childhood during assemblies and rituals of the age sets continues, in fact, throughout life. These various aspects of African civilization gradually became clear in the course of intensive studies undertaken among several of the peoples of Mali and Upper Volta over more than a decade. In the case of the Dogon, concerning whom there have already been numerous publications, these studies have made possible the elaboration of a synthesis covering the greater part of their activities. We should now record the important occurrence during the field expedition of 1947 which led to the writing of this particular study. From 1931, the Dogon had answered questions and commented on observations made during previous field trips on the basis of the interpretation of facts which they call la parole de face. This is the simple knowledge which they give in the first instance to all inquirers. Publications of information obtained before the studies in 1948 relate to this first level of interpretation. But the Dogon came to recognize the great perseverance of Marcel Grial and his team in their inquiries, and that it was becoming increasingly difficult to answer the multiplicity of questions without moving on to a different level. They appreciated our eagerness for an understanding which earlier explanations had certainly not satisfied, and which was clearly more important to us than anything else. Grial had also shown a constant interest in the daily life of the Dogon, appreciating their efforts to exploit a difficult country where there was a serious lack of water in the dry season, and our relationships, which had thus extended beyond those of ethnographical enquiry, became more and more trusting and affectionate. In the light of all this, the Dogon took their own decision, of which we learned only later when they told us themselves. The elders of the lineages of the double village of Ogol and the most important totemic priests of the region of Sangha met together and decided that the more esoteric aspects of their religion should be fully revealed to Professor Grial. To begin this, they chose one of their best informed members, Ogotameli, who, as will be seen in the introduction, arranged the first interview. This first exposition lasted exactly the number of days recorded in the Diu Diao, in which the meandering flow of information is faithfully reported. Although we knew nothing of it at the time, the progress of this instruction by Ogotameli was being reported on daily to the Council of Elders and Priests. The seriousness and importance of providing this expose of Dogon belief was all the greater because the Dogon elders knew perfectly well that in doing so they were opening the door not merely to these 30 days of information, but to later and more intensive work which was to extend over months and years. They never withdrew from this decision, and we should like to express here our grateful thanks to them. After Ogotameli's death, others carried on the work, and since Professor Grial's death, they have continued with the same patience and eagerness to complete the task they had undertaken. These later inquiries have made possible the publication of the many further studies cited in the bibliography and the preparation of a detailed treatise entitled Le Renard Pâle, the first part of which is now in press. And in 1963, as this is written, the investigation still continues. Intermezzo, a guide for the perplexed. This book is highly unconventional, and often the flow of the tales will be interrupted to put in words of guidance in the fashion of the Middle Ages to emphasize salient points. To begin with, there is no system that can be presented in modern analytical terms. There is no key, and there are no principles from which a presentation can be deduced. The structure comes from a time when there was no such thing as a system in our sense, and it would be unfair to search for one. There could hardly have been one among people who committed all their ideas to memory. It can be considered a pure structure of numbers. From the beginning, we considered calling this essay Art of the Fugue, and that excludes any world picture, a point that cannot be stressed strongly enough. Any effort to use a diagram is bound to lead into contradiction. It is a matter of times and rhythm. The subject has the nature of a hologram, something that has to be present as a whole to the mind. Archaic thought is cosmological first and last. It faces the gravest implications of a cosmos in ways which reverberate in later classic philosophy. The chief implication is a profound awareness that the fabric of the cosmos is not only determined, but overdetermined, and in a way that does not permit the simple location of any of its agents, whether simple magic or astrology, forces, gods, numbers, planetary powers, Platonic forms, Aristotelian essences, or Stoic substances. Physical reality here cannot be analytical in the Cartesian sense. It cannot be reduced to concreteness, even if misplaced. Being is change, motion, and rhythm, the irresistible circle of time, the incidence of the right moment as determined by the skies. There are many events described with appropriate terrestrial imagery that do not, however, happen on Earth. In this book there is mention of floods. In tradition, not one but 3 floods are registered. One being the biblical flood, equivalents of which are mentioned in Sumerian and Babylonian annals. The efforts of pious archaeologists to connect the biblical narrative with geophysical events are highly conjectural. There have been floods in Mesopotamia causing grievous loss of life. There still are in the river plains of China and elsewhere, but none of the total nature that the Bible describes. There are tales, too, of cataclysmic deluges throughout the great continental masses, in Asia and America, told by peoples who have never seen the sea or lakes or great rivers. The floods the Greeks described, like the flood of Deucalion, are as mythical as the narrative of Genesis. Greece is not submersible unless by tsunamis. Deucalion and his wife landed on Mount Parnassus, high above Delphi, the navel of the earth, and were the only survivors of this flood, the second sent by Zeus in order to destroy the men of one world age. Classical authors disagreed on the specification of which world age. Ovid voted for the Iron Age. Plato's Solon keeps his conversation with the Egyptian priest on a mythical level, and his discussion of the 2 types of world destruction, by fire or water, is astronomical. The floods refer to an old astronomical image based on an abstract geometry. That this is not an easy picture is not to be wondered at, considering the objective difficulty of the science of astronomy. But although a modern reader does not expect a text on celestial mechanics to read like a lullaby, he insists on his capacity to understand mythical images instantly, because he can respect as scientific only page-long approximation formulas and the like. He does not think of the possibility that equally relevant knowledge might once have been expressed in everyday language. He never suspects such a possibility, although the visible accomplishments of ancient cultures, to mention only the pyramids or metallurgy, should be a cogent reason for concluding that serious and intelligent men were at work behind the stage, men who were bound to have used a technical terminology. Thus, archaic imagery is strictly verbal, representing a specific type of scientific language, which must not be taken at its face value, nor accepted as expressing more or less childish beliefs. Cosmic phenomena and rules were articulated in the language or terminology of myth, where each keyword was at least as dark as the equations and convergent series by means of which our modern scientific grammar is built up. To state it briefly, as we're going to do, is not to explain it. Far from it. First, what was the Earth? In the most general sense, the Earth was the ideal plane laid through the ecliptic. The dry Earth, in a more specific sense, was the ideal plane going through the celestial equator. The equator thus divided two halves of the zodiac, which ran on the ecliptic, 23½ inclined to the equator, one half being dry land, the northern band of the zodiac, reaching from the vernal to the autumnal equinox, the other representing the waters below, the equinoctial plain, the southern arc of the zodiac, reaching from the autumnal equinox via the winter solstice to the vernal equinox. The terms vernal equinox, winter solstice, etc., are used intentionally because myth deals with time, periods of time which correspond to angular measures, and not with tracts in space. This could be neglected were it not for the fact that the equinoctial points, and therefore the solstitial ones too, do not remain forever where they should in order to make celestial goings-on easier to understand, namely at the spot with respect to the sphere of the fixed stars. Instead, they stubbornly move along the ecliptic in the opposite direction to the yearly course of the sun, that is, against the right sequence of the zodiacal signs, Taurus to Aries to Pisces instead of Pisces to Aries to Taurus. This phenomenon is called the precession of the equinoxes, and it was conceived as causing the rise and the cataclysmic fall of ages of the world. Its cause is a bad habit of the axis of our globe, which turns around in the manner of a spinning top, its tip being in the center of our small earth ball, whence our earth axis, prolonged to the celestial North Pole, describes a circle around the North Pole of the ecliptic, the true center of the planetary system, the radius of this circle being of the same magnitude as the obliquity of the ecliptic with respect to the equator, 23½. The time which this prolonged axis needs to circumscribe the ecliptical North Pole is roughly 26,000 years, during which period it points to one star after another. Around 3000 BC, the pole star was Alpha Draconis. At the time of the Greeks, it was Beta Ursae Minoris. For the time being, it is Alpha Ursae Minoris. In AD 14,000, it will be Vega. The equinoxes, the points of intersection of ecliptic and equator, swinging from the spinning axis of the Earth, move with the same speed of 26,000 years along the ecliptic. The sun's position among the constellations at the vernal equinox was the pointer that indicated the hours of the precessional cycle. Very long hours indeed, the equinoctial sun occupying each zodiacal constellation for about 2,200 years. The constellation that rose in the east just before the sun, that is, rose heliacally, marked the place where the sun rested. At this time it was known as the sun's carrier, and as the main pillar of the sky, the vernal equinox being recognized as the fiducial point of the system, determining the first degree of the sun's yearly cycle and the first day of the year. When we say it was recognized, we mean that it was spelled carrier or pillar and the like. It must be kept in mind that we are dealing with a specific terminology and not with vague and primitively rude beliefs. At time zero, say 5000 BC, there are reasons for this approximate date, the sun was in Gemini. It moved ever so slowly from Gemini into Taurus, then Aries, then Pisces, which it still occupies and will for some centuries more. The advent of Christ the fish marks our age. It was hailed by Virgil shortly before Anno Domini. A new great order of centuries is now being born, which earned Virgil the strange title of prophet of Christianity. The preceding age, that of Aries, had been heralded by Moses coming down from Mount Sinai as two-horned, that is, crowned with the ram's horns, while his flock disobediently insisted upon dancing around the golden calf, that was, rather, a golden bull, Taurus. Thus, the revolving heavens gave the key. The events of our globe receding into insignificance, attention was focused on the supernal presences, away from the phenomenal chaos around us. What moved in heaven of its own motion, the planets in their weeks and years took on ever more awesome dignity. They were the persons of true becoming. The zodiac was where things really happened. For the planets, the true inhabitants knew what they were doing, and mankind was only passive to their behest. It is revealing to look at the figure drawn by a West Sudanese Dogon at the request of Professor Zehan, showing the world egg with the inhabited world between the tropics. The Dogon are fully aware of the fact that the region between the terrestrial tropics is not the best of inhabitable quarters, and so were their teachers of far-off times, the archaic scientists who coined the terminology of myth. What counted was the zodiacal band between the celestial tropics, delivering the houses and the inns, the masks or prosopa, and the disguises to the much-traveling and shape-shifting planets. How far this point of view was from modern indifference can hardly be appreciated except by those who can see the dimensions of the historical chasm that opened with the adoption of the Copernican doctrine. What had been for Sir Thomas Browne an O altitudo crowded with religious emotions, presences, and presentiments has become a platitude that could at best inspire a Russian cosmonaut with the triumphant observation, quote, "I have been up in the sky and nowhere did I find God." End quote. Astronomy has come down into the realm of exterior ballistics, a subject for the adventures of the Space Patrol. One might say that it takes a wrenching effort of the imagination to restore in us the capacity for wonder of an Aristotle, but it would be misleading to talk of us generally, because the average Babylonian or Greek showed as little inclination to wonder at order and law in nature as our average contemporaries do. It has been, and will be, the mark of a true scientific mind to search for and to wonder at the invariable structure of number behind the manifold appearances. It needs the adequate expectation, the firm confidence in sense, and sense does mean number and order for us, since the birth of high civilization, to discover the periodical system of the elements, or further on, Balmer's series. Whence it is much easier for a great scientist, for instance Galileo, Kepler, or Newton, to appreciate master feats of early mathematicians than it is for the average humanist of all ages. No professional historian of culture is likely to understand better the intellectual frame of mind of the Maya than the astronomer Hans Ludendorff has done. It is not so much the enormous number of new facts established by scientists in the many centuries between antiquity and the 20th century which separates us from the outlook of our great scientific ancestors, but the deteriorated expectations ruling our time. Kepler's quest, were he living today, would be to discover a modified perspective from which to rediscover the harmonious mundi on another scale. But after all, what else, if not such a quest for the establishment of a new kind of cosmos, is the work on the general field formula? This time the cosmos, as covered by the coming-to-be formula, will be understandable and will make sense only for the best mathematicians, to the complete exclusion of the common people, and it will hardly be a meaningful universe such as the archaic one had been. To come back to the key words of ancient cosmology, if the words flat earth do not correspond in any way to the fancies of the flat earth fanatics who still infest the fringes of our society and who in the guise of a few preacher friars made life miserable for Columbus, so the name of true earth, or of the inhabited world, did not in any way denote our physical geoid for the archaics. It applies to the band of the zodiac, 24 degrees right and left of the ecliptic, to the tracks of the true inhabitants of this world, namely, the planets. It comprises their various oscillations and curlicues from their courses, and also the dragon, well known from very early times, which causes eclipses, by swallowing the sun and the moon. On the zodiacal band, there are 4 essential points which dominate the 4 seasons of the year. They are, in fact, the church liturgy, the quatuor tempora, marked with special abstinences. They correspond to the 2 solstices and the 2 equinoxes. The solstice is the turning back of the sun at the lowest point of winter and at the highest point of summer. The 2 equinoxes, vernal and autumnal, are those that cut the year in half, with an equal balance of night and day, for they are the 2 intersections of the equator with the ecliptic. Those 4 points together made up the 4 pillars, or corners, of what was called the quadrangular Earth. This is an essential feature that needs more attention. We have said above that Earth, in the most general sense, meant the ideal plane laid through the ecliptic. Meanwhile, we are prepared to improve the definition. Earth is the ideal plane going through the 4 points of the year, the equinoxes and the solstices. Since the 4 constellations rising heliacally at the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices determine and define an Earth, it is termed quadrangular, and by no means believed to be quadrangular by so-called primitive Chinese and so on. And since constellations rule the 4 corners of the quadrangular Earth only temporarily, such an Earth can rightly be said to perish, and a new Earth to rise from the waters, with 4 new constellations rising at the 4 points of the year. Virgil says, Iam redit et Virgo. Already the Virgin is returning. It is important to remember the vernal equinox as the fiducial point. It is from this fact that a new Earth is termed to rise from the waters. In reality, only the new vernal equinoctial constellation climbs from the sea onto the dry land above the equator. The inverse happens diametrically opposite. A constellation that ceases to mark the autumnal equinox gliding below the equator is drowned. This formula will make it easier to understand the myth of Deucalion, in which the devastating waves of the flood were ordered back by Tritons blowing the conch. The conch had been invented by Aegokeros, i.e. Capricornus, who ruled the winter solstice in the world age when Aries carried the sun. At time 0, the 2 equinoctial hinges of the world had been Gemini and Sagittarius, spanning between them the arch of the Milky Way, both bicorporeal signs. And so were Pisces and Virgo, with her ear of wheat, at the 2 other corners, to mark the idea that the way, the Milky Way itself, was open between earth and heaven. The way up and the way down, here men and gods could meet in that golden age. As will be shown later, the exceptional virtue of the Golden Age was precisely that the crossroads of ecliptic and equator coincided with the crossroads of ecliptic and galaxy, namely in Gemini and Sagittarius, both constellations standing firmly at 2 of the 4 corners of the quadrangular Earth. At the top, in the center high above the dry plane of the equator, was the pole star. At the opposite top, or rather in the depth of the waters below, unobserved from our latitudes, was the southern pole, thought to be Canopus, by far the brightest star of these regions, more remarkable than the Southern Cross. This brief sketch of archaic theory indicates, to repeat, that geography in our sense was never meant but a cosmography of the kind needed even now by navigators. Ptolemy, the great geographer of antiquity, had been thinking of nothing else. His geography is a set of coordinates drawn from the skies and transferred onto an uncouth outline map of our globe, with a catalogue of earthly distances added on by sailors and travelers to pinpoint or confirm the positions of countries around the Mediterranean world. It was an uncouth outline map, for it covered only a few countries known around the Mediterranean region. Nothing was shown beyond the latitude 160 south of the equator and 30 north, corresponding to Iceland. nothing west beyond the Canary Islands or east of the easternmost city of China, an arc of longitude fixed for simplicity at 180, 12 equinoctial hours from end to end, the breadth over the whole latitudes being 9 equinoctial hours. A large part of the space is blank, and the limits are assigned, as they should be, astronomically. This is what the ancients knew after 1,000 years of exploration, and they handed it down to the Renaissance. They called it the Oukemene, the inhabited earth. One may well understand how the Archaics gave this name for purely astronomical reasons to the zodiacal band, about as wide in degrees but embracing the whole globe. The world, the cosmos, was above, revolving majestically in 24 hours, and lent itself to the passionate exploration of cosmographers through the starlit night. Astrology was the inevitable outcome of astronomy through those ages. The early Greeks derived their mathematics from astronomy. In those centuries, their insatiable curiosity developed a knowledge of our earth and the events on it, which drove them to create the beginnings of our science. But soon after Aristotle, the Stoics reverted to the Oriental pattern and reinstalled astrology. 3 centuries of pre-Socratic thought had equipped them with an interest in physics, but with it they had nowhere to go. They still had no experimental science as we mean it. What they needed was an interpretation of influences, to go with the all-in-all that the cosmos has to be. Stoic physics was a seductive presentment of a field theory, but it was a counterfeit. Nothing was to come of it because the true implications of the archaic cosmos, no less than those of the Platonic, were incompatible with anything that our physics can think of. In Stoic physics there is no simple location, no analytical space. It should be understood once and for all that the gulf between the archaic world and ours was as wide as science itself. Prodigies of exactitude and computation could not bridge it. Only the astronomical map could. Whitehead has summed it up succinctly. Quote, "Our science has been founded on simple location and misplaced concreteness." End quote. Modern physics has turned the original words into queries. For Newton, it had the force of evidence. Quote, "No person endowed with the capacity of rational understanding will believe that a thing acts where it is not." End quote. Newton himself put the first query by stating the theory of gravitation, mathematically irresistible, physically unexplainable. He could only accept it. Quote, "I do not understand it, and I am going to feign no suppositions." End quote. The answer was to come only with Einstein. It amounted to pure mathematical rationalization, which did away with simple location and with concreteness altogether. The edifice of Descartes lay in ruins. Nonetheless, the mind of civilized man clung to other principles invincibly, as being equal to common sense. It was a model case of habit having become second nature. The birth of experimental physics was a decisive factor in the change. No such common sense obtained once upon a time, when time was the only reality, and space had still to be discovered or invented by Parmenides after 500 BC. The task then was to recover from the remote past an utterly lost science, linked to an equally lost culture, one in which anthropologists have seen only illiterate, primitive man. It was as if the legendary cathedral Angleterre emerged from prehistory with its bells still ringing. The problem was also clear. This lost science, immensely sophisticated, had no system, no systematic key that could be a basis for teaching. It existed before systems could be thought of. It was, to repeat, a spontaneously generated art of the fugue. That is why it took us so many years to work it out. The Archaic's vision of the universe appears to have left out all ideas of the Earth suspended or floating in space. Whether or not this was really so cannot be decided yet. there are peculiar rumors to be heard about innumerable Brahma eggs, that is, spheres like our own, in India. The Maori of New Zealand claimed, as the Pythagoreans had done, that every star had mountains and plains, and was inhabited like the earth. Varahamihira, 5th century AD, even stated that the earth was suspended between magnets. For the time being, one must continue to assume that the earth was simply the center of the world and a sphere, and that there was no trace of Galilean relativism, which is so natural to us, posing so many problems of motion. The Greeks still had the old idea, but they asked themselves questions about it. What moved as the sky, but questions about the sky posed abstruse problems. The greatest one was, of course, the slow motion of the tilt of the sky, described above, which went through a great year of 26,000 years. The Greek astronomers had enough instrumentation and data to detect the motion, which is immensely slow, and they saw that it applied to the whole of the sky. Hipparchus in 127 BC called it the precession of the equinoxes. There's good reason to assume that he actually rediscovered this, that it had been known some 1,000 years previously, and that on it the Archaic age based its long-range computation of time. Modern archaeological scholars have been singularly obtuse about the idea because they have cultivated a pristine ignorance of astronomical thought, some of them actually ignorant of the precession itself. The split between the two cultures begins right here. But apart from this, although the scholars unanimously cling to the accepted conventions about the tempo of historical evolution, they widely disagree when it comes to judging the evidence in detail. The verdicts concerning the familiarity of ancient Near Eastern astronomers with the precession depend, indeed, on arbitrary factors, namely, on the different scholarly opinions about the difficulty of the task. Ernst Dittrich, for instance, remarked that one should not expect much astronomical knowledge from Mesopotamians around 2000 BC. Quote, probably they knew only superficially the geometry of the motions of sun and moon. Thus, if we examine the simple, easily observable motions by means of which one could work out chronological determinants with very little mathematical knowledge, we find only the precession. End quote. There was also a learned Italian church dignitary, Domenico Testa, who snatched at this curious argument to prove that the world had been created ex nihilo, as described in the first book of Moses, an event that supposedly happened around 4000 BC. If the Egyptians had had a background of many millennia to reckon with, who, he asked, could have been unaware of the precession? Quote, the very sweepers of their observatories would have known. End quote. Hence, time could not have begun before 4000 QED. The comparisons of the views just quoted with those upheld by the majority of modern scholars shows that one's own subjective opinions about what is easy and what is difficult might not be the most secure basis for a serious historiography of science. As Hans Ludendorff once pointed out, it is an unsound approach to Maya astronomy to start from preconceived convictions about what the Maya could have known and what they couldn't possibly have known. One should instead draw conclusions only from the data as given in the inscriptions and codices. That this had to be stressed explicitly reveals the steady decline of scientific ethics. We today are aware of the precession as the gentle tilting of our globe, an irrelevant one at that. As the GI said, lost in the depth of jungle misery when his friends took refuge in their daydreams, quote, when I close my eyes, I see only a mule's behind. Also, when I don't. End quote. This is, as it were, today's vision of reality. Today, the precession is a well-established fact. The space-time continuum does not affect it. It is by now only a boring complication. It has lost relevance for our affairs, whereas once It was the only majestic secular motion that our ancestors could keep in mind when they looked for a great cycle which could affect humanity as a whole. But then our ancestors were astronomers and astrologers. They believed that the sliding of the sun along the equinoctial point affected the frame of the cosmos and determined a succession of world ages under different zodiacal signs. They had found a large peg on which to hang their thoughts about cosmic time, which brought all things in fateful order. Today that order has lapsed, like the idea of the cosmos itself. There is only history, which has been felicitously defined as one damn thing after another. And yet, were history really understood in this admittedly flat sense of things happening one after another to the same stock of people, we should be better off than we are now, when we almost dare not admit the assumption from which this book starts, that our ancestors of the high and far-off times were endowed with minds wholly compatible to ours, and were capable of rational processes, always given the means at hand. It is enough to say that this flies in the face of a custom which has become already a second nature. Our period may someday be called the Darwinian period, just as we talk of the Newtonian period of 2 centuries ago. The simple idea of evolution, which it is no longer thought necessary to examine, spreads like a tent over all those ages that lead from primitivism into civilization. Gradually, we are told, step by step, men produced the arts and crafts, this and that, until they emerged into the light of history. Those soporific words, gradually and step by step, repeated incessantly, are aimed at covering an ignorance which is both vast and surprising. One should like to inquire, which steps? But then one is lulled, overwhelmed, and stupefied by the gradualness of it all, which is at best a platitude, only good for pacifying the mind, since no one is willing to imagine that civilization appeared in a thunderclap. One could find a key in a brilliant TV production on the Stonehenge problem given a few years ago. With the resources of the puissant techniques of ubiquity, various authorities were called to the screen to discuss the possible meaning of the astronomical alignments and polygons discovered in the ancient megalith since 1906, when Sir Norman Lockyer, the famous astronomer, published the results of his first investigation. Specialists, from prehistorians to astronomers, expressed their doubts and wonderments down to the last one, a distinguished archaeologist who had been working on the monument itself for many years. He had more fundamental doubts. How could one not realize, he said, that the builders of Stonehenge were barbarians, howling barbarians, who were, to say the least, utterly incapable of working out complex astronomical cycles and over many years at that. The uncertain coincidences must be due to chance, and then, with perverse irony, the midwinter sun of the solstice appeared on the screen, rising exactly behind the heel-stone, as predicted. The so-called mere coincidences had been in fact ruled out, since Gerald Hawkins, a young astronomer unconcerned with historical problems, had run the positions through a computer and discovered more alignments than had been dreamed of. Here was the whole paradox. Howling barbarians who painted their faces blue must have known more astronomy than their customs and table manners could have warranted. The lazy word evolution had blinded us to the real complexities of the past. That key term, gradualness, should be understood to apply to a vastly different time scale than that considered by the history of mankind. Human history, taken as a whole in that frame, even ratiation itself, is only an evolutionary episode. In that whole, Cro-Magnon man is the last link. All of proto-history is a last-minute flickering. But while the biologists were wondering, something great had come upon the scene, arriving from unexpected quarters. Sir James George Fraser was a highly respected classical scholar who, while editing the description of Greece by Pausanias, was impressed with the number of beliefs, practices, cults, and superstitions spread over the classical landscape of Greece in classical times. This led him to search deeper into the half-forgotten strata of history, and out of it came his golden bough. The historian had turned ethnologist and extended his investigations to the whole globe. Suddenly, an immense amount of material became available about fertility cults as the universal form of earliest religion, and about primitive magic connected with it. This appeared to be the humus from which civilization had grown. Simple deities of the seasons, a dim multitude of peasants, copulating in the furrows and building up rituals of fertility with human sacrifice. Added to this, in political circles, there came the vision of war as both inherent in human nature and ennobling the law of natural selection applied to nations and races. Thus, many materials and much history went to build the temple of evolutionism. But as the theory moved on, its high-minded aspects began to wane. Psychoanalysis moved as a tidal wave. For if the struggle of life and the religions of the life force can explain so much, the unconscious can explain anything, as we know today only too well. The universal and uniform concept of gradualness thus defeated itself. Those key words, gradualness and evolution, come from the earth sciences in the first place, where they had a precise meaning. Crystallization and upthrust, erosion and geosynclinals are the results of forces acting constantly in accordance with physical laws. They provided the backdrop for Darwin's great scenario. When it comes to the evolution of life, the terms become less precise in meaning, though still acceptable. Genetics and natural selection stand for natural law, and events are determined by the rolling of the dice over long ages. But we cannot say much about the why and the how of this instead of that specific form, about where species, types, cultures branched off. Animal evolution remains an overall historical hypothesis supported by sufficient data, and by the lack of any alternative. In detail, it raises an appalling number of questions to which we have no answer. Our ignorance remains vast, but it is not surprising. And then we come to history, and the evolutionary idea reappears, coming in as something natural, with all scale lost. The accretion of plausible ideas goes on, its flow invisibly carried by natural law since the time of Spencer. It all remains within an unexamined kind of natural philosophy. For if we stopped to think, we would agree that as far as human fate is concerned, organic evolution ceased before the time when history, or even prehistory, began. We are on another time scale. This is no longer nature acting on man, but man on nature. People like to think of all constancy of laws which apply to us. But man is a law unto himself. When writing on the surf of the general evolutionism, Ernst Haeckel and his faithful followers proposed to solve the world riddles once and for all. Rudolf Virchow warned time and again of an evil monkey wind blowing around. He reminded his colleagues of the index of excavated prehistoric skulls and pointed to the unchanged quantity of brain owned by the species Homo sapiens. But his contemporaries paid no heed to his admonitions, least of all the humanists who applied, without blinking, the strictly biological scheme of the evolution of organisms to the cultural history of the single species Homo sapiens. In later centuries, historians may declare all of us insane because this incredible blunder was not detected at once and was not refuted with adequate determination. Mistaking cultural history for a process of gradual evolution, we have deprived ourselves of every reasonable insight into the nature of culture. It goes without saying that the still more modern habit of replacing culture by society has blocked the last narrow path to understanding history. Our ignorance not only remained vast, but became pretentious as well. A glimpse at some pensées might show the abyss that yawns between us and a serious thinker of those golden days before the outbreak of evolution. This is what Pascal asked. Quote, "What are our natural principles but principles of custom? In children they are those which they have received from the habits of their fathers, as hunting in animals. A different custom will cause different natural principles." End quote. And, quote, "Custom is a second nature which destroys the former. But what is nature? For is custom not natural? I am much afraid that nature is itself only a first custom, as custom is a second nature." End quote. This kind of question, aimed with precision at the true problematical spots, would have been enough to make hash of social anthropology 2 centuries ago, and also of anthropological sociology. Although fully aware of the knot of frightening problems arising from the results of the most modern neurophysiology, the building up of microneurons in the brain after birth, etc., we are by no means entitled to feign any hypotheses beyond saying that the master brain who will, sooner or later, fashion a new philosophical anthropology deserving the title, one that will account for all the new implications, will find himself up against these same few questions of Pascal. Some words have still to be said about the problem that is at the very root of the many misunderstandings, that of translation. Most of the texts were written, if they were ever originally written, in remote and half-obliterated languages from the far past. The task of translation has been taken over by a guild of dedicated, highly specialized philologists who have had to reconstruct the dictionaries and grammars of those languages. It would be bad grace to dismiss their efforts, but one must take into account several layers of error. 1. Personal or systematic errors arising from their preconceptions and from well-implanted prejudices, psychological and philosophical, of their age. 2. The very structure of our own language, of the architecture of our own verbal system, of which very few individuals are aware. There was once a splendid article by Erwin Schrödinger with the title, "Are There Quantum Jumps?" which laid bare many such misunderstandings inside the well-worked area of modern physics. And all this ties up with another major source of error that comes from the underestimation of the thinkers of the far past. We instinctively dismiss the idea that 5,000 to 10,000 years ago there may very well have been thinkers of the order of Kepler, Gauss, or Einstein working with the means at hand. In other words, we must take language seriously. Imprecise language discloses the lack of precision of thought. We have learned to take the language of Archimedes or Eudoxius seriously, simply because it can translate directly into modern forms of thought. This should extend to forms of thought utterly different from ours in appearance. Take that great endeavor on the hieroglyphic language, embodied in the imposing Egyptian dictionary of Ermin Grapau. For our simple word heaven, it shows 37 terms whose nuances are left to the translator and used according to his lights. So the elaborate instructions in the Book of the Dead, referring to the soul's celestial voyage, translate into mystical talk and must be treated as holy mumbo-jumbo. But then modern translators believe so firmly in their own invention, according to which the underworld has to be looked for in the interior of our globe instead of in the sky, that even 370 specific astronomical terms would not cause them to stumble. One small example may indicate the way in which texts are improved. In the inscriptions of Dendera, published by Dumeshin, the goddess Hathor is called Lady of Every Joy. For once, Dumeshin adds, quote, "literally the Lady of Every Heart Circuit," end quote. This is not to say that the Egyptians had discovered the circulation of the blood, but the determinative sign for heart often figures as the plumb bob at the end of a plumb line coming from a well-known astronomical or surveying device, the Merkhet. Evidently, heart is something very specific, as it were, the center of gravity. And this may lead in quite another direction. The Arabs preserved a name for Canopus, besides calling the star Kab at Taiman, heart of the south. Suail el Vezin, Canopus ponderosus, the heavy weighing Canopus, a name promptly declared meaningless by the experts, but which could well have belonged to an archaic system in which Canopus was the weight at the end of the plumb line, as befitted its important position as a heavy star at the south pole of the waters below. Here is a chain of inferences which might or might not be valid, but it is allowable to test it, and no inference at all would come from the Lady of Every Joy. The line seems to state that Hathor, or Hathor, house of Horus, rules the revolution of a specific celestial body, whether or not Canopus is alluded to, or if we can trust the translation every, the revolution of all celestial bodies. As concerns the identity of the ruling lady, the greater possibility speaks for Sirius, but Venus cannot be excluded. In Mexico, too, Venus is called Heart of the Earth. The reader is invited to imagine for himself what many thousands of such pseudo-primitive or poetic interpretations must lead to a disfigured interpretation of Egyptian intellectual life. The problem of astrology, the greatest gap between archaic thinking and modern thinking, is in the use of astrology. By this is not meant the common or judicial astrology, which has become once again a fad and a fashion among the ignorant public, an escape from official science, and for the vulgar, another kind of black art of vast prestige, but with principles equally uncomprehended. It is necessary to go back to archaic times, to a universe totally unsuspecting of our science, and of the experimental method on which it is founded, unaware of the awful art of separation which distinguishes the verifiable from the unverifiable. This was a time rich in another knowledge which was later lost, that searched for other principles. It gave the lingua franca of the past. Its knowledge was of cosmic correspondences, which found their proof and seal of truth in a specific determinism, nay, over-determinism, subject to forces completely without locality. The fascination and rigor of number made it mandatory that the correspondences be exact in many forms. Kepler, in this sense, is the last archaic. The multiplicity of relations seen or intuited brought the idea to a focus in which the universe appeared determined not on one but on many levels at once. This was the signature of pan-mathematizing ideation. This idea may well have led up to a pre-established harmony on an infinite number of levels. Leibniz has shown us how far it could go, given modern tools, the universe conceived all at once, complete, with its individual destinies for all time, out of an effulguration of the divine mind. Some prehistoric or proto-historic Pythagorean Leibniz, whose existence is far from inconceivable, may well have cherished this impossible dream, going to the limit more innocently than our own historic sage. Starting from the power of number, a whole logic is thinkable in this view. Fata regiunt orbem, certa stant omnia lege. The only thinker of antiquity who could be proof against this temptation was Aristotle, for he thought that forms were only potential in the beginning, and came into actualization only in the course of their lifetime, thus undergoing their fate as individuals. But that is because Aristotle refused mathematics from the start. He had the grounds for opposing universal synchronicity. The word and the idea were invented by C.G. Jung, replacing space with time, which goes to show that the archaic scheme has more lives than a cat. Yet, here again, Dante comes to the fore as a witness, for by art of grammari, as the simple used to say, he spans the whole itinerary, or shall we say, the cheminement de la pensée, between two world epochs. An Aristotelian to the core, steeped in the discipline of Thomism, Hence, by inheritance anti-mathematical, his spirit in its sweep understands the stars in the sense of their Pythagorean implications. In his ascent to the realm of heaven, he encounters his friend and one-time companion of his wanton and romantic youth, Charles Martel, who tells him what it means to be of the elect. Quote, "We circle in one orbit, at one pace, with one thirst, along with the heavenly princes whom thou didst once address from the world. You who by understanding move the third heaven." End quote. This is one of Dante's early poems, a celebrated one at that, and it relates to the heavenly intelligences in a spirit of unrestrained Platonic worship. The progress of his song through the three realms will show him more and more wrapped in Platonic harmonies, much as he had dreamed of in his youth, and it will actually confirm his belief in astrology as a divine grant which keeps nature in order. Thus, the requirements of both doctrines have been saved: the arrangement of nature by genus and species, Aristotle, and the free development of one's own self, Aquinas, in a kind of Plotinian compromise, overshadowed by the harmony of the spheres. Such was Dante's own inimitable art of grammari. Chapter 5. The Unfolding in India. The parallel between the tale of Kai Khusrau and the final plot of the vast Hindu epic, the Mahabharata, has received attention for over a century. It was noticed by the great Orientalist James Darmestater. The translators of Firdausi are not unaware of it, and they analyze the last phase of events as follows. The legend of Kai Khusrau's melancholy, his expedition into the mountains, and his attainment to heaven without having tasted death, has its parallel in the Mahabharata, where Yudhishthira, the eldest of the 5 Pandavas, becoming weary of the world, resolves to retire from the sovereignty and acquire merit by pilgrimage. On hearing of his intentions, his 4 brothers, Bhima, Arjuna, and the twins Nakula and Sahadeva, resolve to follow his example and accompany him. Yudhishthira appoints successors to his various kingdoms. The citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces, hearing the king's words, became filled with anxiety and disapproved of them. "This should never be done," said they unto the king. The monarch, well versed with the changes brought about by time, did not listen to their counsel. Possessed of righteous soul, he persuaded the people to sanction his views. Then Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, the king of the Pandavas, casting off his ornaments, wore barks of trees. The Fire brothers, with Draupadi, forming the 6th, she was the joint wife of the brothers, and a dog forming the 7th, set out on their journey. The citizens and the ladies of the royal household followed them for some distance. The denizens of the city then returned exactly as Kai Khusrau's subjects had done. The 7 pilgrims, meanwhile, had set out upon their journey. They first wandered eastward, then southward, and then westward. Lastly, they faced northward and crossed the Himalaya. Then they beheld before them a vast desert of sand, and beyond it Mount Meru. One by one the pilgrims sank exhausted and expired. First Draupadi, then the twins, then Arjuna, then Bhima. But Yudhishthira, who never even looked back at his fallen comrades, still pressed on, and, followed by the faithful dog, who turns out to be Dharma, the law, in disguise, entered heaven in his mortal body, not having tasted death. Among minor common traits, Warner stresses particularly these. Both journey into the mountains with a devoted band. The number of them is the same in both cases, and both are accompanied by a divine being. For the part of the dog in the Indian legend is indicated in the Iranian as being taken by Surush, the angel of Urmust. In both, the leaders pass deathless into heaven, and in both their mortal comrades perish. One legend, therefore, must be derived from the other, or else, and this seems to be the better opinion, they must be referred to a common origin of great antiquity. Of great antiquity these legends must be, indeed, otherwise there would not be a very similar end ascribed to Enoch and to Quetzalcoatl. In fact, just as Kai Khusrau's paladins did not listen to the Shah's advice not to remain with him until his ascension, the crowd had been left behind. Anyhow, so Enoch urged his retinue to turn back. Quote, "Go ye home, lest death overtake you, if you follow me farther." End quote. Most of them, 800,000 there were, heeded his words and went back, but a number remained with him for 6 days. On the 6th day of the journey he said to those still accompanying him, quote, "Go ye home, for on the morrow I shall ascend to heaven, and whoever will then be near me, he will die." End quote. Nevertheless, some of his companions remained with him, saying, quote, "Whithersoever thou goest, we will go. By the living God, death alone shall part us." End quote. On the 7th day, Enoch was carried into the heavens in a fiery chariot drawn by fiery chargers. The day thereafter, the kings who had turned back in good time sent messengers to inquire into the fate of the men who had refused to separate themselves from Enoch, for they had noted the number of them. They found snow and great hailstones upon the spot whence Enoch had risen, and when they searched beneath, they discovered the bodies of all who had remained behind with Enoch. He alone was not among them. He was on high in heaven. Quetzalcoatl's paladins, the slaves, the dwarves, the hunchbacked, they died there from the cold. Upon all of them fell the snow. In the mountain pass between Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl, Quetzalcoatl, lamenting and utterly lonely, had some more stations to pass before he took off on his serpent raft, announcing he would come back someday to judge the living and the dead. Were it only the dry fact of Yudhishthira's ascension and the end of his companions high up in the mountains, we might have avoided the maze of the Mahabharata altogether. But labyrinthine as this epic of 12 volumes truly is, and the same goes for the Puranas, Indian myth offers keys to secret chambers to be had nowhere else. The Mahabharata tells of the war of the Pandavas and the Kauravas, that is, the Pandu brothers and the Kuru brothers, who correspond to the Iranians and Turanians, to the sons of Kaleva and the people of Untamo, etc. Thus far, the general situation is not foreign to us, but the epic states unmistakably that this tremendous war was fought during the interval between the Dvapara and the Kali Yuga. This dawn between two world ages can be specified further. The real soul and force on the side of the Pandavas is Krishna, in the words of Arjuna. Quote, "He who was our strength, our might, our heroism, our prowess, our prosperity, our brightness, has left us and departed." End quote. Now, Krishna is the most outstanding avatar of Vishnu, and it is only when Krishna has been shot in the heel, or the sole of his foot, the only vulnerable spot of his body, by the hunter Jara, or old age, that the Pandavas too resolved to depart, just as Kai Khusrau did after the death of Kai Kaus. There was Kai Khusrau's statement, quote, "And now I deem it better to depart, because this Khayan crown and throne will pass." End quote. And this happens at the following crucial point. When that portion of Vishnu that had been borne by Vasudeva and Devaki returned to heaven, then the Kali age commenced. As long as the earth was touched by his sacred feet, the Kali age could not affect it. As soon as the incarnation of the eternal Vishnu had departed, the son of Dharma, Yudhishthira, with his brethren, abdicated the sovereignty. The day that Krishna shall have departed from the earth will be the first of the Kali age. It will continue for 360,000 years of mortals. And as Krishna is reunited with Vishnu, as Arjuna returns to Indra, and Balarama into the Shisha serpent, so it will happen to the other heroes. Thus, when Yudhishthira is finally rejoined with his whole Pandu family in heaven, the poet Sauti explains, quote, that the various heroes, after exhausting their karma, became reunited with that deity of which they were avatars. End quote. Yudhishthira is reunited with Dharma, disguised as a faithful dog. Seen from this vantage point, the Finnish epic appears as a last dim and apparently meaningless reflection. Kalerva goes with the black dog Musti, the only living soul left from his home, into the forest where he throws himself upon his sword. Now, what about Krishna, most beloved deity of the Hinduistic pantheon? Some of his innumerable deeds and victorious adventures before his departure will look familiar. Young Krishna is the persecuted nephew of a cruel uncle, Kansa or Kamsa, both being, as Keith styles it, quote, protagonists in a ritual contest, end quote. And, quote, this is not modestly understating it, but grossly misleading. Kansa is an asura, and Krishna is a deva, and that means, again, that the affair concerns the great divine parties, Iranians, Turanians, and the like. The uncle warned beforehand through prophecies about the danger coming from the eighth son of Devaki and Vasudeva, kills 6 children of this couple. But the 7th, Balarama, and 8th, Krishna, are saved and live with herdsmen. There, young Krishna performs some of the deeds of the strong boy. End quote. If Kalervo, 3 days old, destroyed his cradle, we might expect something spectacular from Krishna, and we are not disappointed. On one occasion, whilst Madhusudana was asleep underneath the wagon, he cried for the breast, and kicking up his feet, he overturned the vehicle, and all the pots and pans were upset and broken. The cowherds and their wives, hearing the noise, came exclaiming, "Ah, ah!" and they found the child sleeping on his back. "Who could have upset the wagon?" said the cowherds. "This child," replied some boys who witnessed the circumstance. "We saw him," said they, crying. "He was crying and kicking the wagon with his feet, and so it was overturned. No one else had anything to do with it." The cowherds were exceedingly astonished at this account. One day the child repeatedly disobeyed his mother, and she became angry. Fastening a cord round his waist, she tied him to the wooden mortar Ulukala, and being in a great passion, she said to him, "Now, you naughty boy, get away from hence if you can." She then went to her domestic affairs. As soon as she had departed, the lotus-eyed Krishna, endeavoring to extricate himself, pulled the mortar after him to the space between the 2 Arjuna trees that grew near together. Having dragged the mortar between these trees, it became wedged awry there, and as Krishna pulled it through, it pulled down the trunks of the trees. Hearing the crackling noise, the people of Vraja came to see what was the matter, and there they beheld the 2 large trees with shattered stems and broken branches prostrate on the ground, with the child fixed between them with a rope round his belly, laughing and showing his little white teeth, just budded. The elders of the cowherds looked upon these circumstances with alarm, considering them of evil omen. "We cannot remain in this place," said they. "Let us go to some other part of the forest." Thus they go to Vrindavana, exactly where the child had wished. The Harivamsha explains the move to Vrindavana in this way. Krishna converts the hairs of his body into hundreds of wolves, who so harass and alarm the inhabitants of Raja, the said cowherds, that they determine to abandon their homes. In the Indian myth, for once, the episode of Krishna's hairs turning into hundreds of wolves seems a mere trifle compared with Kalervo's wolves, which he sang to cattle, and he changed the bears to oxen, the more so as Krishna's only harass and alarm the cowherds. These wild beasts, however, indispensable to the kind, whether Kalervo or Dionysus, are present in Krishna's story, and this is remarkable enough. Kansa, hearing of the deeds of Krishna and Rama, determines to have the boys brought to his capital, Mathura, and there to procure their death, if he cannot slay them before. Needless to say, all is in vain. Krishna kills Kansa and all his soldiers, and places Kansa's father on the throne. Krishna does not pretend to be a fool, the smiling one. He merely insists again and again on being a simple mortal, when everybody wishes to adore him as the highest god, which he is. Nor is he known particularly as an avenger. He was delegated from higher quarters to free the earth, overburdened as it was with asura, as he had done time and again in his former avatars. Krishna belongs here, however, because Indian tradition has preserved the consciousness of the cosmic frame, and it is this alone that gives meaning to the incidents of war and the notion of crime and punishment as they appear in myth. It is useful to keep philosophy and mythology carefully separate, and yet the many gods and heroes who avenge their fathers, beginning with Horus the avenger of his father, and Ninurta who has avenged his father, have their function destined to them, as has the long line of wicked uncles. These figures pay reparation and atonement to each other for their mutual injustice in the order of time, as Anaximander said. Anaximander was a philosopher. Despite its fantastic language, the Indian epic has an affinity with his thought. Vishnu returns regularly in his capacity of avenger, collecting the reparations of the bad uncle according to the order of time. In the Mahabharata, he does so under the name of Krishna, but he will come again in the shape of another avatar to clear the earth of the asura who overburden it. The asura, too, grow into overbearing characters, strictly according to the order of time. If under the name of Kalki the Vishnu figure is expected to introduce a new Krita Yuga, or Golden Age, when our present Kali Yuga has come to its miserable end. It is this regular returning of avatars of Vishnu which helps clarify matters. Because it is Vishnu's function to return as avenger at fixed intervals of time, there is no need in the epic to emphasize the revenge taken by Krishna on Uncle Kansa. But in the West, where the continuity of cosmic processes as told by myth has been forgotten, along with the knowledge that gods are stars, the very same revenge is given great importance because it is an unrepeated event accomplished by one figure, whether hero or god, and this hero or god is, moreover, understood to be the creation of some imaginative poet. The introduction of Indian tradition makes it possible to rediscover the context in which such characters as Saxo's Amlethus, such typically unlucky fellows as Kalervo, have significance. Once it is fully realized that the day Krishna shall have departed from the earth will be the first of the Kali Yuga, the proper perspective is established. Our hero stands precisely on the threshold between a closed age and a new time zero. In fact, he closes the old one. The most inconspicuous details become significant when observed from this point of view. For instance, Saxo, without giving it much thought, divided the biography of Amlethus in two parts, incidentally involving the hero in bigamy, in the same way as Firdausi told us 9/10 of Kai Khusrau's adventures in the book on Kai Kaus. This is actually the more puzzling of the two, as Firdausi states, quote, "For from today new feasts and customs date, because tonight is born Shah Kai Khusrau." End quote. Firdausi, who was well versed in astrology, insisted on the Shah's birthday because, in the astrological sense, birth is the decisive moment. But here, and in related cases where chronology is at issue, it is the moment of death, of leaving the stage, that counts. Krishna's departure gives the scheme away. Al-Biruni, in his chapter on the festivals of the months of the Persians, describing the festival Nowruz, New Day, in the first month of spring, writes, "On the 6th day of Farvardin, the day Khurdad, is the great Nowruz. For the Persians, a feast of great importance. On this day they say God finished the creation, for it is the last of the 6 days. On this day God created Saturn. Therefore its most lucky hours are those of Saturn. On the same day, they say, the Surs Zarathustrae come to hold communion with God, and Kai Khusrau ascended into the air. On the same day, the happy lots are distributed among the people of the earth. Therefore the Persians call it the Day of Hope." End quote. From Al-Biruni, The Chronology of Ancient Nations, translated by Saxo in 1879. The so-called Kayanian dynasty, the heroes according to Al-Biruni's chronology, succeeding the first Pishdadian dynasty, the just, is supposed to have started with Kai Kubad, his son Kai Kaus, and the latter's grandson Kai Khusrau, and to have ended with Sikander, Alexander the Great, with whose death a new era actually began. But it is obvious that something new begins with Kai Khusrau's assumption into heaven. Thus the Warners state that with our Shah, the old epic cycle of the poem comes to an end, and up to this point, the Kayanian may be regarded as the complement of the Pishdadian dynasty. In his introduction to the Firdausi translation, however, the Warners claim that the poem is divided into two periods, one mythic, the other historic. This distinction is based not so much on the nature of the subject matter as on the names of the chief characters. At a certain point in the poem, the names cease to be mythic and become historic. The mythic period extends from the beginning of the narrative down to the reigns of the last two Shahs of the Kayanian dynasty. The Shahs in question are Dara, son of Darab, better known as Darius Kodomanos, and Sikander, Alexander. Firdausi makes it clear that the mythic period ends only with the death of Alexander, the two last Shahs being Darius Kodomanos and Alexander, who overcame him. After him begins the historic period of the poem. In other words, history begins only when the Iranian Empire vanishes from the scene, to be replaced by the successors of Alexander. To remove from history the great and solidly historical feats of Darius I, Xerxes, Cambyses, etc. is paradoxical for a poem which is meant to celebrate the Iranian Empire. Presumably, Firdausi meant that so long as the Zoroastrian religion reigned, time was holy, and thus belonged to myth rather than ordinary history. This is confirmed by a strange statement of the Warners. Quote, "Rightly or wrongly, Zoroastrian tradition couples Alexander with Zahak and Afrasiab as one of the three archenemies of the faith. End quote. The great myths of the Avestan religion have overcome chronology and reshaped it to their purpose. The true kings of Persia have disappeared notwithstanding their glory, and are replaced by mythical rulers and mythical struggles. Kai Khusrau rehearses a Jamshid role in his beginnings, and with his ascent to heaven, the date of which marks New Year from now on, the Holy Empire really comes to a close. The struggle has been between gods and demons throughout. We've been following the story of powers coming to an end, embodied first in the Iranian, then in the Indian kings, a story which is differently emphasized by two different legends. Each legend has a disturbing similarity to the other, and each removes the narration from any known classic pattern, forcing the events to a catastrophic conclusion which is clearly commanded by time itself, and by a very different chain of causes than that indicated by the actual sequence of events in the texts. To avoid misunderstanding, it should be emphasized that it is not possible yet to know precisely who is who, or to make positive identifications, such as saying that Biryam is Yudhishthira or Krishna, but the hints provided by Iranians and Indians may lead to a better understanding of Kullervo, Kaleva is reborn in him, and may indicate that the feat of the doggish fool Brutus in driving out the kings was significant on a higher level than the political. This is not to deny that the kings were expelled, but rather to point to a special set of firmly coined figures of speech derived from large changes or shifts, such as the onset of Kali Yuga, that could be, and were, applied to minor historical events. Chapter 6. Amleth's Quern. With suggestive insights from other continents, it is time to take a fresh look at Shakespeare's gentle prince, a cultivated, searching intellectual, the glass of fashion and the mold of form in the Danish court, who was known once upon a time as a personage of no ordinary power, of universal position, and in the north as the owner of a formidable mill. Well trained by the church, Saxo could write excellent and ornate Latin, a rare achievement in his time. Though inspired by his patriotism to write the great chronicles of his own country, he was in Denmark, an isolated if respectable fish in a small provincial pond. He remained oriented to the cultural pole of his times, which was Iceland. From there he had to draw most of his materials, even if he helped to Danicize them, as we see in the story of Hamlet, where all the features point toward a local dynastic story. But what he drew from Iceland were pieces of already historical lore. He could not draw, as did Snorri Sturluson, on the resources of a high position at the very center of Iceland's rich bilingual culture, and on the experience of a wide-ranging and adventurous life. He could never have formed, like Snorri, the great project of reorganizing the corpus of pagan and skaldic tradition inside an already Christian frame. Saxo seems to have known Icelandic fairly well, but not enough to understand the precious and convoluted language of ancient poetry. He was unsure of his bearings and simply arranged his story as best he could, even though the name of Hamlet's father, Orvindel, should have been sufficient to warn him of its derivation from high myth. It is Snorri who provides a piece of decisive information, and it appears, as earlier noted in chapter 16 of his Skaldskaparmal, or Poetical Diction, a collection of Kenningar, or turns of speech from ancient bards. It is couched in a language that even modern scholars can translate only tentatively. The one quoted again here is that of Gaulinck's, which appears to be the most carefully translated. 'Tis said, sang Snabjorn, that far out off yonderness the 9 maids of the island mill stir amain the host cruel, scary quern, they who in ages past ground Hamlet's meal. The good chieftain furrows the hole's lair with his ship's beaked prow. Here the sea is called Amleth's mill. The mill is thus not only very great and ancient, but it must also be central to the original Hamlet story. It reappears in the Skaldskaparmal, where Snorri explains why a kenning for gold is Frodi's meal. Frodi appears in the Chronicles, but his name is really an alias of Freyr, one of the great Vanir or Titans of Norse myth. But Snorri, who likes to give things a historical ring as befits his Christian upbringing, fixed his Frodi to the same time when Emperor Augustus established peace in the whole world and when Christ was born, as he puts it. Under King Frodi, the great general state of things was similar to that of the Golden Age, and it was called Frodi's Peace. Saxo follows suit and attributes unsuspectingly a duration of 30 years to this peace. Now, Frodi happened to be the owner of a huge mill, or quern, that no human strength could budge. Its name was Grotte, the Crusher. We are not told how he got it, it just happened, as in a fairy tale. He traveled around looking for someone who could work it, and in Sweden he recruited 2 giant maidens, Fenja and Menja, who were able to work the Grotte. It was a magic mill, and Frodi told them to grind out gold, peace, and happiness. So they did. But Frodi, in his greed, drove them night and day. He allowed them rest only for so long as it took to recite a certain verse. One night, when everybody else was sleeping, the giantess Menja, in her anger, stopped work and sang a dire song. This obscure prophetic imprecation, as Molinoff has shown, is the oldest extant document of skaldic literature, antedating Snorri's tale by far. It contains the biography of the Grimm sisters. Quote, Froda, you were not wary enough, you friend of men, when maids you bought. At their strength you looked, and at their fair faces, but you asked no questions about their descent. Hard was Hrugner and his father, yet was Thiasse stronger than they, and Ida and Orner, our friends, and the mountain giants' brothers, who fostered us too. Not would Grotte have come from the mountains gray, nor this hard stone out from the earth. The maids of the mountain giants would not thus be grinding if we too knew nothing of the mill. Such were our deeds in former days, that we heroes brave were thought to be. With spears sharp heroes we pierced, so the gore did run and our swords grew red. Now we are come to the house of the king. No one us pities. Bondwomen are we. Dirt eats our feet, our limbs are cold. The peace giver we turn. Hard it is at Froda's. Now hold shall the hands, the lances hard, the weapons bloody. Wake now, Froda, wake now, Froda. If you would listen to our songs, to sayings old. Fire I see burn east of the Berg. The war news are awake. That is called warning. A host hither hastily approaches to burn the king's lofty dwelling. No longer you will sit on the throne of Hledra and rule o'er red rings and the mill. Now must we grind with all our might. No warmth will we get from the blood of the slain. Now my father's daughter bravely turns the mill. The death of many men she sees. Now broke the large braces 'neath the mill, the iron-bound braces. Let us yet grind. Let us yet grind. Yrsa's son shall on Froda's revenge Halfdan's death. He shall Yrsa's offspring be named, and yet Yrsa's brother Both of us know it. End quote. However obscure the prophecy, it brought its own fulfillment. The maidens ground out for Phrodes a sudden host, and that very day Mysinger, the sea king, landed and killed Frodi. Mysinger, son of the mouse, loaded Grotta on his ship, and with him he also took the giantesses. He ordered them to grind again, but this time they ground out salt. Quote, and at midnight they asked whether Mysinger were not weary of salt. He bade them grind longer. They had ground but a little while, when down sank the ship. The huge props flew off the bin, the iron rivets burst, the shaft tree shivered, the bin shot down, the massy millstone rent in twain. End quote. Quote, and from that time there has been a whirlpool in the sea where the water falls through the hole in the millstone. It was then that the sea became salt. End quote. Here ends Snorri's tale. 3 fundamental and far-reaching themes have been set: the broken mill, the whirlpool, the salt. As for the curse of the miller women, it stands out alone like a megalith abandoned in the landscape, but surprisingly it can also be found already looking strange in the world of Homer 2,000 years before. It is the last night in the Odyssey which precedes the decisive confrontation. Odysseus has landed in Ithaca and is hiding under Athena's magic spell, which protects him from recognition. Just as in Snorri, everybody sleeps. Odysseus prays to Zeus to send him an encouraging sign before the great ordeal. Straightway he thundered from shining Olympus, from on high, from the place of the clouds, and goodly Odysseus was glad. Moreover, a woman, a grinder at the mill, uttered a voice of omen from within the house hard by, where stood the mills of the shepherd of the people. At these hand mills 12 women in all plied their task, making meal of barley and of wheat, the marrow of men. Now all the others were asleep, for they had ground out their task of grain, but one alone rested not yet, being the weakest of all. She now stayed her quern and spake a word, a sign to her lord. Quote, Father Zeus, who rulest over gods and man, loudly hast thou thundered from the starry sky, yet nowhere is there a cloud to be seen. This is surely a portent thou art showing to some mortal. Fulfill now, I pray thee, even to miserable me, the word that I shall speak. May the wooers on this day for the last and latest time make their sweet feasting in the halls of Odysseus. They that have loosened my knees with cruel toil to grind their barley meal, may they now sup their last. End quote. The weakest of all, yet a giant figure in her own right. In the tight and shapely structure of the narrative, the episode is fitted with art, yet it stands out like a cyclopean stone embedded in a house. There are many such things in Homer. Going back to Grotta, the name has an interesting story. It is still used today in Norwegian for the axle block, the round block of wood which fills the hole in the millstone, and in which the end of the mill axle is fixed. The Faroer, as well as in the Shetland dialect, it stands for the nave in the millstone. The original Sanskrit nabhi covers both nave and navel, and this point should be kept in mind. In the story, it is obviously the nave that counts, for it created a hole when the mill tree sprang out of it, and the whirlpool formed in the hole. But navel of the sea was an ancient name for great whirlpools. Gaulinks, with sound instinct, saw the connection right away. Indeed, one cannot help thinking of a possible reference to the marvelous maelstrom, the greatest of all whirlpools, one of the wonders of the world. Umbilicus maris, according to the old geographers, Gurgis mirabilis omnium totius obis terrarum celeberrimus et maximus, as Father Athanasius Kircher describes it in his fascinating folio Mundus Subterraneus. According to Kircher, it was supposed that every whirlpool formed around a central rock. A great cavern opened beneath. Down this cavern the water rushed. The whirling was produced as in a basin emptying through a central hole. Kircher gives a curious picture of this theory, with special reference to the maelstrom. Clearly, the mill is not a, quote, chose transitory, end quote, as lawyers say in their jargon. It must belong to the permanent equipment of the ancient universe. It recurs all the time, even if its connotations are rarely pleasant. From another corner of memory there comes the lines of Burns' John Barleycorn. Quote, "They wasted o'er a scorching flame the marrow of his bones, but a miller used him worst of all, for he crushed him between two stones." End quote. The mock tragedy of the yearly rural feast is part of the immense lore on fertility rites that Fraser has unfolded, with the ritual lamentations over the death of Tammuz, Adonis, the grain Osiris of Egypt, and no one would deny that the Tammuz festival was a seasonal ritual celebrating the death and rebirth of vegetation. It has entered the commonplaces of our knowledge, but was this the original meaning? An irresistible preconception leads to the thought that when peasant rites are found tied to vegetation, there is the most elementary and primitive level of myth from which all others derive. It carries too its own moral tidings. If the grain die not, which led on to higher religious thought. In truly archaic cults, however, such as that of the Sabians of Haran, reflected also in Ibn Washija's Book of Nabatean Agriculture, the death and grinding up of Tammuz is celebrated and lamented by the images of all the planetary gods gathered in the temple of the sun, suspended between earth and heaven, in the same way as they once cried and lamented over the passing of Jamshid, or Jambushad as they then called him. This is a strange and unusual note, very un-agrarian, which deserves more careful study. But this leads back to the Norse myth of the mill, and in fact to Snorri himself, who in his Fooling of Gylfi commented on a verse from the Vafthrudnismal, which has been much discussed since. In this ancient poem, the end of Ymer is recounted. Ymer is the initial world giant from whose scattered body the world was made. Snorri states that Ymer's blood caused a flood, which drowned all giants except Bergelmir, who, with his wife, betook himself upon his Ludr and remained there, and from there the race of giants are descended. The word Ludr, L-U-D-R, as Snæbjorn said, stands for mill. But in Vafthrudnismal, Odin asks the wise giant Vafthrudnir of the oldest event he can think of, and gets this answer: "Countless ages ere the earth was shapen, Bergelmir was born. The first thing I remember is when he al var luder lagidir." Rydberg renders the words as laid on a mill, and understands them as laid under a millstone. Accordingly, he explains Snæbjorn's Lidmelder, which the great mill grinds, as limb grist. As will appear later, there is a different interpretation to propose. The problem, however, keeps turning up. In the Locus Sana, Freyr, the original master of Grotta, is brought directly into action. The occasion is a banquet to which Aegir invited the gods. Loki, uninvited, made his appearance there to mix harm into the ale of the gods and to embitter their pleasure. But when Loki taunts Freyr, Bigvir, the faithful retainer, becomes angry on his master's behalf. Quote, "Had I the ancestry of Ingunnar Freyr and so honored a seat, no, I would grind you finer than marrow, you evil crow, and crush you limb by limb." End quote. To which Loki replies, quote, "What little boy is that whom I see wag his tail and eat like a parasite? Near Freyr's ears always you are and clatter 'neath the millstone." End quote. There are several more clues which hint that this mill upon which Bergelmer was heaved was a very distinct, if unattractive, mythological feature, and they cannot be dealt with here. But if it should be remarked that Bergelmer was not in a state to produce offspring for the giants, if he really was laid under the millstone, there is also an example from Mexico, the jewel bone or sacrificial bone, which Xolotl or Quetzalcoatl procures from the underworld, bringing it to Tamoanchan, the so-called House of Descending. There, the goddess Kiua, Coatl, or Quilatzli grinds the precious bone on the grindstone, and the ground substance is put into the jewel bowl, Chalchiahuapatzli. Several gods maltreat themselves, making blood flow from their penises on the meal. Out of this mixture, mankind is fashioned. These stories may not be in exquisite taste, but at least they are grotesque and contorted enough to rid us of reliance on the natural or intuitive understanding of artless tales sung by rustics dancing on the green. Real cosmological similes are anything but intuitive. One question remains from this discussion. Who was Snæbjörn, that dim figure, a few of whose lines have revealed so much? The scholars have gone searching and have unearthed a veritable treasure in the ancient Book of Iceland settlements. It links the poet with the first discovery of America. In that book, writes Gollancz, there is a vivid picture of a 10th century Arctic adventurer, Snæbjörn by name, who went on a perilous expedition to find the unknown land, Gunnbjorn's Reef, after having wrought vengeance as became a chivalrous gentleman of the period, on the murderer of a fair kinswoman. It is generally accepted, and there can be little doubt, that this Snæbjörn is identical with the poet Snæbjörn. His family history is not without interest. His great-grandfather, Eywind the Easterling, so called because he had come to the Hebrides from Sweden, married the daughter of Kyrval, Lord of Ossory, who ruled as King of Dublin from 882 to 888, one of the principal sovereigns of Europe at the time when Iceland was peopled by the noblemen and others who fled from the tyranny of Harald Harfagur. Kyrpal was descended from Conla, the grandson of Crimthan Cosgach, the victorious King of Ireland, who is said to have flourished about a century before the Christian era. Lan, or Flan, the half-sister of Kyrval, was married to Malachi I, King of Ireland, whose daughter Kyrval had married. Flan was the mother of King Siona and of the lady Gormflath, whom a cruel fate pursued. A king's daughter, the wife of 3 kings, she was forced at last to beg for bread from door to door. About the date of Snæbjörn's Arctic expedition, circa 980, his cousin Ari Marson is said to have landed on White Man's Land, or Great Iceland, that part of the coast of North America which extends from Chesapeake Bay, including North and South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, and became famous as one of the earliest discoverers of the New World. Thus Snæbjörn, as a member of an Irish royal family, typifies the mutual influence of Celtic and Scandinavian culture, between AD 800 and 1000, that influence which has been traced into the Eddic songs by Vigfuson and his Corpus Poeticum Boreale. The Hamlet story itself typifies that exchange, for an earlier and simpler form of it may have been brought to Iceland from Ireland, whither the Vikings had originally taken the story of the great Orvandil's son. This places Hamlet within the circle not only of Norse tradition, but of that prodigious treasury of archaic myth which is Celtic Ireland, from which many lines have been traced to the Near East. The universality of the Hamlet figure becomes more understandable. Chapter 7. The Many-Colored Cover. The Kalevala is vaguely known by the general public as the national epic of Finland. It is a tale of wild fancy, enticing absurdity, and wonderfully primitive traits, actually magical and cosmological throughout. It is all the more important in that the Ugro-Finnic tradition has different roots from Indo-European ones. Until the 19th century, the epic existed only in fragments entrusted to oral transmission among peasants. From 1820 to 1849, Dr. Elias Lönnrot undertook to collect them in writing, wandering from place to place in the most remote districts, living with the peasantry and putting together what he heard into some kind of tentative sequence. Some of the most valuable songs were discovered in the regions of Archangel and Olonets in the far north, which now belong again to Russia. The 1849 final edition of Lönnrot comprises 22,793 verses in 50 runes or songs. A large amount of new material has been discovered since. The poem has taken its name from Kaleva, a mysterious ancestral personage who appears nowhere in the tale. The heroes are his three sons, Väinämöinen, old and truthful, the master of magic song; Ilmarinen, the primeval smith, the inventor of iron, who can forge more things than are found on land or sea; and the beloved, or lively, Lemminkainen, a sort of Arctic Don Juan. Kullervo, the Hamlet-like one whose story was told earlier, fair-haired Kullervo with the bluest of blue stockings, is another son of Kaleva. But his adventures seem to unfold separately. They tie up only at one point with Ilmarinen and seem to belong to a different frame of time, to another world age. It is time now to deal with the main line of events. The epic opens with a very poetical theory of the origin of the world. The virgin daughter of the air, Ilmatar, descends to the surface of the waters, where she remains floating for 700 years until Ukko, the Finnish Zeus, sends his bird to her. The bird makes its nest on the knees of Ilmatar and lays in it 7 eggs, out of which the visible world comes. But this world remains empty and sterile until Väinämöinen is born of the Virgin and the waters. Old since birth, he plays the role, as it were, of midwife to nature by causing her to create animals and trees by his magic song. An inferior magician from Lapland, Youkahainen, challenges him in a song, and is sung step by step into the ground until he rescues himself by promising Väinämöinen his sister, the lovely Aino. But the girl will not have Väinämöinen. He looks too old. She wanders off in despair and finally comes to a lake. She swims to a rock, seeking death. When she stood upon the summit, on the stone of many colors, in the waves it sank beneath her. Wainamoinen tries to fish for her. She swims into his net as a salmon, mocks him for not recognizing her, and then escapes forever. Wainamoinen decides to look for another bride and embarks upon his quest. His goal is the country of Pohjola, the Non country, a misty land cruel to heroes, strong in magic, vaguely identified with Lapland. Events unfold as in a dream with surrealistic irrelevance. The artlessness, the wayward charm, and the bright nonsense suggest Jack and the Beanstalk. But behind them appear the fossil elements of a tale as old as the world, at least the world of man's consciousness, whose meaning and thread were lost long ago. The pristine, archaic themes remain standing like monumental ruins. The main sequence is built around the forging and the conquest of a great mill called the Sampo. Rune 10 deals with the forging, runes 39 through 42 with the stealing of the Sampo. Comparative studies have shown that the Sampo adventure is a distinct unit, like Odysseus' voyage to the underworld, a mythic formation which has remained without any action that can be narrated and which was then fitted more or less coherently into the rest of the tradition. Folk legend has lost its meaning and treats the Sampo as some vague magic dispenser of bounty, a kind of cornucopia, but the original story is quite definite. Wainamoinen, sage and truthful, conjurer of highest standing, is cast upon the shore of Pohjola, much as Odysseus lands on Skira after his shipwreck. He's received hospitably by Louhi, the mistress, also called the whore of Pohjola, who asks him to build for her the Sampo without explanation. He tells her that only Ilmarinen, the primeval smith, can do it. So she sends Wainamoinen home on a ship to fetch him, who addresses his brother and boon companion rather flippantly as a liar and a vain character, is not interested in the prospect. So Wainamoinen, ancient of days and wise among the wise, has recourse to an unworthy trick. He lures the smith with a story of a tall pine, which, he says, is growing near where Osmo's field is bordered. On the crown the moon is shining, in the boughs the bear is resting. Ilmarinen does not believe him. They both go there to the edge of Osmo's field. Then the smith his steps arrested in amazement at the pine tree, with the great bear in the branches and the moon upon its summit. Ilmarinen promptly climbs up the tree to grasp the stars. Then the aged Wainamoinen lifted up his voice in singing, "Awake, O wind, O whirlwind, rage with great rage, O heavens, within thy boat, wind, place him within thy ship. O east wind, with all thy swiftness, sweep him to Pohjola the gloomy." Then the smith, even Ilmarinen, journeyed forth and hurried onwards. On the tempest forth he floated, on the pathway of the breezes, over moon and under sun-ray, on the shoulders of the great bear, till he reached the halls of Pohja, baths of Sariola the gloomy. In this utterly unintended manner, Ilmarinen lands in Pohjola, and not even the dogs are barking, which astonishes Louhi most of all. She showed herself hospitable, gave the hero drink in plenty, and she feasted him profusely, then spoke to him thus: "O thou smith, O Ilmarinen, Thou, the great primeval craftsman, if you can but forge a sampo with its many-colored cover, from the tips of swans' white wing plumes, from the milk of barren heifer, from a little grain of barley, from the wool of sheep in summer, will you then accept this maiden as reward, my charming daughter? Ilmarinen agrees to the proposal and looks around 3 days for a proper spot on which to erect his smithy in the outer fields of Pohja. The next 3 days his servants keep working the bellows. On the first day of their labor he himself, smith Ilmarinen, stooped him down, intently gazing to the bottom of the furnace, if perchance amid the fire something brilliant had developed. From the flames there rose a crossbow, golden bow from out the furnace. 'Twas a gold bow tipped with silver, and the shaft shone bright with copper, and the bow was fair to gaze on, but of evil disposition. And a head each day demanded, and on feast days too demanded. He himself, smith Ilmarinen, was not much delighted with it, so he broke the bow to pieces, cast it back into the furnace. The next day Ilmarinen looks in anew, and a boat rose from the furnace. From the heat rose up a red boat, and the prow was golden colored, and the rowlocks were of copper. And the boat was fair to gaze on, but of evil disposition. It would go to needless combat, and would fight when cause was lacking. Ilmarinen casts the boat back into the fire, and on the following day he gazes anew at the bottom of the furnace. And a heifer then rose upward, with her horns all golden shining, with the bare stars on her forehead. On her head appeared the sun disk, and the cow was fair to gaze on, but of evil disposition. Always sleeping in the forest, on the ground her milk she wasted. Therefore did smith Ilmarinen take no slightest pleasure in her, and he cut the cow to fragments, cast her back into the furnace. The fourth day. And a plough rose from the furnace, with the ploughshare golden shining, golden share and frame of copper, and the handles tipped with silver. And the plough was fair to gaze on, but of evil disposition, ploughing up the village cornfields, ploughing up the open meadows. Therefore did smith Ilmarinen take no slightest pleasure in it. And he broke the plough to pieces, cast it back into the furnace, called the winds to work the bellows to the utmost of their power. Then the winds arose in fury, blew the east wind, blew the west wind, and the south wind yet more strongly, and the north wind howled and blustered. Thus they blew one day, a second, and upon the third day likewise. Fire was flashing from the windows. From the doors the sparks were flying, and the dust arose to heaven. With the clouds the smoke was mingled. Then again smith Ilmarinen, on the evening of the third day, stooped him down and gazed intently to the bottom of the furnace, and he saw the sampo forming, with its many-colored cover. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, he the great primeval craftsman, welded it and hammered at it, heaped his rapid blows upon it, formed with cunning art the sampo. And on one side was a corn mill, on another side a salt mill, and upon the third a coin mill. Now was grinding the new sampo, and revolved the pictured cover. Chestfuls did it grind till evening. First for food it ground a chestful, and another ground for barter, and a third it ground for storage. Now rejoiced the crone of Pohja, and conveyed the bulky sampo to the rocky hills of Pohja, and within the mount of copper, and behind 9 locks secured it. There it struck its roots around it, fathoms 9 in depth that measured, one in Mother Earth deep rooted. In the strand the next was planted, in the nearest mount the third one. Ilmarinen does not gain his reward, not yet. He returns without a bride. For a long while we hear nothing at all about the Sampo. Other things happen, adventures, death and resuscitation of Lemminkainen, then Wainamoinen's adventures in the belly of the ogre. This last story deserves telling. Wainamoinen set about building a boat, but when it came to putting in the prow and the stern, he found he needed 3 words in his rune that he did not know, however much he sought for them. In vain he looked on the heads of the swallows, on the necks of the swans, on the backs of the geese, under the tongues of the reindeer. He found a number of words, but not those he needed. Then he thought of seeking them in the realm of death, Tuonela, but in vain. He escaped back to the world of the living only thanks to potent magic. He was still missing his 3 runes. He was then told by a shepherd to search in the mouth of Antero Vepunen, the giant ogre. The road, he was told, went over swords and sharpened axes. Ilmarinen made shoes, shirt, and gloves of iron for him, but warned him that he would find the great Vepunen dead. Nevertheless, the hero went. The giant lay underground, and trees grew over his head. Wainamoinen found his way to the giant's mouth and planted his iron staff in it. The giant awoke and suddenly opened his huge mouth. Wainamoinen slipped into it and was swallowed. As soon as he reached the enormous stomach, he thought of getting out. He built himself a raft and floated on it up and down inside the giant. The giant felt tickled and told him in many and no uncertain words where he might go, but he did not yield any runes. Then Wainamoinen built a smithy and began to hammer his iron on an anvil, torturing the entrails of Vepunen, who howled out magic songs to curse him away. But Wainamoinen said, "Thank you." He was very uncomfortable and would not go unless he got the secret words. Then Vepunen at last unlocked the treasure of his powerful runes. Many days and nights he sang, and the sun and the moon and the waves of the sea and the waterfalls stood still to hear him. Wainamoinen treasured them all and finally agreed to come out. Vepunen opened his great jaws, and the hero issued forth to go and build his boat at last. The story then switches abruptly to introduce Kullervo, his adventures, incest, and suicide. When Kullervo incidentally kills the wife that Ilmarinen had bought so dearly in Pohjola, the tale returns again to Ilmarinen's plight. He forges for himself Pandora, a woman of gold. Finding no pleasure with her, he returns to Pohjola and asks for the second daughter of Louhi. He is refused. Ilmarinen then captures the girl, but she is so spiteful and unfaithful that he changes her into a gull. Then he visits Wainamoinen, who asks for news from Pohjola. Everything is fine there, says Ilmarinen, thanks to the Sampo. They decide, therefore, to get hold of the Sampo, even against Louhi's will. The two of them go by boat, although Ilmarinen is much more in favor of the land route, and Lemminkainen joins them. The boat gets stuck on the shoulder of a huge pike. Wainamoinen kills the fish and constructs out of his jawbones the kantele, a harp which nobody can play properly except Wainamoinen himself. There follows a completely Orphic chapter about Wainamoinen's kantele music, the whole world falling under its spell. Finally they arrive at Pohjola, and Louhi, as was to be expected, will not part with the Sampo. nor will she share it with the heroes. Wainamoinen then plays the cantille until all the people of Pohjola are plunged in sleep. Then the brothers go about stealing the Sampo, which turns out to be a difficult task. Then the aged Wainamoinen gently set himself to singing at the Copper Mountain's entrance, there beside the stony fortress, and the castle doors were shaken, and the iron hinges trembled. Thereupon smith Ilmarinen, aided by the other heroes, overspread the locks with butter, and with bacon rubbed the hinges, that the doors should make no jarring, and the hinges make no creaking. Then the locks he turned with fingers, and the bars and bolts he lifted, and he broke the locks to pieces, and the mighty doors were opened. Then the mighty Wainamoinen spoke aloud the words that follow. O thou lively son of Lempi, of my friends the most illustrious, come thou here to take the Sampo, and to seize the pictured cover. Then the lively Lemminkainen, he the handsome Kaukomieli, always eager, though unbidden, ready, though men did not praise him, came to carry off the Sampo, and to seize the pictured cover. Lemminkainen pushed against it, turned himself and pushed against it, on the ground his knees down pressing, but he could not move the Sampo, could not stir the pictured cover, for the roots were rooted firmly in the depths 9 fathoms under. There was then a bull in Pohja which had grown to size enormous, and his sides were sleek and fattened, and his sinews from the strongest. Horns he had in length a fathom, 1/2 more his muzzle's thickness. So they led him from the meadow on the border of the ploughed field. Up they ploughed the roots of Sampo, those which fixed the pictured cover, then began to move the Sampo and to sway the pictured cover. Then the aged Wainamoinen, secondly smith Ilmarinen, third the lively Lemminkainen, carried forth the mighty Sampo, forth from Pohjola's stone mountain, from within the hill of copper, to the boat away they bore it, and within the ship they stowed it. In the boat they stowed the Sampo, in the hold the pictured cover, pushed the boat into the water, in the waves its sides descended. Asked the smith, said Ilmarinen, and he spoke the words which follow. Whither shall we bear the Sampo? Whither now we shall convey it? Take it from this evil country, from the wretched land of Pohja? Wainamoinen, old and steadfast, answered in the words which follow. Thither will we bear the Sampo, and will take the pictured cover to the misty island's headland, at the end of Shady Island. There in safety can we keep it. There it can remain forever. There's a little spot remaining, yet a little plot left over, where they eat not and they fight not, whither swordsmen never wander. The Sampo, then, is brought on board the ship, just as Mysinger the pirate brought Grotte on board his boat, and the heroes row away as fast as possible. Lemminkainen wants music. You can row far better with it, he claims. Wainamoinen demurs, so Lempi's son sings quite by himself, with a voice loud but hardly musical. Indeed, for on a stump a crane was sitting, on a mound from swamp arising, and his toe bones he was counting, and his feet he was uplifting, and was terrified extremely at the song of Lemminkainen. Left the crane his strange employment, with his harsh voice screamed in terror, over Pohjola in terror, and upon his coming thither, when he reached the swamp of Pohja, screaming still and screaming harshly, screaming at his very loudest, waked in Pohjola the people, and aroused the evil nation. Thus pursuit begins. Impediment after magic impediment is thrown across their path by Louhi, wretched hostess of Pohjola, but Wainamoinen overcomes them. He causes her war-ship to be wrecked upon a cliff which he has conjured forth, but on that occasion his beloved Kantille, the harp, sinks to the bottom of the sea. Finally, Louhi changes herself into a huge eagle which fills the space between waves and clouds, and she snatches the Sampo away. From the boat she dragged the Sampo, down she pulled the pictured cover. From the red boat's hold she pulled it, mid the blue lake's waters cast it, and the Sampo broke to pieces, and was smashed the picture cover. Fragments of the colored cover are floating on the surface of the sea. Wainamoinen collects many of them, but Louhi gets only one small piece, hence Lapland is poor, Suomi, or Finland, well off and fertile. Wainamoinen sows the fragments of Sampo, and trees came out of it. From these seeds the plant is sprouting. Lasting welfare is commencing. Here is plowing, here is sowing. Here is every kind of increase. Thence there comes the lovely sunlight o'er the mighty plains of Suomi and the lovely land of Suomi. Wainamoinen constructs a new kantille, of birchwood this time, and with the hairs of a young maiden as strings. But the strings come last. Before that he asks, "Now the frame I have constructed from the trunk for lasting pleasure, whence shall now the screws be fashioned? Whence shall come the pegs to suit me? 'Twas an oak with equal branches, and on every branch an acorn. In the acorn's golden kernels, on each kernel sat a cuckoo. When the cuckoos all were calling, in the call 5 tones were sounding. Gold from out their mouths was flowing, silver too they scattered round them. On a hill the gold was flowing, on the ground there flowed the silver. And from this he made the harp screws, and the pegs from that provided." Once more Wainamoinen begins to play on his irresistible instrument, but this time Louhi manages to capture sun and moon. She was able to do so because the moon came from his dwelling, standing on a crooked birch tree, and the sun came from his castle, sitting on a fir tree's summit, to the kantille to listen, filled with wonder and rejoicing. The grasping Louhi hides sun and moon in an iron mountain. Ilmarinen forges a substitute sun and moon, but they will not shine properly. Eventually Louhi sets free the luminaries, since she has become afraid of the heroes. Repeatedly she complains that her strength has left her with the Sampo, but time is running out, too, on the ancient Wainamoinen. All that is left for him to do is kindle a new fire, and he does. Beginning far back, he had sung all there was to sing. Day by day he sang unwearied, night by night discoursed unceasing, sang the songs of bygone ages, hidden words of ancient wisdom, songs which all the children sing not, all beyond men's comprehension, in these ages of misfortune, when the race is near its ending. Now a miraculous child was born, heralding a new era. Wainamoinen knew that there was not room for both of them in the world. If the child lived, he must go. He said goodbye to his country and began his songs of magic. For the last time sang them loudly, sang himself a boat of copper with a copper deck provided. In the stern himself he seated, sailing o'er the sparkling billows. Still he sang as he was sailing. May the time pass quickly o'er us. One day passes, comes another, and again shall I be needed. Men will look for me and miss me, to construct another Sampo, and another harp to make another moon for gleaming, and another sun for shining. When the sun and moon are absent, in the air no joy remaineth. Then the aged Wainamoinen went upon his journey singing, sailing in his boat of copper, in his vessel made of copper, sailed away to loftier regions, to the land beneath the heavens. Actually, there are more runes which tell of Wainamoinen's departure, as we learn from Haavio. He plunges to the depths of the sea, to the lowest bowels of the earth, to the lowest regions of the heavens, to the doors of the great mouth of death. Or he sailed into the throat of the maelstrom, into the mouth of the maelstrom, into the gullet of the maelstrom, into the maw of the monster of the sea. This is the vortex that swallows all waters, the one that comes of the destruction of Grotta, which must be dealt with later. Its Norse name is Hvergelmur. Its most ancient name is Eridu. But that name belongs to another story and world. It is difficult for moderns to grasp the quality of that ancient recitation, the laulo of only a few notes going on interminably with freely improvised verbal cadenzas, yet with a core of formulas rigidly preserved in the canonic form. It is not actually folk poetry in the accepted sense, even though its copyists, its printers, and its publishers are only peasants with an iron memory. An old Laulaja who recited the origin of the world told Lonrot, quote, "You and I know that this is the real truth about how the world began." End quote. He said this after centuries of Christendom, never doubting, for the essence of the rune was an incantation, sung or murmured, which brings things back to their actual beginning, to the deep origins. To heal a wound from a sword, the Laulaja had to sing the rune of the origin of iron. And one wrong word would have ruined its power. In this way, fragments of ageless antiquity remained embedded in living folk poetry. Those whom the Greeks called the Nameless Ones, Tiflos Aner, who had preserved the epic rhapsodies, reach out to meet us almost in our days, in those humble villages of the far north, their names of our own time: Aripa Pertunen, Semanya of Mekrejarvi, Okoi of Audista, Entree, the pack peddler. Out of the whole bewildering story, one thing is established beyond controversy, that the Sampo is nothing but heaven itself. The fixed adjective Kirjokansi, meaning many-colored, did apply to the cover of the heavenly vault in Finnish folk poetry, as Comparative and others showed long ago. As for the name Sampo, it resisted the efforts of linguists until it was found that the word was derived from the Sanskrit skambha, pillar, pole. Because it grinds, Sampo is obviously a mill, but the mill tree is also the world axis. So the inquiry returns to the Norse mill and to the complex of meanings involved in the difficult word luder, which stands for the timbers of the mill and reappears as lure, a wind instrument. This involves time, both ways, the setting and scansion of time. This does not present embarrassing ambiguity, but a richer meaning, which must have appeared heaven-sent to early thinkers. The Sampo is, or was, the dispenser of all good things, and this is delightfully underscored by the many variants which insist that because most of it fell into the sea is richer than the land. Men were bound to compare the teeming life of Arctic waters with the barren land in the far north. But the Sampo did undergo a catastrophe as it was being moved, and that clinches the parallel with Grotte. The astronomical idea underlying these strange representations has been described in the Intermezzo and will be taken up again in Chapter 9. Chapter 7. Shamans and Smiths. In addition to the Sampo, there are many myths embedded in the Kalevala's narrative sequence whose analysis would yield surprises. There was the contest of Wainamoinen with Youkahainen, a malevolent Lapp magician who seems to be his constant opponent. Youkahainen tries to overcome the ancient sage by asking cosmogonic riddles, but Wainamoinen sings the Lapp step by step into the bog up to his throat, and sings his magic formulae backwards to free him only when the Lapp has promised him Aino, his only sister. There was also the tale of Wainamoinen searching in the dead giant's belly for 3 lost runes. These, unless they are treated as just so stories, look very much like erratic boulders deposited in Finland by the glacial movement of time. For once, it is possible to trace the archaic formulation back to Egypt. A young Egyptian called Setna, or Seton Chamwisi, wanted to steal the magic book of Thoth from the corpse of Neferkaptah, one of the great Egyptian gods, who was often portrayed as a mummy. Ptah, however, was awake and asked him, "Are you able to take this book away with the help of a knowing scribe, or do you want to overcome me at checkerboards? Will you play 52?" Setna agreed, and the board with its dogs, or pieces, being brought up, Neferkaptah won a game, spoke a formula, laid the checkerboard upon Setna's head, and made him sink into the ground up to his hips. On the 3rd time, he made him sink up to his ears. Then Setna cried aloud for his brother, who saved him. There is also a Finnish folk tale which repeats the well-known Babylonian story of Etana and the eagle. Here, instead of the king, it is the son of the widow. No reason is given for this epithet, which appears to belong to Percival in the first line, but we find it again in later Masonic tradition. Who is taken up into the air by a griffin, and sees the earth growing smaller and smaller under him. When the earth appears no bigger than a pea, analogous similes are to be found also in Etana, the griffin plunges straight away to the bottom of the sea, where the hero finds a certain object for which he had looked everywhere, and finally he is restored to land. This looks like the full story of what in the Babylonian cuneiform is interrupted halfway through because the tablet is broken off. It might be the first version of the legend of Alexander exploring the 3 realms. The anomalous position of Kullervo in the Kalevala remains a puzzle. Where Lonrot put him in the sequence, he remains a displaced person, seeming to come, as was noted, from another age. There are many such incongruities. On the basis of the variants discovered, it has been boldly suggested that he was supposed to appear only after the departure of Wainamoinen. In fact, that he himself is the nameless miraculous child who compelled Wainamoinen to quit the scene, and that would be why the 2 never met. The people now understand the child to be Christ himself, but that is the normal transforming influence of the church. The child in Virgil's fourth eclogue was also later thought to be Christ, and Virgil earned a reputation as a magician on the strength of his supposed prophecy. Actually, the mother says of Wainamoinen's and her illegitimate little son, quote, "He shall be a mighty conqueror, strong as even Wainamoinen." End quote. This struck the English editor of the Kalevala the more so as the baby is also called the 2-week-old Kalevala, for Kalervo is both in Finnish and in Estonian tradition the son of Kaleva, Kalevan Poika or Kalevipoig. Much more explicitly than the other heroes, who are sons only generically, it would fit into the mythical picture for reasons which will soon be evident, to have a time-bound tragic avatar of Wainamoinen following upon the timeless sage. But then, who is Kaleva? He is a mysterious entity that shines by his absence, and yet is the eponymous presence through the whole poem. The connotation of giant is attached to him. In some of the Finnish versions of the Old Testament, the gigantic Rephaim and Anakim are called children of Kaleva. But there are many reasons for understanding the word as smith. Kaleva might be a smith even more primeval than Ilmarinen. There is a strange line in the spell describing the origin of iron. Quote, "Poor iron man Kaleva, at that time thou wast neither great nor small." End quote. In any case, the current notion that Kaleva is a personification of Finland, a sort of Britannia with her trident, can be dismissed as unserious. Those were no times for rhetorical figures. Kaleva remains for the present a significant void. But Sitala notes that the Russian Bellini, the close neighbors of the Estonian runes, sing the feats of Kolivanovic, the son of Kolivan, and say next to nothing of Kolivan himself. The Russian texts give the full name as Samson Kolivanovic, just as in Finland it is Kalervo Kalevanpoika. Here, perhaps by chance, a name turns up which runs like a barely visible thread through the whole tradition. We have Samson in the Kalevala right in the first rune. His name is Sampsa Pellervoinen, who sows the trees and also helps Wainamoinen to cut them down. His name, the man of the field, or the earth-begotten, shows him to be a rural deity, which might translate into the Greek Triptolemus or the Etruscan Aruns Veltimnus. One can no longer tell what his role was in the original order of the poem. It is enough that he is there. The lore of the mill begins to extend beyond reach. It will be no surprise then to find Lycophron, the master mythologist, speaking of Zeus the miller. With it, paradoxically, goes again the name of Melinos, miller, given to the leader of the battle of the giants against the gods. The struggle was seen, obviously, as one for the control of the mill of heaven. It is, then, maybe not by chance that the name of Samson appears in the far north. For Samson himself, Samson Agonistes, should have a place of honor among the giant heroes of the mill. He is in fact the first one in our literature. We are told in Judges 16:21 how he ground away eyeless in Gaza at the mill with slaves, until his cruel captors unbound him to make sport for them in their temple. And with his last strength he took hold of the middle pillars and brought the temple crushing down on the heads of the Philistines. Like Menja, he had taken his revenge. But Samson leads beyond the confines of this topic into a worldwide context. He brings more abstruse concepts into play. He had better be reserved for the next chapter. Now, at the end of the strange story of the Sampo, one is entitled to ask, does all this make much sense by itself? Is it relevant at all beyond literary history? Comparative, the great old scholar who in the last century tackled the difficult study of Finnish poetry, set himself a neat and classic philological question. Would it help us to understand the birth of the Homeric poems? Yes, he says. Yet he admits that the Homeric question remains open. In other words, the famous commission of Orphic and Pythagorean experts set up by Pisistratus to collect the scattered rhapsodies can hardly have produced by itself, any more than Lonrot could, such works as the Iliad and the Odyssey. Hence, in conclusion, there must still have been a Homer, which goes to show that the conventional idea of epic genius ends up in mystery, even for the comparative philologist. But Comparetti is prompt to point out that those experts were no scholars in today's sense, belonging as they did to a period when myth, poetry, and intellectual creation were all one. It might have been better perhaps to take the question from the other end. Supposing that Lonrot had been himself some kind of Orphic and Pythagorean, in the old sense, might he not have produced a better reconstruction than the surely intelligent stitching together to which he had to limit himself? Was he not hampered by his ignorance of the archaic background? Firdausi did actually know the astrological doctrines through which his scattered sources made coherent sense, and this is undoubtedly what allowed him to weld his Shahnama into a real whole. Lonrot was not, but the short songs of the Finnish peasant tradition were too far removed from the original thought for anyone to recapture it. His successors, who unearthed a bewildering number of variants to every single rune, have left the confusion intact. Instead of forcing the bulky piece into an arbitrary whole, the Finnish folklore fellows, FF for short, have taken up comparative mythology, the only means by which order can be established eventually. As concerns Homer and the presupposed Homeric rhapsodies, this is dangerous territory, not so much because Homer belongs in fee simple to the redoubtable guild of Homeric scholars. Comparetti, as a respectable member of the guild, could afford deviations, but essentially because it is not fitting to try to reduce a scheme, what remains a prodigious and subtle work of art, the limpidity and immediacy of which should not be spoiled. It is unfortunately a common prejudice that to work out high theoretical allusions contained in the text reduces the text to an irrelevant conundrum, whereas, for instance, the catalogue of ships studied literally reveals hidden beauties to the reader. It is enough to suggest here that Homer found pre-existent materials at hand, squared blocks and well-cut ashlars, which he transformed into poetry. One of those prefabricated pieces, The Curse of the Miller Woman, is located in chapter 6, and there is more such evidence to come. Homer's craft lay really in reshaping and humanizing these materials so well that they became inconspicuous. In the case of the Greek tragedies, more is known thanks to Apollodorus. His library of myths, supplemented by Fraser's wonderful notes, shows that the library provided the book for every tragedy, those that we have and those that are lost, those written and those never written. Yet, it took an Aeschylus or a Sophocles to transform the meaning, to make out of it a work of art. Much closer to hand and better known are the sources of the Divine Comedy, history, philosophy, and myth, measures and intervals, which provide a virtually complete structure without gaps. Yet because of this, Dante is all the more a true creator clearly. It is the very idea of poet, poetes, which has to be redefined in moving closer to traditional sources. Veteris docti poetae, as Ovid said, himself not the least of them. Learned is the key word, not in theoretical tropes and allegories, but in the living substance of mythical doctrine. But here again, common usage is misleading. Today, a learned man is usually one who understands what it is all about. Dante was certainly one. But was it so in remote ages? There is reason to doubt it. An esoteric doctrine, as defined by Aristotle, is one which is learned long before being understood. Much of the education of Chinese scholars was until very recently along those lines. Understanding remained something apart. It might never come at all, and at best would come when the learning was complete. There were other ways. One can give an extreme case from Rome. Athenaeus says that there was a much applauded mime, Memphis by name, who in a brief dance was said to convey faultlessly the whole essence of the Pythagorean doctrine. It is not said that he understood it. He may have had an inkling, and the rest was his extraordinarily sharpened sense of expression. He had, so to speak, a morphological understanding that he could only express in action. His public understood surely no more than he, but they would be strict and unforgiving judges. Dictum sapienti sat, the wise would say. But here even the one word was missing. His spectators would shout deliriously nonetheless in their own demotic language, "I dig you, Jack." And for the slightest lapse from the exact form they were ready with eggs and overripe tomatoes. Here was a case of true communication which does not need understanding. It takes place only through the form, morphe. In mystery rites there were things which could not be said, archaeita, but could only be acted out. Such happenings must be kept in mind when trying to determine how well the poet understood the material handed on to him. Creative misunderstanding may have been of the essence of his freedom, but strict respect was there nonetheless. The rune of the origin of iron, the ninth of the Kalevala, was incomprehensible to the Laulaja, yet he knew he had to recite this deep origin to control the lethal powers of cold iron. Magic and mantic implications were present always in the grim business of the smith, as they were in the high business of the poet. Understanding lay beyond them. Every era, of course, has freely invented its own ballads, romances, songs, and fables to entertain it. That is another matter. This concerns the poet, poetes, as he was understood in early times. There was an original complex meaning which comprised the words poet, vates, prophet, seer, every knowledge and law. Vico wrote with a flash of genius 2 centuries ago must once upon a time have been serious poetry, poesia seriosa. It is in this sense that Aristotle in a sophisticated age still refers respectfully to the grave testimony of early poets. Now that documents of the earliest stages of writing are available, one is struck with a wholly unexpected feature. Those first predecessors of ours, instead of indulging their whims with childlike freedom, behave like worried and doubting commentators. They always try an exegesis of a dimly understood tradition. They move among technical terms whose meaning is half lost to them. They deal with words which appear on this earliest horizon already tottering with age, as J. H. Breasted says. Words soon to vanish from our ken. Long before poetry can begin, there were generations of strange scholiasts. The experts have noted the uncertainty prevailing in the successors of old texts, the attempts in them to establish correct names, and their significance from obsolete formulas and ideograms. S. Schott, dealing with early star lists of Egypt, points to the perplexity of later generations concerning the names of constellations, even those of the greatest gods of the Dechends, Orion and Sothis, who in ancient Egyptian are called by the names of old hieroglyphs, without anybody knowing in historical times what these hieroglyphs had meant once upon a time. During the whole long history of these names, we meet attempts at interpretation. This last sentence goes for every ancient text, not only for the names contained therein. There is no end of commentaries on the pyramid texts, the coffin texts, and the Book of the Dead. On the Rig Veda, the I Ching, just as the Old Testament. W. von Soden regrets that we depend on the documents of the Renaissance of Sumerian culture around 2100 BC instead of having the real old material at our disposal. The mere fact that Sumerian was the language of the educated Babylonian and Assyrian, the existence of the many Sumerian Akkadian dictionaries, and the numerous translations of the Gilgamesh epic betray the activity of several academies responsible for the officially recognized text editions. One could almost see the scholars puzzling and frowning over the texts. And in Mexico, it was the same. In Chimalpahin's Memorial Breve, we find notes such as, "In the year 5 house, certain old men explained some pictographs to the effect that King Hoymak of Tolan, the mythical Golden Age city, had died." This took place before the coming of the Spaniards. The Greek Renaissance, no less than those of the previous millennia of the Near East, was the result of such an antiquarian effort. Hesiod still bears the mark of it. These few notions should be present in any ideas about transmission. The word need in no way imply understanding on the part of those who transmit, and this is true from early ages down to contemporary minstrels. As has been pointed out, it is easy to slip into ordinary literary history if the origins are not seriously investigated. Does the tale of the Sampo have a wider interest than this? A few handsome cosmic motifs scattered through the tale of magic might still have reached Finland through the corridors of time from the other cultures without any meaning attached. In short, it might all be folk poetry in the usual sense. The editors of the Kalevala themselves insistently described the background as shamanistic, by which they simply understood some kind of primitive religion. It corresponded in their minds to primeval instinctive magic to be found in all 5 continents, associated with the tribal medicine man. Then came Fraser to introduce the cleavage between magic and religion as distinct forms, to complicate matters further. Shamanism remained until recently a catchword of an uncertain sort of a portmanteau term for specialists, a vague notion for the public of the kind that gives one the pleasant impression of understanding what it is all about, like that other too famous term, mana. One of the present authors is willing to admit ruefully that he once stressed the link of Pythagoras and Epimenides with Thracian shamans, with no more thought than to show that there was much in them of the ageless medicine man. This was several years ago, and it seemed to correspond to the state of the art. It is no longer so. To have uncovered the inadmissibility of the general usage of the term is the merit of Laszlo Vajda's short but dense and logical study on the subject. Vajda has shown that no historical verdict based on such generalities is valid. It is inadmissible to reduce shamanism to memories of Eskimo and Chikoks, or to a technique of induced ecstasy, or to derive such phenomena from the Asiatic North, where, undeniably, this particular kind of queerness is fostered. Shaman is a Tungusian word. Shamanism has its epicenter in Ural-Altaic Asia, but it is a very complex phenomenon of culture which can be explained neither by psychologists nor by sociologists, but only by way of historical ethnology. To put it in a few words, a shaman is elected by spirits, meaning that he cannot choose his profession. Epileptics and mentally unhinged persons are obvious privileged candidates. Once elected, the future shaman goes to school. Older shamans teach him his trade, and only after the concluding ceremony of his education is he accepted. This is, so to speak, the visible part of his education. The real shamanistic initiation of the soul happens in the world of spirits, while his body lies unconscious in his tent for days, who dismember the candidate in the most thorough and drastic manner and sew him together afterwards with iron wire, or reforge him, so that he becomes a new being capable of feats which go beyond the human. The duties of a shaman are to heal diseases which are caused by hostile spirits who have entered the body of the patient, or which occur because the soul has left the body and cannot find the way back. Often the shaman is responsible for guiding the souls of the deceased to the abode of the dead, as he also escorts the souls of sacrificed animals to the sky. His help is needed, too, when the hunting season is bad. He must find out where the game is. In order to find out all the things which he is expected to know, the shaman has to ascend to the highest sky to get the information from his god, or go into the underworld. On his way, he has to fight hostile spirits and or rival shamans, and tremendous duels are fought. Both combatants have with them their helping spirits in animal form, and much shape-shifting takes place. In fact, these fantastic duels form the bulk of shamanistic stories. The last echoes are the so-called magic flights in fairy tales. The shaman's soul ascends to the sky when he is in a state of ecstasy. In order to get into this state, he needs his drum, which serves him as a horse, the drumstick as a whip. Now, the frame within which the shaman proper acts, that is, the world conception of Ural-Altaic shamanism, has been successfully traced back to India, under its Hinduistic and Buddhistic aspects, including Tibetan Lamaism and Bonpo, as well as to Iran. When reading Radloff's many volumes, one runs into insufficiently disguised bodhisattvas at every corner. Mangiare equals Manjusri, Maitere or Madere equals Maitreya, etc. But the best organized material has been provided by Uno Holmberg, or Uno Harva, who has been quoted here and will be quoted frequently. This world conception, however, with its three domains, with 7 or 9 skies, one above the other, and with corresponding underworlds, with the world pillar running through the center of the whole system, crowned by the North Nail, or World Nail, Polaris, goes farther back than Indian and Iranian culture, namely to the most ancient Near East, whence India and Iran derived their idea of a cosmos being in itself by no means an obvious assumption. The shaman climbing the stairs or notches of his post or tree, pretending that his soul ascends at the same time to the highest sky, does the very same thing as the Mesopotamian priest did when mounting to the top of his 7-storied pyramid, the ziggurat representing the planetary spheres. From the majestic temple at Borobudur in Java to the graceful stupas which dot the Indian landscape stretches a schematized reminder of the 7 heavens, the 7 notches, the 7 levels. Says Uno Holmberg, quote, "The pattern of 7 levels can hardly be imagined as the invention of Turco-Tartar populations. To the investigator, the origin of the gods ruling those various levels is no mystery, for they point clearly to the planetary gods of Babylon, which, already in their faraway point of origin, ruled over 7 superposed starry circles." End quote. This was also the considered conclusion, years ago, of Paul Moos, To have taken the conception of several skies and underworlds as natural, ergo primitive, was a grievous blunder which distorted the historical outlook of the last 2 centuries. It stems from the fact that philologists and Orientalists have lost all contact with astronomical imagination, or even the fundamentals of astronomy. When they find something which savors undeniably of astronomical lore, they find a way to label it under pre-logical thought or the like. But even apart from the celestial ladder and the sky travel of the shaman's soul, a close look at shamanistic items always discloses very ancient patterns. For instance, the drum, the most powerful device of the shaman, representing the universe in a specific way, is the unmistakable grandchild of the bronze Lilisu drum of the Mesopotamian Kalu priest, responsible for music and serving the god Enki Ea. The cover of the Lilisu drum must come from a black bull, which represents Taurus in heaven, says Thurio Dongin. Compared the sacrifice of the Mesopotamian bull, the height of which was to cover the Lilisu drum, with the Indian Ashvamedha, a huge horse sacrifice, which only the most successful king, always a kshatriya, could afford. They found that the Indian horse must have the kritika, the Pleiades, on his forehead, and this too, according to Albright, is what the Akkadian text prescribes concerning the bull. This should be enough to indicate the level of phenomena brought into play. The striking of the drum covered with that specific bullhide was meant as a contact with heaven at its most significant point, and in the age of Taurus, circa 4000 to 2000 BC, this was also explicitly said to represent Anu, now casually identified as God of Heaven. But Anu was a far more exact entity. In cuneiform script, Anu is written with one wedge, which stands for the number 1, and also for 60 in the sexagesimal system. The Pythagoreans would have said he stands for the 1 and the decad. All this does not mean some symbolic or mystical, least of all magical quality or quantity, but the fundamental time measure of celestial events, that is, motions. Striking the drum was to involve, this time, yes, magically, the essential time and place in heaven. It is not clear whether or not the Siberian shamans were still aware of this past. The amount of highly relevant star lore collected by Holmberg and the innumerable figures of definitely astronomical character found on shamanistic drums could very well allow for much more insight than the ethnologists assume. But this is irrelevant at this point. What is plain and relevant is that the Siberian shamans did not invent the zodiac and all that goes with it. There is no need for a detailed inspection of Chinese mythical drums, merely a few lines from an ocean of stories. In the Eastern Sea, there is to be found an animal which looks like an ox. Its appearance is green, and it has no horns. It has 1 foot only. When it moves into the water or out of it, it causes wind or rain. Its shining is similar to that of the sun and the moon. The noise it makes is like the thunder. Its name is Kuei. The great Huang Ti, having captured it, made a drum out of its skin. This looks prima facie like the description of an ancient case of delirium tremens, but the context makes it sober enough. This is a kind of unnatural, natural history which has some small regard for living species, but deals with events from another realm. The one-legged being, in particular, can be followed through many appearances, beginning with the Hanruken of the Mayas, whose very name means one leg. From it comes our hurricane. So there is no wonder that he disposes of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in lavish amounts. But he is not for all that a mere weather god, since he is one aspect of Tezcatlipoca himself, and the true original one leg that looks down from the starry sky. But his name is not appropriate yet. And so back by unexpected ways to mythical drums and their conceivable use. A lot more might be found by exploring that incredible storehouse of archaic thought miraculously preserved among the Mande peoples of West Sudan. In the large and complicated creation myth of the Mande, there are two drums. The first was brought down from heaven by the bardic ancestor shortly after the ark, with the 8 twin ancestors, had landed on the primeval field. This drum was made from Pharaoh's skull and was used for producing rain. The first sanctuary was built, and the first word revealed, 30 words there were, to mankind through the mouth of one of the twin ancestors who talked the whole night, ceasing only when he saw the sun and Sirius rising at the same time. When the second word was to be revealed, consisting of 50 words this time, and again connected with the heliacal rising of Sirius, the ancestor decided to sacrifice in the sanctuary on the hill the first twins of mixed sex. He asked the bard to make an arm drum with the skin of the twins. The tree from which he carved the drum grew on the hill and symbolized Pharaoh's only leg. Here again are important one-legged characters, of whom there are a bewildering number with various functions all over the world. It is not necessary to enter that jungle, except to note that the temporary mock king of Siam, who was set up for yearly expiatory ceremonies, also had to stand on one leg upon a golden dais during all the coronation ceremonies, and he had the fine-sounding title of Lord of the Celestial Armies. The Chinese Kuei is then no isolated character. The Chinese myth is more explicit than the others and becomes more understandable because the Chinese were extremely sky-conscious. Their sinful monsters are thrown into pits or banished to strange mountain regions for the sin of having upset the calendar. As for Kuei himself, engagingly introduced as a green ox-like creature of the eastern sea, he will grow more bewildering as his nature unfolds. Marcel Granet writes that the Emperor Shun made Kuei master of music, actually ordered no less a power than the sun, or Chong Li, to fetch him from the bush and bring him to court, because Kuei alone had the talent to bring into harmony the 6 pipes and the 7 modes. And Shun, who wanted to bring peace to the empire, stood by the opinion that, quote, music is the essence of heaven and earth, end quote. Kuei also could cause the 100 animals to dance by touching the musical stone, and he helped Yu the Great, that indefatigable earth mover among the 5 first emperors, to accomplish his labor of regulating the rivers. And it turns out that he was not only master of the dance, but master of the forge as well. He must have been a remarkable companion for Yu the Great, whose dancing pattern, the step of Yu, performed the Big Dipper. Enough of drums and of their shamanistic use. They have at least ceased to seem like tribal tom-toms. They are connected with time, rhythm, and motion in heaven. Moving now to another great theme, in fact a very great one, it is possible to trace back the significance of the blacksmith in Asiatic shamanism, particularly the celestial blacksmith who is the legitimate heir to the divine architecton of the cosmos. Several representatives of this type, whom we call Deus Faber, still have both functions, being architects and smiths at the same time, e.g. the Greek Hephaestus, who builds the starry houses for the gods and forges masterworks, and the Koshar Wahasis of Ras Shamra, who builds Baal's palace and forges masterworks also. The Yakuts claim smith and shaman come from the same nest, and they add The smith is the older brother of the shaman, which might be valid also for Wainamoinen, coupled with Ilmarinen, who is said to have hammered together the roof of the sky. It is the primeval smith who made the Sampo, as we know, and forged sky and luminaries in Estonia. It is no idle fancy that the representative of the celestial smith, the king, is himself frequently titled smith. Genghis Khan had the title smith, and the standard of the Persian Empire was the stylized leather apron of the smith Kavag. The Chinese mythical emperors Huang Ti and Yu are such unmistakable smiths that Marcel Granet drew historic sociological conclusions all the way, forgetting the while that Huang Ti, the Yellow Emperor, is acknowledged to be Saturn. And just as the Persian Shahs held their royal Jubilee festival after having reigned 30 years, which is the Saturnian Revolution, so the Egyptian pharaoh also celebrated his Jubilee after 30 years, true to the inventor of this festival, Ptah, who is the Egyptian Saturn, and also Deus Faber. It was necessary to enter this subject in depth abruptly and lay stress on these few selected data, because otherwise the charming and harmless-looking Finnish runes would not be seen for what they are, the badly damaged fragments of a once whole and multicolored cover. It does no harm to stamp Wainamoinen a shaman, as long as one remains aware of the background of shamanism. In fact, there is, again, a vision in depth from seeing that Wainamoinen has discarded the drum, which remains the one instrument of his Lapp cousins. He has created the harp, and this means that he must be seen as the Orpheus of the North. Last survivals are not easily recognized. It needs experience, and it cannot be expected that an unsuspecting reader of folk poetry would spot well-known divine characters when they come his way clad in Longfellow's meter. For instance, in reading Kalevala, it is not easy to discover the mighty Iranian god of time, Zervan Akarana, who is portrayed as standing upon the world egg, carrying in his hands the tools of the architect. Then was born smith Ilmarinen, thus was born and thus was nurtured, born upon a hill of charcoal, reared upon a plain of charcoal, in his hands a copper hammer, and his little pincers likewise. Ilmari was born at night time, and at day he built his smithy. Since Christendom was very successful in destroying old traditions, Altai and Siberian survivals are often found in far better shape than Finnish runes, but even the Lapps still speak of Varalden Olme, the world man, and this is the same as Saturnus. Nor are Jupiter and Mars absent, the former being called Horagalis, Thorkarl, the latter Biekagalis, the wind man. Vogels, Yakuts, and Mongols tell of God's 7 sons, or 7 gods, or 9, among whom are a scribe man, and a man observing the world. The latter has been compared straight away with Kalervo by Karl Karenyi, who claims his name to be the literal translation of Avalokiteshvara, the very great bodhisattva, known in China as Kuan Yin, literally, deserving musical modes. One wonders whether this world observer does not go back much farther, to Gilgamesh. We have to keep in mind that the Babylonians called their texts after their opening words, e.g., the creation epic they call Enuma Elish, i.e., when above. Accordingly, what we call the Epic of Gilgamesh was with them Shah Nakba Imuril, who saw everything. Such are the bewildering changes rung by time on great and familiar themes. And there is more. Actually, when still young, this Vogulian, world-observing man, Avalokiteshvara himself, this great and worshipped deity of Buddhist countries, was, like Kalervo, a much plagued orphan, first in the house of his uncle, then in the house of the Russian, and in that of the Samoyed. After years of misery, quite specific measured misery, he kills all his tormentors. The revenge he takes is for himself. His father, who had lowered down the beloved son from the sky in a cradle, remained aloft. These hints will suffice for the time being. It does not matter whether or not pieces, or even the whole, of cosmological tradition came late to the Ural-Altaic populations, that is, whether Manichaeism had a part in their propagation. The Manichaeans took over the whole parcel of old traditions, changing only the signs, as happens with every Gnostic system. Gnostics never have been of the inventive sort. Their very title, derived from their key word, gives the scheme away. Gnosis res hodou equals knowledge of the way. The way which had to be learned by heart is that which leads outwards, upwards, through the planetary spheres, past the threatening watchtowers of the zodiac to the desired timeless light beyond the sphere of fixed stars, above the pole star, beyond and above everything, where the unknown God, agnostos theos, resides eternally. This way is not exactly the same for everybody, and the largest highroads are not everlasting, but the principle remains unchanged. The shaman travels through the skies in the very same manner as the pharaoh did, well equipped as he was with his pyramid text or his coffin text, which represented his indispensable timetable and contained the ordained addresses of every celestial individual whom he was expected to meet. The pharaoh relied upon his particular text as the less distinguished dead relied upon his copy of chapters from the Book of the Dead, and he was prepared, as was the shaman, to change shape into the Sata serpent, a centipede, or the semblance of whatever celestial station must be passed, and to recite the fitting formulae to overcome hostile beings. To sum it up, whether shamanism is an old or relatively young offshoot of ancient civilization is irrelevant. It is not primitive at all, but it belongs, as all our civilizations do, to the vast company of ungrateful heirs of some almost unbelievable Near Eastern ancestor who first dared to understand the world as created according to number, measure, and weight. If the Finnish runes and Altaic legends sound harmless enough, so do the popular traditions of most of the European countries, including Greece, the kind of mythology known through Bulfinch. But here at least there are additional less popular traditions which have preserved more of the severe spirit and style of old. So the 13th Orphic hymn to Kronos addresses the god as Father of the blessed gods as well as of man, you of changeful counsel, strong Titan who devours all and begets it anew, you who hold this indestructible bond according to the Apirona, unlimited order of Ion, Kronos, father of all, wily-minded Kronos, offspring of Gaia and starry Uranos, venerable Prometheus. Such sayings suddenly thrust information out of the usual patterns and show the true professional minds of ancient mythology working out their theorems. The only conventional attribute is son of Uranos and Gaia. Kronos is termed a Titan because the word god belongs properly to the Olympian generation, whereas Saturn's empire is not of this world any more than that of the Indian Asura, and the king of the golden Krita Yuga, Varuna, and the formula is found still in the medieval Kaiser Sage. At the end of Theodoric's reign, when there are only corpses left, a dwarf appears and asks the king to follow him. Your empire is no more in this world. The corresponding most popular folktale shows Theodoric of Verona ravished by a demon horse and cast headlong into the crater of Etna. More puzzling, Cronus is that other titan, Prometheus, that other adversary of the gods, the lighter of fire. He is many more characters too, but it will take some time to clear this up. We are at the heart of an implex. Who holdest the unbreakable bond? Assyrian Ninurta, too, holds the bond of heaven and earth. We shall also hear of magical invocation that addresses Cronus as founder of the world we live in. These words are, however, insufficient and ambiguous. Not only are translations imprecise generally, but in our times of accelerated decay of language, even the best intentioned reader is likely to overlook such words as bond or to found. If instead he were to read inch scale, and to survey a divine foundation is every time a temenos, he would probably react in a different manner. Cronus Saturn has been and remains the one who owns the inch scale, who gives the measures continuously, because he is the originator of times. As Macrobius says, although the poor man mistakes him for the sun for this very reason. But Helios the Titan is not Apollo, quite explicitly. Apart from this, apart also from Plutarch's report, according to which Cronus, sleeping in that golden cave in Ogygia, dreams what Zeus is planning, there is an Orphic fragment of greater weight preserved in Proclus's commentary on Plato's Cratylus. The Orphic text being one of the delicate sort, we quote some sentences only. The greatest Cronus is giving from above the principles of intelligibility to the demiurge, Zeus, and he presides over the whole creation, demiurgia. That is why Zeus calls him demon, according to Orpheus, saying, "Set in motion our genius, excellent demon." And Cronus seems to have with him the highest causes of junctions and separations. He has become the cause of the continuation of begetting and propagation, and the head of the whole genus of Titans, from which originates the division of beings. Diaresis ton onton. The passage ends thus. Also, Nyx prophesies to him, but the Father does so continuously, prosikos, and he gives him all the measures of the whole creation. In Proclus's style, the same phenomena which look simply flat and childish, mere etymologizing when handled by others, sound extremely difficult, which they actually are. So let us shortly compare how Macrobius deals with the responsibility of Cronus for the division of beings, after having mentioned the current identification of Cronus, Saturn, and Cronus, Time, so often contested by philologists. Macrobius states, "They say that Saturn cut off the private parts of his father, Caelus, Oranos, threw them into the sea, and out of them Venus was born, who, after the foam, Aphros, from which she was formed, accepted the name of Aphrodite. From this they conclude that when there was chaos, no time existed, insofar as time is a fixed measure derived from the revolution of the sky. Time begins there, and of this is believed to have been born Cronus, who is Kronos, as was said before." The fact is that the separation of the parents of the world, accomplished by means of the emasculation of Uranos, stands for the establishing of the obliquity of the ecliptic, the beginning of measurable time. The very same event was understood by Milton as the expulsion from paradise. And Saturn has been appointed to be the one who established it because he is the outermost planet, nearest to the sphere of fixed stars. Saturn does give the measures. This is the essential point. How are we to reconcile it with Saturn, the first king, the ruler of the Golden Age, who is now asleep at the outer confines of the world? The conflict is only apparent, as will be seen. For now, it is essential to recognize that whether one has to do with the Mesopotamian Saturn, Enki, Ea, or with Ptah of Egypt, he is the Lord of Measures, spelled in Sumerian, Parshu in Akkadian, Ma'at in Egyptian, and the same goes for his Majesty, the Yellow Emperor of China. Yellow because the element Earth belongs to Saturn. Huang Ti established everywhere the order for the sun, the moon, and the stars. The melody remains the same. It might help to understand the general idea, but particularly the lucubration of Proclus, to have a look at the figure drawn by Kepler, which represents the moving triangle fabricated by great conjunctions, that is, those of Saturn and Jupiter. One of these points needs roughly 2,400 years to move through the whole zodiac. The next chapter will show why this is of high importance. Here it suffices to point to one possible manner in which measures are given continuously. Saturn, giver of the measures of the cosmos, remains the star of law and justice in Babylon. Also, the star of Nemesis in Egypt. The ruler of necessity and retribution, in brief, the emperor. In China, Saturn has the title Génie du Pivot, as the god who presides over the center, the same title which is given to the pole star. This is puzzling at first, and so is the laconic statement coming from Mexico. Quote, in the year 2 Reed, Tezcatlipoca changed into Mixcoatl because Mixcoatl has his seat at the North Pole, and, being now Mixcoatl, he drilled fire with the fire sticks for the first time. End quote. It is not in the line of modern astronomy to establish any link connecting the planets with Polaris or with any star, indeed out of reach of the members of the zodiacal system. Yet such figures of speech were an essential part of the technical idiom of archaic astrology, and those experts in ancient cultures who could not understand such ideas have remained completely helpless in the face of the theory. What has Saturn, the far-out planet, to do with the pole? Yet, if he cannot be recognized as the genie of the pivot, how is it possible to support Amleth's claim to be the legitimate owner of the mill? Chapter 9. Amleth the Titan and his spinning top. A reasonable case has been made for the extreme antiquity and continuity of certain traditions concerning the heavens. Even if Amleth's quern, the Grotta, and the Sampo, as individual myths, cannot be traced back beyond the Middle Ages, they are derived in different ways from that great and durable patrimony of astronomical tradition, the Middle East. Now it is time to locate the origin of the image of the mill, and further, what its alleged breakup and the coming into being of the whirlpool can possibly mean. The starting place is Greece. Cleomedes, circa AD 150, speaking of the northern latitudes, states, quote, the heavens there turn around in the way a millstone does, end quote. Al-Farghani in the East takes up the same idea, and his colleagues will supply the details. They call the star Koshab, Beta Ursae Minores, mill peg, and the stars of the Little Bear surrounding the North Pole, and Fas al-Raha, the whole of the mill peg, because they represent, as it were, a hole, the axial ring, in which the mill axle turns, since the axle of the equator, the polar axis, is to be found in this region, fairly close to the star Al-Jadi, or he-goat, Polaris, Alpha Ursae Minoris. These are the words of the Arab cosmographer Al-Qazvini. Idler comments, Koth, the common name of the pole, means really the axle of the movable upper millstone which goes through the lower fixed one, what is called the mill iron. On this ambiguity is founded the analogy mentioned by Qazvini. The sphere of heaven was imagined as a turning millstone, and the North Pole as the axle bearing in which the mill iron turns. Thus is explained by Giorgio, as rima, caesura, etc. The fas al-raha of our text, which stands also in the Dresden globe, beside the North Pole of the equator, should therefore represent the axial bearing. Farther to the east, in India, the Bhagavata Purana tells us how the virtuous prince Dhruva was appointed as pole star. The particular virtue of the prince, which alarmed even the gods, is worth mentioning. He stood on one leg for more than a month, motionless. This is what was announced to him. Quote, "The stars and their figures, and also the planets, shall turn around you." End quote. Accordingly, Dhruva ascends to the highest pole, quote, "to the exalted seat of Vishnu, round which the starry spheres forever wander, like the upright axle of the corn mill circled without end by the laboring oxen." End quote. The simile of the oxen driven around is not alien to the West. It has remained in our languages thanks to the Latin septentriones, the 7 threshing oxen of Ursa Major. That we are used to calling the 7 oxen, according to Cicero's translation of Aratus. On a more familiar level, there is a remark by Trimalchio in Petronius from Satyricon 39, quote, "Thus the orb of heaven turns around like a millstone, and ever does something bad." End quote. It was not a foreign idea to the ancients that the mills of the gods grind slowly, and that the result is usually pain. Thus the image travels far and wide by many channels, reaches the north by way of Celtic Scandinavian transmission, and appears in Snæbjörn's account of his voyage of discovery in the Arctic. There should be added to those enigmatic lines of his what is known now of the background in Scandinavian lore. The 9 grim goddesses who once ground Amleth's meal, working now that host cruel scary quern beyond the edge of the world, are in their turn only the agents of a shadowy controlling power called mundilfuri, literally the mover of the handle. The word mundil, says Rydberg, is never used in the Old Norse literature about any other object than the sweep or handle with which the movable millstone is turned. And he is backed by Vigfússon's dictionary, which says that mundil in mundilfori clearly refers to the veering round or revolution of the heavens. The case is then established. But there is an ambiguity here which discloses further depths in the idea. Muandul comes from Sanskrit manthati, says Rydberg. It means to swing, twist, bore, from the root month, whence later Latin mentula, which occurs in several passages in the Rig Veda. Its direct application always refers to the production of fire by friction. So it is indeed, but Rydberg, after establishing the etymology, has not followed up the meaning. The locomotive engineers and airplane pilots of today who coined the term joystick might have guessed. For the Sanskrit pramanta is the male fire stick or churn stick, which serves to make fire, and pramanta has turned into the Greeks' Prometheus, a personage to whom it will be necessary to come back frequently. What seems to be deep confusion is in reality only two differing aspects of the same complex idea. The lighting of fire at the pole is part of that idea, but the reader is not the first to be perplexed by an imagery which allows for the presence of planets at the pole, even if it were only for the purpose of kindling the fire which was to last for a new age of the world, that world age which the particular pramanta was destined to rule. The handle, moendel, and the fire drill are complementary. Both have had great developments which superimpose on each other and on a multitude of myths. The obstacles which imagination has to overcome are the associations which are connected spontaneously with fire, that is, the real burning fire in chimney or hearth, and the kind of fire associated with the mentioned joystick. Both are irrelevant as far as cosmological terminology is concerned, but they lent the linguistic vehicle which was used to carry the ideas of astronomy and alchemy. It should be stated right now that fire is actually a great circle reaching from the North Pole of the celestial sphere to its South Pole, whence such strange utterances as Rigveda 5:13-6. Quote, Agni, how the Feli, the spokes, thus you surround the gods. End quote. Agni is the so-called fire god, or the personified fire. The Atharva Veda says, moreover, that the fire sticks belong to the Skamba, with Geldner's remark that in this stanza of the Atharva Veda the fire sticks are treated as a great secret and attributed to Skamba. The world's axis, the very Skamba from which the Sampo has been derived. The identity of the mill, in its many versions, with heaven, is thus universally understood and accepted, but hitherto nobody seems to have wondered about this second part of the story, which also occurs in the many versions. How and why does it always happen that this mill, the peg of which is Polaris, had to be wrecked or unhinged? Once the archaic mind had grasped the forever enduring rotation, what caused it to think that the axle jumps out of the hole? What memory of catastrophic events has created this story of destruction? Why should Wainamoinen, and he is not the only one, state explicitly that another mill has to be constructed? Why had Dhruva to be appointed to play pole star and for a given cycle? For the story refers in no way to the creation of the world. One might even ask, as the alternative solution to Rydberg's challenging limb grist, whether Bergelmer was not heaved in the same manner upon the millstone that is appointed to play polestar. The simple answer lies in the facts of the case. The polestar does get out of place, and every few thousand years another star has to be chosen which best approximates that position. It is well known that the Great Pyramid, so carefully sited, is not oriented at our pole star but at Alpha Draconis, which occupied the position at the pole 5,000 years ago. But, as has been mentioned above, it is the more difficult for moderns to imagine that in those far-off ages men could keep track of such imperceptible shifting, as many of them are not aware of the mere facts. As Dr. Alexander Pogo, the Palomar astronomer, has written in frustration, quote, I give up quoting further examples of the obstinate belief of our Egyptologists in the immobility of the heavenly pole. End quote. Yet there is quite a collection of myths to show that once upon a time it was realized that the sphere of fixed stars is not meant to circle around the same peg forever and ever. Several myths tell how Polaris is shot down or removed in some other way. That is reserved for an appendix. Most of these myths, however, come under a misleading name. They have been understood to deal with the end of the world, but there are extremely few eschatological myths entitled to this label. For example, the twilight of the gods is understood as the world's end, yet there is unambiguous testimony to the contrary from the Voluspa and other chapters of the Edda. What actually comes to an end is a world, in the sense of a world age. The catastrophe cleans out the past, which is replaced by a new heaven and a new earth, and ruled by a new pole star. The biblical flood was also the end of a world, and Noah's adventure is rehearsed in many traditions and many forms all over the planet. The Greeks knew of 3 successive destructions. Coherence will be reestablished in this welter of traditions if it is realized that what is referred to is that grandest of heavenly phenomena, the precession of the equinoxes. The phenomenon has been dealt with in the intermezzo already, but it is essential enough to be taken up more than once. Being so slow and in a man's age so imperceptible, it has been taken for granted, i.e., during the last 100 years at least. In former times, when the humanities had not yet been infected by the biological scheme of evolution, the scholars showed better confidence in the capacities of the creators of high civilization, that no one could have detected the precession prior to Hipparchus's alleged discovery of the phenomenon in 127 BC. Hipparchus discovered and proved that the precession turns around the pole of the ecliptic. The magnitude calculated by Hipparchus and accepted by Ptolemy was 1 degree in 100 years. It is said that it must have taken an almost modern instrumentation to detect the motion over the brief space of a century, and this is certainly correct. Nobody claims, however, that the discovery, as deduced from observations during 1 century, and the shift of 1 degree in 72 years, piling up over centuries, will produce appreciable shifts in certain crucial positions, if the observers have enough intentness of mind and know how to keep records. The technique of observation was relatively simple. It was based on the heliacal rising of stars, which remained a fundamental feature in Babylonian astronomy. The telescope of early times, as Sir Norman Lockyer has said, was the line of the horizon. If you came to realize that a certain star, which was wont to rise just before the equinoctial sun, was no longer visible on that day, it was clear that the gears of heaven had shifted. If that star was the last one of a given zodiac figure, it meant that the equinox was moving into a new figure. For is there any doubt, as was already said, that far antiquity was already aware of the shifting of the pole star? But was it capable of connecting both motions? This is where modern specialists, operating each from his own special angle of vision, have long hesitated. What is the precession? Very few have troubled to learn about it, yet to any man of our time who knows the earth to be spinning around on her axis, the example of a spinning top with its inclined axis slowly shifting around in a circle makes the knowledge intuitive. Anyone who has played with a gyroscope will know all about the precession. As soon as its axis is deflected from the vertical, the gyroscope will start that slow and obstinate movement around the compass which changes its direction while keeping its inclination constant. The Earth, a spinning top with an axis, inclined with respect to the sun's pole, behaves like a giant gyroscope, which performs a full revolution in 25,920 years. Antiquity was not likely to grasp this, since dynamics came into this world only with Galileo. Hipparchus and Ptolemy could not understand the mechanism, they could only describe the motion. We must try to see through their eyes and think only in terms of kinematics. Over a period of 1,000 years, ancient observers could discern in the secular shifting of the great gyroscope. It is here, in fact, that the word secular, now used in mechanics, originates. A motion through about 10 degrees. Once attuned to the secular motion, they were able to detect in the daily whirring of heaven around the pole, in its yearly turning in the round of the seasons, in the excruciatingly slow motion of the pole over the years, a point which seemed intrinsically more stable than the pole itself. It was the pole of the ecliptic, often referred to as the open hole in heaven, because in that region there is no star to mark it. The symmetries of the machine took shape in their minds, and truly it was the time machine, as Plato understands it, the moving image of eternity. The mighty marching and the golden burning, cycle upon cycle, even down to shifts barely perceptible over the centuries, were the generations of time itself, the cyclical symbol of everlastingness. For, as Aristotle says, what is eternal is circular, and what is circular is eternal. Yet this uniformly working time machine could be marked with important stations. The gyroscopic tilt causes continual shifting of our celestial equator, which cuts the inclined circle of the ecliptic along a regular succession of points, moving uniformly from east to west. Now the points where the two circles cross are the equinoctial points. Hence the sun, moving on the ecliptic through the year, meets the equator on a point which shifts steadily with the years along the ring of zodiacal signs. This is what is meant by the precession of the equinoxes. They precede because they go against the order of the signs as the sun establishes this in its yearly march. The vernal equinox, we called it the fiducial point previously, which was traditionally the opening of spring and the beginning of the year, will take place in one sign after another. This gives great meaning to the change of signs in which the equinoctial sun happens to rise. Some additional words of guidance may be called for here, where signs are mentioned, those in which the sun rises. For roughly 2,000 years, official terminology has used only zodiacal signs, each of which occupies 30 degrees of the 360 degrees of the whole circle. These signs have the names of the zodiacal constellations, but constellations and signs are not congruent. The equinoctial sign being called Aries, regardless of the constellation that actually rises before the equinoctial sun. In our time, the constellation rising heliacally on March 21st is Pisces, but the sign preserves the name Aries and will continue to do so when in the future Aquarius rules the vernal equinox. So much for sign versus constellation. As concerns the second ambiguous expression, namely the sun's rising in a constellation or sign, this means that the sun rises together with this constellation, making it invisible. There are several reasons for assuming that a constellation and a planet which happened to be there, in which the equinoctial sun rose, was termed to be sacrificed, bound to the sacrificial post, and the like. And this might explain eventually why Christ, who opened the world age in which Pisces rose heliacally in the spring, was understood as the sacrificed lamb. When Pisces is the last constellation visible in the east before sunrise, the sun rises together, i.e., in the constellation following next, the Ram. Since the beginning of history, the vernal equinox has moved through Taurus, Aries, and Pisces. This is all that historic experience has shown mankind, a section of about 1/4 of the whole main circle of the machine. That it would come back full circle was at best an inference. It might also, for all men knew, have been part of an oscillation back and forth, and in fact there were two schools of thought about it, and the oscillation theory seems to have exercised a greater attraction upon the mythographers of old. For us, the Copernican system has stripped the precession of its awesomeness, making it a purely earthly affair, the wobbles of an average planet's individual course. But if, as it appeared once, it was the mysteriously ordained behavior of the heavenly sphere or the cosmos as a whole, then who could escape astrological emotion? For the precession took on an overpowering significance. It became the vast, impenetrable pattern of fate itself, with one world age succeeding another, as the invisible pointer of the equinox slid along the signs, each age bringing with it the rise and downfall of astral configurations and rulerships with their earthly consequences. Tales had to be told for the people about how successions of rulerships arose from an origin and about the actual creation of the world, but for those in the know, the origin was only a point in the precessional circle, like the 0 equals 24 of our dials. Our clocks today show 2 pointers only, but the tale-tellers of those bygone days, facing the immense and slow-moving machine of eternity, had to keep track of 7 planetary pointers, beside the daily revolution of the fixed sphere and of its secular motion in the opposite direction. All these motions meant parts of time and fate. That things are not as they used to be, that the world is obviously going from bad to worse, seems to have been an established idea through the ages. The unhinging of the mill is caused by the shifting of the world axis. Motion is the medium by which the wrecking is brought about. The mill is transported, be it grotte or sampo. The grotte song says explicitly that the giantesses first ground forth enemy action whereby the mill was carried away, and then, shortly afterwards, ground salt and wrecked the machine. It was the end of Frodi's peace, the Golden Age. Even in Snæbjörn's famous lines, the grim goddesses out at the edge of the world are those who ground Amlodi's meal in ages past. They can hardly be doing it now, because the wrecked millstone is at the bottom of the sea, with its hole become the funnel of the whirlpool. So that mill has been transferred to the waters, and it is now the sea itself which has become Amlodi's churn. The heavenly mill has been readjusted. It goes on working in a new age. It churned once gold, then salt, and today sand and stones. But one cannot expect the rough Norse mythography to follow it in these legends, which are centered upon storm and wreck, the end of that first age. Even Hesiod is far from clear about the early struggles and cataclysms. It is enough that in his works and days he marks a succession of 5 ages. A more coherent picture can only be built out of the convergence of several traditions, and this shall be the task of further chapters. But right now, there is at least one age designated as the first, when the mill ground out peace and plenty. It is the Golden Age, in Latin tradition, Saturnia Regna, the reign of Saturn. In Greek, Chronos. In this dim, perplexing figure there is an extraordinary concordance throughout world myths. In India, it is Yama. In the old Persian Avesta, it was Yima Isaita, a name which became a new Persian Jamshid. In Latin, Saturnus, then Saturns. Saturn, or Cronus, in many names had been known as the ruler of the Golden Age, of that time when men knew no war and bloody sacrifices, not the inequality of classes, lord of justice and measures, as Enki since Sumerian days, the yellow emperor and legislator in China. If one wants to find the traces of this sunken mill in classical mythology, they are not lacking. The oldest is to be found where one would not expect it, in the great magical papyrus of Paris, which is dated about the first half of the 4th century AD. The prayer to be said while grinding is as follows. I call upon thee, great and holy one, founder of the whole world we live in, who sufferest wrong at the hands of thy own Son, thee whom Helios bound with iron chains, so that all should not come to confusion, man, woman, father of thunder and lightning, thou who rulest also those below the earth. Go, Lord of the world, first Father, return to your own place, so that the all remain well guarded. Be merciful, O Lord. Sorcerers and conjurers are the most conservative people on earth. Theirs is not to reason why. They call upon the power in terms they no longer understand, but they have to give an exact list of the archaic attributes of the fallen god, and even grind out sea salt from the little mill, the model of the whirlpool that marked his downfall. What had once been science has become with them pure technology, bent on preservation. A barb once coined a simile. He had revealed religion in mind, however, not science. Dealing with the relation between magic practices and religion, he pointed to Matthew 24:28 and Luke 27:37. Wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. And too many critical scholars have been ready to assume that the carcass is therefore a creation of the eagles. But eagles do not create. They disfigure, destroy, and dispense what life has left. And we must not mistake the colorful display of decay for the blossoms and fruit of life. Poignant as this image is, namely in establishing the proper consecutio temporum, it leaves out of consideration the preserving function of magic and superstition. Where would the historian of culture be left without those eagles? For all the titles and attributes here listed, there is justification in archaic myth. Right here, only one point is of importance. The lord of the mill is declared to be Saturn Cronus, he whom his son Zeus dethroned by throwing him off his chariot and banished him in chains to a blissful island, where he dwells in sleep, for being immortal he cannot die, but is thought to live a life in death, wrapped in funerary linen, until his time, say some, shall come to awaken again, and he will be reborn to us as a child. Chapter 10. The Twilight of the Gods. There was once, then, a golden age. Why, how did it come to an end? This has been a deep concern of mankind over time, refracted in 100 myths, explained in so many ways, which always expressed sorrow, nostalgia, despondency. Why did man lose the Garden of Eden? The answer has always been because of some original sin. But the idea that man alone was able to commit sin, that Adam and Eve are the guilty ones, is not very old. The authors of the Old Testament had developed a certain conceit. Christianity then had to come to rescue and restore cosmic proportions by insisting that God alone could offer himself in atonement. In archaic times, this had seemed to be self-evident. The gods alone could run or wreck the universe. It is there that we should search for the origin of evil. For evil remains a mystery. It is not in nature. The faultless and all-powerful machine of the heavens should have yielded only harmony and perfection, the reign of justice and innocence, rivers flowing with milk and honey. It did, but that time did not last. Why did history begin to happen? History is always terrible. Philosophers from Plato to Hegel have offered their own lofty answer. Pure being was confronted of a necessity with non-being, and the result was becoming, which is an uninsurable business. This was substantially the original answer of archaic times, but because of the lack of abstractions, it had to be derived in terms of heavenly motions. Aristotle, the master of those who know, has cleared up this matter in a most important yet little noted passage of Book Lambda of Metaphysics, where he talks about Kronos, Zeus, Aphrodite, etc. Our forefathers, in the most remote ages, have handed down to their posterity a tradition in the form or schema of a myth that these bodies are gods and that the divine encloses the whole of nature. The rest of the tradition has been added later in mythical form. They say that these gods are in the form of men or like some of the other animals. But if one were to separate the first point from these additions and take it alone, that they thought the first substances to be gods, one must regard this as an inspired utterance and reflect that while probably each art and each science has often been developed as far as possible and has again perished, these opinions, with others, have been preserved until the present like relics of the ancient treasure. Aristotle, being a true Greek, cannot conceive of progress in our sense. Time proceeds for him in cycles of flowering and decay. But this absence of modern preconceptions had left his mind open to an ancient certainty. This certainty is what shines through the mist of ages and through a language dimly understood. It was attention to the events of heaven which shaped men's minds before recorded history. But since there was as yet no writing, the thoughts have receded, as astrophysicists would say, over the event horizon. They can survive only through fragments of tale and myth, because these made up the only technical language of those times. Yet an enormous intellectual achievement is presupposed in this organization of heaven, in naming the constellations and in tracing the paths of the planets. Lofty and intricate theories grew to account for the motions of the cosmos. One would wonder about this obsessive concern with the stars and their motion, were it not the case that those early thinkers thought they had located the gods which rule the universe, and with it also the destiny of the soul down here after death. In modern language, they had found the essential invariance where being is. In paying respect to those forefathers, Aristotle shows himself clearly aware that his philosophical quest started with them. One should pay attention to the cosmological information contained in ancient myth, information of chaos, struggle, and violence. They are not mere projections of a troubled consciousness. They are attempts to portray the forces which seem to have taken part in the shaping of the cosmos. Monsters, titans, giants locked in battle with the gods and trying to scale Olympus are functions and components of the order that is finally established. A distinction is made clear. The fixed stars are the essence of being. Their assembly stands for the hidden counsels and the unspoken laws that rule the whole. The planets, seen as gods, represent the forces and the will. All the forces there are, each of them seen as one aspect of heavenly power, each of them one aspect of the ruthless necessity and precision expressed by heaven. One might also say that while the fixed stars represent the kingly power, silent and unmoving, the planets are the executive power. Are they in total harmony? This is the dream that the contemplative mind has expressed again and again, that Kepler tried to fix by writing down the notes of his harmony of the spheres, and that was consecrated in the turning over of the sky. This is the faith expressed by ancient thinkers in a great year in which all the motions brought back all the planets to the same original configuration. But the computations created doubt very early, and with it, anxiety. Only rarely is there an explicit technical statement of those views. Here is one from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Osiris speaking. Quote, Hail, Thoth, what is it that hath happened to the divine children of Nut? They have done battle, they have upheld strife, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble. In truth, in all their doing, the mighty have worked against the weak. Grant, O might of Thoth, that that which the god Atum hath decreed may be accomplished. And thou regardest not evil, nor art thou provoked to anger when they bring their years to confusion, and throng in and push to disturb their months. For in all that they have done unto thee, they have worked iniquity in secret. End quote. Thoth is the god of science and wisdom. As for Atum, he precedes, so to speak, the divine hierarchy. Described only in metaphysical terms, he is the mysterious entity from which the all sprang. His name might be beginning and end. He is thus the presence and the secret counsel whom one feels tempted to equate with the starry sky itself. His decree must be of immutable perfection. But here it appears that there are forces which have worked iniquity in secret. They appear everywhere, these forces, and regularly they are denounced as overbearing or iniquitous, or both. But these forces are not iniquitous right from the beginning. They turn out to be. They become overbearing in the course of time. Time alone turns the Titans, who once ruled the Golden Age, into workers of iniquity. The idea of measure, stated or implied, will show the basic crime of these sinners. It is the overreaching, overstepping of the ordained degree, and this is meant literally. Says the Mahabharata about the Indian Titans, the Asura, quote, Assuredly were the Asura originally just, good, and charitable, knew the Dharma and sacrificed, and were possessed of many other virtues. But afterwards, as they multiplied in number, they became proud, vain, quarrelsome. They made confusion in everything. Thereupon, in the course of time, end quote, they were doomed. Thus, severe consequences must be expected when Genesis 6:1 commences with the formula, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth. And sure enough, 10 verses later, Genesis 6:11, the time for grave decisions has come. And God said to Noah, I have determined to make an end of all flesh. More outspoken is the 18th chapter of the book of Enoch, where an angel acts as Enoch's guide through the celestial landscape. In showing him the quarters destined for iniquitous personalities, the angel tells Enoch, These stars which roll around over the fire are those who, at rising time, overstepped the orders of God. They did not rise at their appointed time. And he was wroth with them, and he bound them for 10,000 years until the time when their sin shall be fulfilled. Yet one must be aware of simplifications. The wording, assuredly were the Asura originally just, good, and charitable, goes for the Titans too, the forces of the first age of the world. But seen through the eyeglasses of the preceding state of things, Titans, Asura, and their like had committed atrocities first. And so did Saturn, the originator of times, and in the drastic measure he took to accomplish the separation of the parents of the world, which stands for the falling apart of the axes of equator and ecliptic. Before this separation time did not exist. These united parents, heartlessly called chaos by Macrobius, resented the breaking up of the original eternity by the forces which worked iniquity in secret. These forces, as they appear in the Enuma Elish, the so-called Babylonian creation epic, are the children of Apsu and Tiamat, and they crowded in between their parents. They disturbed Tiamat as they surged back and forth. Yea, they troubled the mood of Tiamat. Apsu could not lessen their clamor. Unsavory were their ways. They were overbearing. Not having multiplied yet, this first generation of the world established the Golden Age under the rule of him of many names, Enki, Yima, Freyr, and many more. But these sons whom he begot himself, great heaven, Megas Uranos, used to call Titans, strainers, in reproach, for he said that they strained and did not presumptuously a fearful deed, and that vengeance for it would come afterwards. As Hesiod has it, from Theogony 207-10. And so it would, after their multiplication, when they overstrained the measure. And it was bound to happen again when future generations would construct forbidden ways to the sky, or build a tower which happened to be too high. The one secure measure, the golden rope of the solar year, is stretched beyond repair. The equinoctial sun had been gradually pushed out of its golden age sign. It had started on the way to new conditions, new configurations. This is the frightful event, the unexpiable crime that was ascribed to the children of heaven. They had nudged the sun out of place, and now it was on the move. The universe was out of kilter, and nothing, days, months, or years, the rising or setting of stars, was going to fall into its rightful place anymore. The equinoctial point had nudged and nuzzled its way forward in the very same way as a car with automatic gear shift will nuzzle its way forward, unless we put it in neutral, and there was no way of putting the equinox in neutral. The infernal pushing and squeezing of the children of heaven had separated the parents, and now the time machine had been set rolling forever, bringing forth at every new age a new heaven and a new earth, in the words of Scripture. As Hesiod says, the world had entered now the second stage, that of the giants, who were to wage a decisive battle with the restraining forces before their downfall. The vision of a whole world age with its downfall is given by the Edda. It comes in the very first poem, the Song of the Sibyl, the Voluspa, in which the prophetess Vala embraces past and future in adequately strange and obscure language. At the beginning of the age of the Aesir, the gods gather in council and give names to sun and moon, days and nights and seasons. They order the years and assign to the stars their places. On Idavulur, the whirl field, they establish their seat in the golden age and play checkers with golden pieces. And all is happiness until the three awful maidens come. This is another mystery. But once before, it is hinted, there has been a world war between Aesir and Vanir, which was terminated by a sharing of power. In a vision in which past and future blend in a flash, Vala sees the outcome and announces it to the high and low children of Heimdall, that is, to all men. She asks them to open their eyes, to understand what the gods had to know, the breaking of the peace, the murder of Thiassi, Odin himself abetting the crime and nailing Thiassi's eyes to heaven. With this, a curtain is lifted briefly over a phase of the past, for Thiassi belongs to the powers that preceded the Aesir. In Greek terms, the Titans came before the gods. The main Vana or Titanic powers, in Rydberg's thoughtful reconstruction, are the three brothers, Thiassi Voland, Urvandil Eigil, and Slagfinn, the maker, the archer, and the musician. This finally locates Urvandil the archer, the father of Amlethus. He is one of the three sons of Ivalda, just as their counterparts in the Finnish epic are the sons of Kaleva. Now the powers of the abyss are beginning to rise. The world is coming apart. At this point, Heimdall comes to the fore. He is the warner of Asgard, the guardian of the bridge between heaven and earth, the whitest of the Aesir. But his role, his freedom of action is severely limited. He has many gifts. He can hear grass grow. He can see 100 miles away. But these powers seem to remain ineffectual. He owns the Gjallarhorn, the great battle horn of the gods. He is the only one able to sound it, but he'll blow it only once, when he summons the gods and heroes to Asgard to their last fight. Nordic speculation down to Richard Wagner has dwelt with gloomy satisfaction on Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods which will destroy the world. There is the prediction in the Song of the Sibyl and also in Snorri's Gylfaginning when the great dog Garm barks in front of the Gnipa cave, when the Fenrir wolf breaks his fetters and comes from the mouth of the river, his jaws snatching from heaven to earth, and is joined by the Midgard serpent. The Heimdall will blow the Gjallarhorn, the sound of which reaches through all the worlds. The battle is on, but it is written that the forces of order will go down fighting to atone for the initial wrong done by the gods. The world will be lost, good and bad together. Naglfar, the ship of the dead, built with the nail parings of the living, will sail through the dark waters and bring the enemy to the fray. Then, adds Snorri, the heavens are suddenly rent in twain, and outride in shining squadrons Muspel's sons, and Surt with his flaming sword at the head of the Fylkings. All engulfing flames come out with Surt the Black, who kills Freyr, the lord of the mill. Snorri makes Surt lord of Gimle, and likewise the king of eternal bliss at the southern end of the sky. He must be some timeless force which brings destructive fire to the world. But of this later. Hitherto, all has been luridly and catastrophically and murkily confused as it should be, but the character of Heimdall raises a number of sharp questions. He has appeared upon the scene as the son of 9 mothers. To be the son of several mothers is a rare distinction even in mythology, and one which Heimdall shares only with Agni in the Rig Veda, and with Agni's son Skanda in the Mahabharata. Skanda, literally the jumping one or the hopping one, is the planet Mars, also called Kartikeya, inasmuch as he was born by the Kritika, the Pleiades. The Mahabharata insists on 6 as the number of the Pleiades as well as of the mothers of Skanda, and gives a very broad and wild description of the birth and the installation of Kartikeya by the assembled gods as their generalissimo, which is shattering somehow, driving home how little one understands as yet. The 9 mothers of Heimdall bring to mind, inevitably, the 9 goddesses who turn the mill. The suspicion is not unfounded. 2 of these mothers, Gjolp and Greip, seem to appear with changed names or generations as Fenya and Menya. The turning up of a plurality of mothers in the ancient north and in India might induce the experts eventually to reopen the trial of those perfectly nonsensical 7 or 9, even 14 mother wombs which haunt the Babylonian account of the creation of man. Rydberg claims Heimdall to be the son of Mundilfiore. The story is then astronomical. Where does it lead? Thanks to the clues provided by Jacob Grimm, Rydberg, and O.S. Reuter, and thanks to many hints written in the Rig Veda, Atharva Veda, and at other unexpected places, one can offer a probable conclusion. Heimdall stands for the world axis, the skamba. His head is the measurer, myotudur, of the same measures that the Sibyl claims to understand. 9 worlds I know, 9 spaces of the measured tree which is beyond fear, the earth. Measured tree is the translation of the mjotvidir. Which so-called poetic versions usually render as world tree. The word fear appears here again. It connotes priority. In this verse 2 of Voluspa, it is translated as below in most of the cases. The question, who measures what, would require an extensive analysis. Here, with no need for so many details, it is important only to learn that Heimdall is honored by a second name, Halinskidi. This name is said to mean a bent, bowed, or slanted stake or post. To be bent or inclined befits the world axis and all that belongs to it, with the one exception of the observer who stands exactly at the terrestrial North Pole. Why not call it oblique or slanting right away? Whether bent or oblique, Grimm rightly says that it is worthy of remark that Halinskidi and Heimdall are quoted among the names for the ram. Heimdall is the watcher of the much-trodden bridge of the gods, which finally breaks down at Ragnarok. His head measures the crossroads of ecliptic and equator at the vernal equinox in Aries. A constellation which is called Head, also by Cleomedes, and countless astromedical illustrations show the ram ruling the head and Pisces the feet. Accordingly, one might say that the Sibyl addresses herself to the high and low children of Aries. Recalling Rigvedic Agni, son of 7 to 9 mothers like Heimdall, and remembering what has been said of fire, that it means more understandable. Heimdall stands for the equinoctial color which accompanies the slow turning, wholly abstract and invisible axis along the surface of the sphere. It will emerge presently that axis always means the whole frame of a world age given by the equinoctial and solstitial colors. More understandable also becomes another epithet of Heimdall, namely Vindler, of which Rydberg states, quote, "The name is a sub-form of Vindil and comes from vinda, to twist or turn, wind, to turn anything around rapidly, as the epithet the turner is given to that god who brought friction fire, bore fire, to man, and who is himself the personification of this fire, then it must be synonymous with the borer." The Sibyl's prophecy does not end with the catastrophes, but it moves from the tragic to the lyric mode, to sing of the dawning of the new age. Quote, "Now do I see the earth anew rise all green from the waves again. Then fields unsowed bear ripened fruit, all ills grow better." End quote. Even if that generation of gods has perished, the younger ones remain. Balder and Hoder, also the two sons of Thor, and Vidar, the son of Odin. The house of the wise Vanir is not affected as a whole, even if Freyr fell in battle. As the Vanir belong to a past age, the crisis apparently does not concern them. There is in fact a certain perversely nightmarish or neurotic unreality about the tragedy as a whole. The wolf's fetters were made of nothing, but he was able to snap them only when the time came, when Odin and the sun had to be devoured. The next instant, young Vidar kills the monster simply by thrusting his shoe down his throat. He has one shoe only, just like Jason. It is guilt and the ensuing chaos, more than actual forces, which dragged down the establishment once the appointed time came, as decreed by fate and sounded on the Gjallarhorn. What happens after, or happened, or will happen sometime, for this myth is written in the future tense, is told in the Voluspa, but it is also amplified in Snorri's Gylfaginning, a tale of a strange encounter of King Gylfi with the Aesir themselves, disguised as men who do not reveal their identity but are willing to answer questions. Quote, "What happens when the whole world is burned up, the gods are dead, and all of mankind is gone? You have said earlier that each human being would go on living in this or that world." End quote. "So it is," goes the answer. "There are several worlds for the good and the bad." Then Gylfi asks, quote, "Shall any gods be alive, and shall there be something of earth in heaven?" End quote. And the answer is, quote, "The earth rises up from the sea again, and is green and beautiful, and things grow without sowing. Vidar and Vali are alive, for neither the sea nor the flames of Surt have hurt them, and they dwell on in the eddy field, where once stood Asgard. They come also, the sons of Thor, Modi and Magni, and bring along his hammer. There come also Balder and Hoder from the other world. All sit down and converse together. They rehearse their runes and talk of events of old days. Then they find in the grass the golden tablets that the Aesir once played with. Two children of men will also be found safe from the great flames of Surt. Their names, Lif and Lithrasir, and they feed on the morning dew, and from this human pair will come a great population which will fill the earth. And strange to say, the sun, before being devoured by Fenrir, will have borne a daughter, no less beautiful, and going the same ways as her mother." Then, all at once, concludes Snorri's tale wryly, a thunderous cracking was heard from all sides, and when the king looked again, he found himself on the open plain, and the great hall had vanished. The times and tenses are deliberately scrambled, but the statements, even if elliptical, are pregnant with ancient meaning. The rediscovery of the pieces of the game lying around in the grass, already told in the Voluspa, becomes clearer if one thinks of the Rig Veda, where the gods themselves are said to go around like ayas, that is, casts of dice. It becomes more understandable still when one considers that the name of the Indian world ages, yuga, has been taken from the idiom of dicing. But both data could be dismissed as unrevealing were it forgotten that in several kinds of proto-chess, to use an expression of J. Needham, board games and dicing were combined. The number of eyes thrown by the dice determined the figure which was to be moved. That this very rule was also valid for the board games mentioned in the Voluspa has been shown by A.G. van Hamel. Thus the dice forced the hands of the chess player. A game called Planetary Battles by the Indians, and in 16th century Europe still termed Celestial War or Astrologer's Game, whereas The Chinese chessboard shows the Milky Way dividing the two camps, which goes to show that the Icelanders knew what they were talking about. Finally, there is one remarkable and disturbing coincidence from the same direction. It is known that in the final battle of the gods, the massed legions on the side of order are the dead warriors, the Einherjar, who once fell in combat on earth, and who have been transferred by the Valkyries to reside with Odin in Valhalla, a theme much rehearsed in heroic poetry. On the last day they issue forth to battle in martial array. Says the Grimnismal, quote, 500 gates and 40 more are in the mighty building of Valhalla. 800 Einherjar come out of each one gate on the time they go out on defense against the wolf. End quote. That makes 432,000 in all, a number of significance from of old. This number must have had a very ancient meaning, for it is also the number of syllables in the Rig Veda. But it goes back to the basic figure, 10,800, the number of stanzas in the Rig Veda, with 40 syllables to a stanza, which, together with 108, occurs insistently in Indian tradition. 10,800 is also the number which has been given by Heraclitus for the duration of the Aion, according to Censorius de Die Natali 18, whereas Berossos made the Babylonian Great Year to last 432,000 years. Again, 10,800 is the number of bricks of the Indian fire altar, Agni Kayana. To quibble away such a coincidence, remarks Schroeder, or to ascribe it to chance, is in my opinion to drive skepticism beyond its limits. Shall one add Angkor to the list? It has 5 gates, and to each of them leads a road, bridging over that water ditch which surrounds the whole place. Each of these roads is bordered by a row of huge stone figures, 108 per avenue, 54 on each side, altogether 540 statues of Deva and Asura, and each row carries a huge Naga serpent with 9 heads. Only they do not carry that serpent. They are shown to pull it, which indicates that these 540 statues are churning the milky ocean, represented, poorly indeed, by the water ditch, using Mount Mandara as a churning staff and Vasuki, the prince of the Nagas, as their drilling rope. Just to prevent misunderstanding, Vasuki had been asked before and had agreeably consented, and so had Vishnu's tortoise avatar, who was going to serve as the fixed base for that incomparably mighty churn, and even the Milky Ocean itself had made it clear that it was willing to be churned. The whole of Angkor thus turns out to be a colossal model set up for alternative motion, with true Hindu fantasy and incongruousness to counter the idea of a continuous one-way procession from west to east. Now there is a last paragraph in the Gylfaginning which is usually considered an afterword, and its authorship is in doubt, for it is supposed that Snorri's Edda was completed by Olaf Hvitaskald, Snorri's nephew. In any case, this edition is somewhat out of the previous context, but it reinforces it. The Aesir now sat down to talk, and held their council, and remembered all the tales that were told to Gylfi. They gave the very same names that had been named before to the men and places that were there. This they did for the reason that, when a long time had elapsed, men should not doubt that those to whom the same names were given were all identical. There was one who was called Thor, and he is Asa Thor, the old, as in Asator. He is Oeku Thor, chariot Thor, and to him are ascribed the great deeds by Hector in Troy. As for the rebirth of the world, another twilight comes to mind. It is in the Kumalipo, a Polynesian cosmogonic myth from Hawaii. Quote, although we have the source of all things from chaos, it is a chaos which is simply the wreck and ruin of an earlier world. Now turns the swinging of time over on the burnt-out world. Back goes the great turning of things upwards again. As yet sunless, the time of shrouded light, unsteady as in dim moon shimmer, from out Makali's night dark veil of cloud, thrills shadow-like the prefiguration of the world to be. So sang an Oceanian Empedocles long ago. The poem was drawn from very old royal tradition, just as Virgil had drawn his from the story of the gens Julia, for the true original line of Hawaiian kings was supposed to come from Cain, the demiurge god of the Pacific. Chapter 11. Samson under many skies. The story of Samson stands out in the Bible as a grand tissue of absurdities. Sunday school pupils must long have been puzzled about his weapon for killing Philistines. But there's much more to puzzle about. From Judges 15. And he found a new jawbone of an ass, and put forth his hand and took it, and slew 1,000 men therewith. And Samson said, with the jawbone of an ass, heaps upon heaps, with the jaw of an ass, have I slain 1,000 men. And it came to pass, when he had made an end of speaking, that he cast away the jawbone out of his hand, and called that place Ramathlehi. And he was sore athirst, and called on the Lord, and said, Thou hast given this great deliverance into the hand of thy servant, and now shall I die for thirst, and fall into the hand of the uncircumcised? But God clave an hollow place that was in the jaw, and there came water thereout, and when he had drunk, his spirit came again, and he revived. Wherefore he called the name thereof Anhak Kore, which is in Lehi unto this day. And he judged Israel in the days of the Philistines 20 years. The passage has been bowdlerized in the Revised Version to make it more plausible, but verse 18 is an unshakable reminder that this was not an ordinary bone or even the place of it, as suggested recently. For that jaw is in heaven. It was the name given by the Babylonians to the Hyades, which were placed in Taurus as the jaw of the bull. If we remember the classic tag, the rainy Hyades, it is because Hyades meant watery. In the Babylonian creation epic, which antedates Samson, Marduk uses the Hyades as a boomerang-like weapon to destroy the brood of heavenly monsters. The whole story takes place among the gods. It is known, too, that Indra's powerful weapon, Vajra, the thunderbolt made of the bones of horse-headed Dadhyank, was not of this earth. The story is so universal that it must be seen as spanning the globe. In South America, where bulls were still unknown, the Arawaks, the Tupi, the Quechua of Ecuador spoke of the jaw of the tapir, which was connected with the great god Hanrukan, the hurricane, who certainly knows how to slay his thousands. In our sky, the name of the celestial Samson is Orion, the mighty hunter, alias Nimrod. He remains such even in China as warlord San, the huntmaster of the autumn hunt. But the Hyades are changed there into a net for catching birds. In Cambodia, Orion himself became a trap for tigers. In Borneo, tigers not being available, pigs have to substitute. And in Polynesia, deprived of every kind of big game, Orion is found in the shape of a huge snare for birds. It is this snare that Maui, creator hero and trickster, used to catch the sunbird. But having captured it, he proceeded to beat it up, and with what? The jawbone of Muri Ranga Whenua, his own respected grandmother. If one brings Samson, the biblical Shimshon, back to earth, he becomes a preposterous character, or rather, no character at all except for his manic violence and his sudden passions. It comes as a shock after reading that chaotic and whimsical life to find, quote, "And he judged Israel 20 years." End quote. For if anyone was bereft of judgment, it was this berserker. As Fraser remarks, one doubts whether he particularly adorned the bench. Yet there is a mysterious importance to his person. On him was piled a hoard of classic fairy tales, like The Man Whose Soul Was Placed Elsewhere, the external soul, and the insistent motif of fatal betrayal by women, the motif of Heracles and Lulaw gifts. More than that, he is an incongruous montage of non-human functions, which could no longer be put together intelligibly, and were crowded together with cinematographic haste. Even his feats, as a young Heracles tearing a lion apart, change over in a flash to the generation of bees from a carcass, recalling the time-honored Bugonia of the fourth book of Virgil's Georgics. Of the many nonsense feats, there are some which take particular relief from the context. Samson was displeased in Judges 14 through 15 because the wife of his heart, a Philistine, had given away to the children of her people the meaning of his riddle on the lion. Out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness, so that he was held to pay forfeit for his last bet. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ashkelon, and slew 30 men of them, and took their spoil, and gave change of garments unto them which expounded the riddle. And his anger was kindled, and he went up to his father's house. But Samson's wife was given to his companion, whom he had used as his friend. But it came to pass within a while after, in the time of wheat harvest, that Samson visited his wife with a kid. And he said, I will go in to my wife into the chamber, but her father would not suffer him to go in. And her father said, I verily thought that you hadst utterly hated her, therefore I gave her to your companion. Is not her younger sister fairer than she? Take her, I pray thee, instead of her to your companion. And Samson said concerning them, Now shall I be more blameless than the Philistines, though I do them a displeasure. And Samson went and caught 300 foxes, and took firebrands, and turned tail to tail, and put a firebrand in the midst between 2 tails. And when he had set the brands on fire, he let them go into the standing corn of the Philistines, and burnt up both the shocks, and also the standing corn, with the vineyards and olives. Then the Philistines said, Who hath done this? And they answered, Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he had taken his wife and given her to his companion. And the Philistines came up and burnt her and her father with fire. And Samson said unto them, Though ye have done this, yet will I be avenged of you, and after that I will cease. And he smote them hip and thigh with a great slaughter, and he went down and dwelt in the top of the rock Etam. Leaving the great Shimshon there sitting in the top of the rock, a brief interlude before he goes out again on his own wayward, rash, and splenetic way to provoke his enemies, one is moved to reflection. To catch and corral 300 foxes and tie them in pairs by the tail, just to work off a spite, seems more the daydream of a juvenile delinquent or a Paul Bunyan or a Stark Hans than the feat of a warrior. It is as if Scripture had remembered that he had to stand out as a great hunter, but had misplaced the occasion of his hunts. After all, lions are not to be found behind every hedgerow, and foxes might do, if only to annoy. But we know from Ovid that in April, at the feast of Kyris, foxes with burning fur were chased through the circus. This might be the real context. The modern fertility rite explanations are so futile that it might be more to the point to be reminded of the 300 elite dogs that Gideon recruited for his band, and which still stand unexplained. One should also consider a more important occasion to which attention has been drawn by Felix Liebrecht, the Sada festival, during which animals were kindled and chased, burning through the whole Iranian countryside. This, however, would lead back to Ferdowsi's Book of Kings, and beyond that, to the whole problem of Kinosaura that cannot be tackled at this point because it calls for an examination of all that was implied by the starting of celestial fires. But the main theme of the story will appear more clearly if it is transposed in an utterly different narrative convention, the adventures of Susanoo, the Japanese god. They are found in the Japanese scriptures, in this case, the Nihongi, compiled about the 8th century AD, but going back to unknown times. They are the full equivalent of what the Bible was in our recent past. And even more, for this body of legend, folklore to us, but credible history to the people of the archipelago, is tangled in the roots of everything Japanese. This last quotation is from Post Wheeler, who prepared the latest edition of the Japanese mythical corpus. To quote him further, "In no other land do we find a people's sacred legend so interknit with the individual's daily thoughts and life. Its episodes peer at us from every nook and byway. The primeval myth, the slaughter of the 8-forked serpent by the deity brave, swift, impetuous male, brother of bright Shiner, the sun goddess, is pictured on Japan's paper currency. I have seen it produced au grand sérieux at Tokyo's Imperial Theater in the same week as one of Ibsen's tragedies and a Viennese light opera." Most of Hebrew mythology wears the hempen homespun of peasants and patriarchs from Palestine. Japanese myth bears the mark of an already refined, perverse feudal world, back of which there is the Baroque elegance and fantasy of late Chinese culture. With this premise, here is the story of the Japanese Samson, Susanoo, whose name means brave, swift, impetuous male. No better set of attributes for Mars. He is also officially a god, since his sister, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, is still today the worshipped ancestor of the imperial dynasty. The courtly precedences are neatly established. The hero need no longer masquerade as Bur from the tribe of Dan, who raged in Ashkelon and destroyed himself in Gaza. Now Susanoo was banished from the sky for having thrown the hind part of his backward flayed piebald stallion in the weaving hall of his sister Amaterasu. These sudden discourteous gestures seem to be part of the code. Enkidu had thus thrown the hind quarter of the bull from heaven in the face of Ishtar. But here there is the additional code feature, it is code, of the backward flayed animal. Susanoo's gesture caused the sun god to withdraw in anger into a cave. The world was plunged into darkness. The 80,000 gods assembled in the Milky Way to take counsel, and at last came upon a device to coax the sun out of the cave and end the great blackout. It was a low comedy trick, part of the stock in trade that is used to coax Ra in Egypt, Demeter in Greece, the so-called Demeter Agalastos, or unlaughing Demeter, and Skadi in the north. Obviously another code device. Now light was restored to the world, but on earth the hero god moving out of the darkness had nowhere to lay his head. He wandered around and succeeded in killing the 8-forked serpent, thus saving a damsel. Afterwards he arranged the drawing of the lands, and the sowing of more land, giving the islands the shape which they have now. Finally, brave, swift, impetuous male, having travelled about the limits of the sky and the earth, even to the sky upright limiting wall, dwelt on Mount Bare Moor, and finally went to the lower world, also called the nether distant land. To this his place came adjacent, namely, the Kami, divine prince, great land master, looking for some helpful device against his brothers, the 80 Kami, who had succeeded in killing him several times. Sky producer revived him. Before reaching the house, he married Susanaawo's daughter, Princess Forward, and this Medea was to support him faithfully so that he survived the different stations which Susanaawo had prepared for him. As proper guest rooms, the fire, the snake house, the centipede and asp house. Then brave, swift, impetuous male, having shot a humming arrow into the midst of a great grass moor, sent him to fetch it, and when he had entered the moor, set fire to it on all sides. But when great land master found no place of exit, there came a mouse, which said, "The inside is hollowly hollow, the outside is narrowly narrow." Even as it spoke thus, he trod on the spot, and falling into the hollow, hid himself until the fire had burned over, when the mouse brought him the humming arrow in its mouth, and the arrow's feathers were brought in like manner by its young ones. Now his wife, Princess Forward, weeping, made preparation for the funeral, and her father, deeming great land master dead, went out and took stand on the moor, but he found his guest standing there, who brought the arrow and gave it to him. Then the great Kami Susanaawo took him into the palace and into a great spaced room, where he made great land master pick the lice from his head, among which were many centipedes. His wife, however, gave him aphenanth berries and red earth, and he chewed up the berries and spat them out with the red earth which he held in his mouth, so that the great Rami, believing him to be chewing and spitting out the centipedes, began to feel a liking for him in his heart and fell asleep. Then great landmaster bound brave, swift, impetuous male's hair fast to the palace rafters, and blocking up the door with a 500-man lift rock, took his wife, Princess Forward, on his back, possessed himself of the Kami's great life-preserving word, his bow and arrows, and his sky-speaking lute, and fled. But the sky-speaking lute smote against a tree so that the earth resounded, and the great Kami, Susanaawo, started from sleep at the sound and pulled down the palace. While he was freeing his hair from the rafters, however, great land master fled a long way, so pursuing after him to the level pass of the land of night, and gazing on him from afar, brave, swift, impetuous male called out to him, saying, "With the great life-preserving sword and the bow and arrow which you carry, pursue your low-born brethren till they crouch on the high slopes and are swept into the river currents. And do you, fellow, make good your name of Grant Land Master, and your name of Spirit of the Living Land, and making my daughter Princess Forward your chief wife, make strong the pillars of your palace at the foot of Mount Inquiry, in the lowest rock bottom, and near its crossbeams to the plain of the high sky, and dwell there." Then, bearing the great sword and book, great landmaster pursued and scattered the 80 Kami, saying, "They shall not be permitted within the circle of the blue fence of mountains." He pursued them till they crouched on every hill slope. He pursued them till they were swept into every river, and then he began to rule the land. Therefore the place where he overtook them was called Come Overtake. Later on, the Genesis part of the Nihongi will be shown to meet the requirements of archaic theory very exactly. Even incidents that seem like minor embellishments, the little mouse in her burrow, are really recurrent elements in the ancient fugue. Because it is necessary to deal with one theme at a time, much of the tale of Susanoo appears wildly arbitrary, although no more so than that of Samson. Also, the narrative is confusingly interwoven with other classic plots, recognizably those of Theseus and the Argonauts. And yet, there Susanoo is a maker of darkness at noon, Samson's strength in hair, who went away with the pin of the beam, and with the web, walking off with rafters and rocks and gates and posts, pulling down a palace, his own for a change, smiting and scattering low-born workers of iniquity, not to be permitted again within the circle of the blue fence. Quote, but the Nihongi shows the ampler scheme in which the old order is smashed, and the new foundation of an order is undertaken. Make strong the pillars of your palace at the foot of Mount Inquiry in the lowest rock bottom, and rear its crossbeams to the plain of the high sky, and dwell there. End quote. The god has not only judged and apportioned, he has also established and sowed for the future in his capacity as the new king of the underworld. He has gone to sleep in his Ogygia, and appointed his successor as ruler of the new age. Further, the great landmaster had to procure something in the nether distant land. In Japan, the dead go down there by land with countless windings, whereas the whirlpool in the ocean is good only for transporting there the sinful dirt. He had been sent there to get counsel from Susanoo, who identified him at the first glance as, this is the kami ugly male of the reed plains. He eventually got it, and added to it the precious life-preserving sword, which Susanoo had found in the tail of the 8-forked dragon, and the bow and arrows, and his Orphic sky-speaking lute, not to forget Princess Forward, a complicated affair. But the great landmaster undeniably plays a Jupiter role against Susanoo's Mars, the more so as his beloved Princess Forward turns out to be extremely jealous. Now, after this Far Eastern interlude, Samson's own tragedy can be seen in better focus in Judges 16. And Delilah made him sleep upon her knees, and she called for a man, and she caused him to shave off the 7 locks of his head, and she began to afflict him, and his strength went from him. And she said, the Philistines be upon thee, Samson. And he awoke out of his sleep, and said, I will go out as at other times before, and shake myself. And he wist not that the Lord was departed from him. But the Philistines took him, and put out his eyes, and brought him down to Gaza, and bound him with fetters of brass, and he did grind in the prison house. Howbeit the hair of his head began to grow again after he was shaven. Then the lords of the Philistines gathered them together for to offer a great sacrifice unto Dagon their god, and to rejoice, for they said, Our God hath delivered Samson our enemy into our hand. And when the people saw him, they praised their God, for they said, Our God hath delivered into our hands our enemy, and the destroyer of our country, which slew many of us. And it came to pass, when their hearts were merry, that they said, Call for Samson, that he may make us sport. And they called for Samson out of the prison house, and he made them sport, and they set him between the pillars. And Samson said unto the lad that held him by the hand, Suffer me that I may feel the pillars whereupon the house standeth, that I may lean upon them. Now the house was full of men and women, and all the lords of the Philistines were there. And there were upon the roof about 3,000 men and women that beheld while Samson made sport. And Samson called unto the Lord, and said, O Lord God, remember me, pray thee, and strengthen me, I pray thee, only this once, O God, that I may be at once avenged of the Philistines for my 2 eyes. And Samson took hold of the 2 middle pillars upon which the house stood, and on which it was borne up, of he one with his right hand, and of the other with his left. And Samson said, Let me die with the Philistine. And he bowed himself with all his might, and the house fell up the lords, and upon all the people that were therein, So the dead which he slew at his death were more than they which he slew in his life. Such is the great story, and it has gone through innumerable variations. The general design of the tragedy is obviously faulty, more even than most Bible narratives, which are superbly indifferent to such considerations. If Samson had been bred as a person separate to God by the care of the Lord who sought an occasion against the Philistines, he does not compare with chiefs like Joshua and Gideon. He remains, mythically speaking, a misguided missile. Most great feats of the mythi-historical past would not have rated the attention of news media, but Samson's achievements make so little sense, even on the micro scale of Palestine power politics, that Milton finds it hard to justify the ways of God to man. Hertha, central, events like the fall of royal houses, whether in Greece or Babylon or Denmark, are capable of a truer and deeper reverberation. That is why great motifs like darkness at noon and pulling down the edifice combine into a larger theme, obviously cosmic, which is here obscured. The Nihongi is truer to this larger style. In the arabesque of interlaced motifs, one can mark those where the theme of pulling down the structure is in evidence. The powerful Maori hero Wakatao, bent on vengeance, laid hold of the end of the rope which had passed round the posts of the house, and, rushing out, pulled it with all his strength, and straightway the house fell down, crushing all within it, so that the whole tribe perished, and Wakatao set it on fire. This is familiar. At least one such event comes down simply from history. It happened to the earliest meeting house of the Pythagorean sect, and it is set down as a sober account of the outcome of a political conflict. But the legend of Pythagoras was so artfully constructed in early times out of prefabricated materials that doubt is allowable. The essence of true myth is to masquerade behind seemingly objective and everyday details borrowed from known circumstances. However that may be, in many other stories the destruction of the building is linked with a net. Saxo's Amlethus does not pull down pillars. He reappears at the banquet set by the king for his own supposed funeral, like great landmaster himself. He throws the knotted carpet net prepared by his mother over the drunken crowd and burns down the hall. In Japan, the parallel does not go farther than that, but it has its own relevance nonetheless. It suggests the fall of the house of Atreus. The net thrown by Clytemnestra over the king, struggling in his bath, cannot have come in by chance. But this is as uncertain lead as yet. The sacred book of the ancient Maya, Kish, the famous Popol Vuh, the Book of Council, tells of Zipacna, son of Vukub Kakih, 7 Arara. He sees 400 youths dragging a huge log that they want as a ridgepole for their house. Zipacna alone carries the tree without effort to the spot where a hole has been dug for the post to support the ridgepole. The youths, jealous and afraid, try to kill Zipacna by crushing him in the hole, but he escapes and brings down the house on their heads. They are removed to the sky in a group, and the Pleiades are called after them. Then there is a true avenger of his father, the Tuamutuan Tahaki, who, after long intervals, arrives in the dark at the house of the goblin band who tortured his father. He conjures upon them the intense cold of Havaiki, the other world, which puts them to sleep. Then Tahaki gathered up the net given to him by Kuhi and carried it to the door of the long house. He set fire to it. When the goblin myriads shouted out together, "Where is the door?" Tahaki called out, "Here it is." They thought it was one of their own band who had called out, and so they rushed headlong into the net, and Tahaki burned them up in the fire. What the net could be is known from the story of Kalu. This adventurous hero, wanting to destroy a she-cannibal, first flew up to Makali, the great god, and asked for his nets, the Pleiades and the Hyades, into which he entangled the evil one before he burned down her house. It is clear who was the owner of the nets up there. The Pleiades are in the right hand of Orion on the Farnese globe. The Hyades were for big game. At the end of this far-reaching exploration, it is fair now to ask, who could Samson have been? Clearly a god and a planetary power, for such were the gods of old. As brave, swift, impetuous male, as the Nazarite, strong one, he has all the countersigns that belong to Mars, and to none other. Clearly, while trying to draw the concluding episode of the investigation of Amlethos Kronos, king of the cosmic mill, something else has come into view, the new and formidable personage of Mars, or Ares, as the Greeks called him. He will come back more than once. Yet there is no question but that the name of Samson comes up quite spontaneously in connection with the Sampo, the original quern. It was clearly and unequivocally within the Amlethos design. At this point, the intrusion of the new planetary power must be recognized. Even Susanoo substitutes for Kronos in his very reign of the underworld. It would have been desirable to present the powers separately and each in his own shape, as will be done farther on. But the many-threaded tale has its own runes, and this exemplifies an important one. There are no powers more diverse than Saturn and Mars, yet this is not the only time they will appear as a confusing and unexplained doublet of the two. One of the motifs, destruction, is often associated with the Amlethos figure. The other belongs more specifically to Mars. There is a peculiar blind aspect to Mars, insisted on in both Iranian and Mexican myths. It is even echoed in Virgil, Caeco Marte. But it does not stand only for blind fury. It must be sought in the netherworld, which will come soon. Meanwhile, here is the first presentation of the double figure of Mars and Kronos. In Mexico, it stands out dreadfully in the grotesque forms of the black and the red Tezcatlipoca. There is a certain phase in the great tale, obviously, in which the wrecking powers of Mars unleash and make up a fatal compound with the avenging, implacable design of Saturn. Shakespeare has, with his preternatural insight, alluded to both when he made Hamlet warn the raging Laertes before their final encounter. Quote, "Though I am not by nature rash and splenetic, yet there is in me something dangerous, which let thy wisdom fear." End quote. But obviously there is more, and what emerges here lifts the veil of a fundamental archaic design. The real actors on the stage of the universe are very few, if their adventures are many. The most ancient treasure, in Aristotle's word, that was left to us by our predecessors of the high and far-off times was the idea that the gods are really stars, and that there are no others. The forces reside in the starry heavens, and all the stories, characters, and adventures narrated by mythology concentrate on the active powers among the stars, who are the planets. A prodigious assignment, it may seem, for those few planets to account for all those stories and also to run the affairs of the whole universe. What, abstractly, might be for modern men the various motions of those pointers over the dial became, in times without writing, where all was entrusted to images and memory, the great game played over the aeons, a never-ending tale of positions and relations, starting from an assigned time zero, a complex web of encounters, drama, mating, and conflict. Lucian of Samosata, that most delightful writer of antiquity, the inventor of modern science fiction, who knew how to be light and ironic on serious subjects without frivolity, and was fully aware of the ancient treasure, remarked once that the ludicrous story of Hephaestus the lame surprising his wife Aphrodite in bed with Mars and pinning down the couple with a net to exhibit their shame to the other gods was not an idle fancy, but must have referred to a conjunction of Mars and Venus, and it is fair to add a conjunction in the Pleiades. This little comedy may serve to show the design, which turns out to be constant. The constellations were seen as the setting, or the dominating influences, or even only the garments at the appointed time by the powers in various disguises on their way through their heavenly adventures. No one could deny, in the case of the Amlethus-Samson epiphany, that this fierce power, or momentary combination of powers, wears here the figure of Orion the blind giant, called also Nimrod the hunter, brandishing the Hyades, working the mill of the stars, like Talos, the bronze giant of Crete. For the feature which clinches the case has been named. Orion was blind, the only blind figure of constellation myth. He was said to have regained his sight eventually, as befits an eternal personage. But this is how legend portrays him, wading through the rushing flood of the whirlpool at his feet, where he will appear again, guided by the eyes of little Tom Thumb sitting on his shoulder, whose name, Kedalion, suggests a low comedy occupation. But who are we to impose Mrs. Grundy on the assembly of heaven? Chapter 12. Socrates' Last Tale. What a man has to say in the last hours of his life deserves attention, most especially if that man be Socrates, awaiting execution in his jail and conversing with Pythagorean friends. He has already left the world behind, has made his philosophical will, and is now quietly communing with his own truth. This is the close of the Phaedo, and it is expressed in the form of a myth. Strangely enough, innumerable commentators have not taken the trouble to scrutinize it, and have been content to extract from it some pious generalities about the rewards of the soul. Yet it is a thoughtful and elaborate statement attributed to an authority whom Socrates, or Plato, prefers not to name. It is clothed in a strange physical garb. It is worth accepting Plato's suggestion to take it with due attention. Socrates is quietly moving into the other world. He is a denizen of it already, and his words stand, as it were, for a rite of passage. Quote, "The story goes that when a man dies, his guardian deity, to whose lot it fell to watch over the man while he was alive, undertakes to conduct him to some place where those who gather must submit their cases to judgment before journeying to the other world, and this they do with the guide to whom the task has been assigned of taking them there. When they have there met with their appropriate fates and waited the appropriate time, another guide brings them back here again, and after many long cycles of time. The journey then is not as Aeschylus's Telephus describes it. He says that a single track leads to the other world, but I don't think that it is single or one at all. If it were, there would be no need of guides. No one would lose the way if there were only one road. As it is, there seem to be many partings of the way in places where three roads meet. I say this judging by the sacrifices and rites that are performed here. The orderly and wise soul follows on its way and is not ignorant of its surroundings, but that which yearns for the body, as I said before, after its long period of passionate excitement concerning the body in the visible region, departs only after much struggling and suffering, taken by force, with great difficulty, by the appropriate deity. When it arrives where the others are, the unpurified soul, guilty of some act for which atonement has not been made, tainted with wicked murder or the commission of some other crime which is akin to this and work of a kindred soul, is shunned and avoided by every one, and no one will be its fellow traveler or guide, but all by itself it wanders, the victim of every kind of doubt and distraction, until certain periods of time have elapsed. And when they are completed, it is carried perforce to its appropriate habitation. But that soul which has spent its life in a pure and temperate fashion finds companions and divine guides, and each dwells in the place that is suited to it. There are many wonderful places in the world, and the world itself is not of such a kind or so small as is supposed by those who generally discourse about it. Of that a certain person has convinced me. How do you mean, Socrates? Asked Simmias. I too have heard a great deal about the world, but not the doctrine that has found favor with you. I would much like to hear about it. Well, I don't think it requires the skill of a Glaucus to relate my theory, but to prove that it is true would be a task, I think, too difficult for the skill of Glaucus. In the first place, I would probably not even be capable of proving it, and then again, even if I did know how to, I don't think my lifetime would be long enough for me to give the explanation. There is, however, no reason why I should not tell you about the shape of the earth, as I believe it to be, and its various regions. That will certainly do, said Simmias. I am satisfied, he said, in the first place, that if it is spherical and in the middle of the universe, it has no need of air or any other force of that sort to make it impossible for it to fall. It is sufficient by itself to maintain the symmetry of the universe and the equipoise of the earth itself. A thing which is in equipoise and placed in the midst of something symmetrical will not be able to incline more or less towards any particular direction. Being in equilibrium, it will remain motionless. This is the first point, he said, of which I am convinced. And quite rightly so, said Simmias. And again, I am sure that it is very big, he said, and that we who live between the Phasis River and the Pillars of Hercules inhabit only a small part of it, living round the coast of the sea like ants or frogs by a pond, while many others live elsewhere, in many similar regions. All over the earth there are many hollows of all sorts of shape and size into which the water and mist and air have collected. The earth itself is a pure thing lying in the midst of the pure heavens, in which are the stars. And most of those who generally discourse about such things call these heavens the ether. They say that these things I have mentioned are the precipitation of the ether and flow continually into the hollows of the earth. We do not realize that we are living in the earth's hollows and suppose that we are living up above on the top of the earth, just as if someone living in the middle of the seabed were to suppose that he was living on the top of the sea, and then, noticing the sun and the stars through the water, were to imagine that the sea was sky. Through sluggishness and weakness, he might never have reached the top of the sea, nor by working his way up and popping up out of the sea into this region have observed how much purer and more beautiful it is than theirs, nor even heard about it from anyone who had seen it. This is exactly what has happened to us. We live in a hollow in the earth, but suppose that we are living on top of it, and we call the air sky, as though this were the sky and the stars moved across it. But the truth of the matter is just the same. Through weakness and sluggishness, We are not able to pass through to the limit of the air. If anyone could climb to the air's surface or grow wings and fly up, then, as here the fishes of the sea pop their heads up and see our world, so he would pop his head up and catch sight of that upper region. And if his nature were such that he could bear the sight, he would come to realize that that was the real sky and the real light and the real earth. This earth of ours and the stones and all the region here is corrupted and corroded, just as the things in the sea are corroded by the brine. And in the sea nothing worth mentioning grows, and practically nothing is perfect. There are just caves and sand and indescribable mud and mire wherever there is earth too, and there is nothing in any way comparable with the beautiful things of our world. But those things in the upper world, in their turn, would be seen far to surpass the things of our world. If it is a good thing to tell a story, then you should listen, Simmias, and hear what the regions on the earth beneath the sky are really like. We should certainly very much like to hear this story, Socrates, said Simmias. In the first place, then, my friend, the true earth is said to appear to anyone looking at it from above like those balls which are made of 12 pieces of leather, variegated, a patchwork of color, of which the colors that we know here, those that our painters use, are samples, as it were. There the whole earth is made of such colors, and of colors much brighter and purer than these. Part of it is purple, of wondrous beauty, and part again golden, and all that part which is whiter than the whiteness of chalk or snow, and it is made up of all the other colors likewise, and of even more numerous and more beautiful colors than those that we have seen. Indeed, these very hollows of the earth, full of water and of air, are said to present a kind of color as they glitter amid the variety of all the other colors, so that the whole appears as one continuous, variegated picture. And in this colorful world the same may be said of the things that grow up, trees and flowers and all the fruits, and in the same way again the smoothness and transparency and colors of the stars are more beautiful than in our world. Our little stones, these highly prized ones, sards and jaspers and emeralds and so on, are but fragments of those there. There, they say, everything is like this, or even more beautiful than these stones that we possess. The reason is that the stones there are pure and not corroded or corrupted, as ours are, by rust and brine, as a result of all that is collected here, bringing ugliness and diseases to stones and to soil, and to animals and to plants besides. The earth itself, they say, is ornamented with all things, and moreover with gold and silver and all things of that sort. They are exposed to view on the surface, many in number and large all over the earth, so that the earth is a sight for the blessed to behold. There are many living creatures upon it, including men. Some live inland, some live round about the borders of the air, as we do on the coasts of the sea, while others again live on islands encompassed by air near the mainland. In a word, what the water and the sea are to us for our purposes, the air is to them, and what the air is to us, the ether is to them. Their climate is such that they are free from illnesses, and live much longer than the inhabitants of our world, and surpass us in sight and hearing and wisdom, and so on, by as much as the pureness of air surpasses that of water, and the pureness of ether surpasses that of air. Moreover, they have groves and temples sacred to the gods, in which the gods really dwell, and utterances and prophecies and visions of the gods, and other such means of intercourse, and for them direct and face to face, and they see the sun and moon and stars as they really are, and their blessedness in other respects is no less than in these. This is the nature of the earth as a whole, and of the regions round about it, and in the earth, in the cavities all over its surface, are many regions, some deeper and wider than that in which we live, others deeper but with a narrower opening than ours, while others again are shallower than this one and broader. All of these are connected with each other by underground passages, some narrower, some wider, bored through in many different places, and they have channels along which much water flows from one region to another as into mixing bowls. And they have, too, enormous, ever-flowing underground rivers and enormous hot and cold springs, and a great deal of fire, and huge rivers of fire, and many rivers also of wet mud, some clearer, some denser, like the rivers of mud that flow before the lava in Sicily, and the lava itself. And they fill the several regions into which at any given time they happen to be flowing. They are all set in motion, upwards and downwards, by a sort of pulsation within the earth. The existence of this pulsation is due to something like this. One of the chasms of the earth is not only the biggest of them all, but is bored right through the earth. The one that Homer meant when he said that it is very far off, where is the deepest abyss of all below the earth. Homer elsewhere, and many other poets besides, have called this Tartarus. Now into this chasm all the rivers flow together, and then they all flow back out again, and their natures are determined by the sort of earth through which they flow. The reason why all these streams flow out of there and flow in is this, that this fluid has no bottom or resting place. It simply pulsates and surges upwards and downwards, and the air and the wind round about it does the same. They follow with it whenever it rushes to the far side of the earth, and again whenever it rushes back to this side. And as the breath that men breathe is always exhaled and inhaled in succession, so the wind pulsates in unison with the fluid, creating terrible, unimaginable blasts as it enters and as it comes out. Whenever the water withdraws to what we call the lower region, the streams flow into the regions on the farther side of the earth and fill them, like irrigating canals. And whenever it leaves those parts and rushes back here, it fills the streams here afresh. And they, when filled, flow through their several channels and through the earth. And as each set of streams arrives at the particular regions to which its passages lead, it creates seas and marshes and rivers and springs, and then, sinking back again down into the earth, some encircling larger and more numerous regions, others fewer and smaller, these streams issue back into Tartarus again, some of them at a point much lower down than that from which they were emitted, others only a little lower, but all flow in below the place from which they poured forth. Some flow into the same part of Tartarus from which they sprang, some into the part on the opposite side, and others again go right around in a circle, coiling themselves round the earth several times like snakes, before descending as low as possible and falling back again. It is possible to descend in either direction as far as the center, but not beyond, for the ground on either side begins to slop upwards in the face of both sets of streams. There are many large streams of every sort, but among these many there are four that I would mention in particular. The largest, the one which flows all round in a circle furthest from the center, is that which is called Oceanos. Over against this, and flowing in the opposite direction, is Acheron, which flows through many desert places, and finally, as it flows under the earth, reaches the Acherusian lake, where the souls of most of the dead arrive and spend certain appointed periods before being sent back again to the generations of living creatures. The third of these rivers issues forth between these two, and near the place where it issues forth, it falls into a vast region burning with a great fire, and forms a marsh that is larger than our sea, bawling with water and mud. Thence it makes its way turbulent and muddy, and as it coils its way round inside the earth, it arrives, among other places, at the borders of the Acherusian lake, but it does not mix with the water of the lake, and having coiled round many times beneath the earth, it flows back at a lower point in Tartarus. This is the river they call Periflegeton, and volcanoes belch forth lava from it in various parts of the world. Over against this, again, the fourth river flows out into a region that is terrible and wild, all of a steely blue-gray color, called the Stygian region, and the marsh which the river forms as it flows in is called the Styx. After issuing into this marsh and receiving terrible powers in its waters, it sinks down into the earth, and coiling itself round proceeds in the opposite direction to that of Periflegeton, and then meets its coming from the opposite way at the Acherusian lake. The water of this river likewise mixes with no other, but itself goes round in a circle, and then flows back into Tartarus, opposite to Periflegeton, and the name of this river, according to the poets, is Cocytus. Such is the nature of the world, and when the dead reach the region to which their divine guides severally take them, they first stand trial, those who have lived nobly and piously, as well as those who have not, and those who are found to have lived neither particularly well nor particularly badly, journey to Acheron, and embarking on such vessels as are provided for them in the lake, they arrive. There they dwell and are purified, paying due penalties. They are absolved from any sins that they have committed, and receive rewards for their good deeds, each according to his merits. Those who are judged incurable because of the enormity of their crimes, having committed many heinous acts of sacrilege, or many treacherous and abominable murders or crimes of that magnitude, are hurled by their fitting destiny into Tartarus, whence they never more emerge. Those who are judged to be guilty of crimes that are curable but nevertheless great, those, for example, who having done some act of violence to father or mother in anger, live the rest of their lives repenting of their wickedness, or who have killed someone in other circumstances of a similar nature, must fall into Tartarus. But when they have fallen in and stayed there a year, the wave casts them forth. The murderers along Cocytus, those who have struck their fathers or mothers along Periflegeton, and when they are being carried past the Acherusian lake, they shout and cry out to those whom they have murdered or outraged, and calling upon them beg and implore them to let them come out into the lake, and to receive them. And if they can prevail upon them, they come out and cease from their woe. But if not, they are carried again into Tartarus, and from there once more into the rivers, and they do not stop suffering this until they can prevail upon those whom they have wronged. For such is the sentence that the judges have pronounced upon them. Lastly, those who are found to have lived exceptionally good lives are released from these regions within the earth and allowed to depart from them as from a prison, and they reach the pure dwelling place up above and live on the surface of the earth. And of these, those who have sufficiently purified themselves by means of philosophy dwell free from the body for all time to come, and arrive at habitations even fairer than these, habitations that it is not easy to describe, and there is not time to make the attempt now. But for these reasons, Simmias, which we have discussed, we should do all in our power to achieve some measure of virtue and of wisdom during our lives. For great is the reward, and great the hope. No man of sense should affirm decisively that all this is exactly as I have described it, but that the nature of our souls and of their habitations is either as I have described or very similar, since the soul is shown to be immortal. That, I think, is a very proper belief to hold, and such as a man should risk, for the risk is well worth while, and one should repeat these things over and over again to oneself, like a charm, which is precisely the reason why I have spent so long in expounding the story now. For these reasons, then, a man should have no fear about his soul, If throughout his life he has rejected bodily pleasures and bodily adornments as being alien to it, and doing more harm than good, and has concentrated on the pleasures of learning, and having adorned his soul with adornments that are not alien to it, but appropriate, temperance and justice and courage and freedom and truth, continues to wait, thus prepared for the time to come for him to journey to the other world. As for you, Simmias, and Cebes, and all you other, you will make your several journeys later, at an appointed time. But in my case, as a character in a tragedy might put it, destiny is already summoning me, and it is almost time for me to go to the boat. I think it is better to have a bath before drinking the poison, and not to give the women the trouble of washing a corpse. End quote. The end has an invincible beauty, calm and serene, already shimmering with immortality, and yet preserving that light, skeptical irony which makes a man of sense in this world. It puts the seal of confidence on what might otherwise be really an incantation that one repeats to himself in his last moments. Readers who are insensitive to this magic will be tempted to dismiss the story as so much poetic nonsense. If Socrates, or rather Plato, is really talking of a system of rivers within the earth, then he obviously does not understand the first thing about hydraulics, and he has only let his fancy run wild. But looking again at the setting, one begins to wonder if he's referring at all to the earth as we understand it. He mentions a certain place where we live, and it looks like a marsh in a hollow, or maybe like the bottom of a lake, full of rocks and caverns and sand, and an endless slough of mud. The true earth, which is like a ball of 12 colored pieces, is above us, and one may think instinctively that Plato refers to the upper limits of the stratosphere. But of course he has never heard of that. He is dealing with another world above us. And although there are some fantasies of lovely landscapes and animals and gems, it is in the ether, as the Greeks understood it. It is above us, and centered like our place, whatever that is, on the center of the universe. There the celestial bodies have become clear to the mind, and the gods are visible and present already. If they have temples and houses in which they really dwell, these look very much like the houses of the zodiac. Although some features are scrambled for keeping up an impression of the wondrous, one suspects that this is heaven, pure and simple. Then comes the unequivocal geometric countersign. That world is a dodecahedron. This is what the sphere of 12 pieces stands for. There is the same simile in the Timaeus. And then it is said further that the demiurge had the 12 faces decorated with figures, diazographon, which certainly stand for the signs of the zodiac. A.E. Taylor insisted rather prosily that one cannot suppose that the zodiacal band uniformly distributed on a spherical surface, and suggested that Plato, and Plutarch after him, had a dodecagon in mind, and they did not know what they were talking about. This is an unsafe way of dealing with Plato, and Professor Taylor's sufficence soon led him to the grave. Yet Plutarch had warned him. The dodecahedron, quote, seems to resemble both the zodiac and the year, end quote. Is their opinion true who think that he ascribed a dodecahedron to the globe when he says that God made use of its bases and the obtuseness of its angles, avoiding all rectitude? It is flexible, and by circumtension, like globes made of 12 skins, it becomes circular and comprehensive, for it has 20 solid angles, each of which is contained by 3 obtuse planes, and each of these contains 1 in the 5th part of a right angle. Now it is made up of 12 equilateral and equangular quinquangles or pentagons, each of which consists of 30 of the first scalene triangles. Therefore, it seems to resemble both the zodiac and the year, it being divided into the same number of parts as these. In other words, it is stereometrically the number 12, also the number 30, the number 360, the elements which are produced when each pentagon is divided into 5 isosceles triangles and each of the latter into 6 scalene triangles, the golden section itself. This is what it means to think like a Pythagorean. Plato did not worry about future professional critics very much. He only provided a delectable image and left them to puzzle it out. But what stands firm is the terminology. After the demiurge had used the first 4 perfect bodies for the elements, says the Timaeus, he had the dodecahedron left over, and he used it for the frame of the whole. There is no need to go into the reasons, geometrical and numerological, which fitted the sphere of 12 pentagons, as it was called, for the role. What counts here? It was the whole, the cosmos, that was meant. Plato had stood by the original Pythagorean tradition, which called cosmos the order of the sun, moon, and planets with what it comprised. As a free roving soul, you can look at it from above. Archimedes in the Sand Reckoner still uses the term cosmos loosely in that sense, at least by way of a concession to old usage. To conclude, the true earth was nothing but the Pythagorean cosmos, and the rivers that flowed from its surface to the center and back can hardly be imagined as strictly terrestrial, although with that curious archaic intrication of earth and heaven which has become familiar and which makes great rivers flow from heaven to earth, it is not surprising to find oneself dealing with real fiery currents, like periplegeton connected with volcanic fire. But where is Styx? Hardly down here with its landscape of blue, and the immense storm-swept abyss of Tartarus is not a cavern under the ground, it belongs somewhere in outer space. This is all the world of the dead, from the surface down and throughout. It localizes as poorly as the netherworld of the Republic. The winding rivers which carry the dead and which go back on their tracks are suggestive more of astronomy than of hydraulics. The seesaw swinging of the earth, it has to be the true earth, might well be the swinging of the ecliptic and the sky with the seasons. There is no need now to go into the confusing earthy or infernal details of the description, except to note that Numenius of Apamea, an important exegete of Plato, comes out flatly with the contention that the otherworld rivers and Tartarus itself are the region of planets. But Proclus, an even more important and learned exegete, comes out flatly against Numenius. Enough is known, indeed more than enough, of the welter of Oriental traditions on the rivers of heaven with their bewildering mixture of astronomical and biological imagery, which culminated in Anaximander's idea of the boundless flow, the apeiron, to see whence early Greece got its lore. It can be left alone here, but Socrates is citing an Orphic version, whence his restraint in naming his authorities and its strange entities, such as Oceanos and Kronos, deserve attention. What is meant here is not Kronos, Saturn, but really Kronos, time. As concerns Oceanos, even Jane Harrison, who could hardly be accused of a tendency to search for the gods somewhere else than on the surface or in the interior of the earth, had to admit, quote, Oceanos is much more than ocean and of other birth, end quote. In her eyes, he is a daimon of the upper air, an important concession which may lead a long way. We bypass for the moment the imposing work of Eisler, Weltenmantel, and Himmelswelt, an inexhaustible lode but one which provides more information than guidance. Onion's Origins of European Thought offers a more recent appraisal. He compares Oceanos to Achelos, the primal river of water that was conceived as a serpent with human head and horns. He goes on. The procreation element in any body was the psyche, which appeared in the form of a serpent. Oceanos was, as may now be seen, the primeval psyche, and this would be conceived as a serpent in relation to procreative liquid. Thus we may see, for Homer, who refers allusively to the conception shared by his contemporaries, the universe had the form of an egg girt about by Oceanos, who is the generation of all. We can perhaps also better understand why in this Orphic version the serpent was called Kronos, and why, when asked what Kronos was, Pythagoras answered that it was the psyche of the universe. According to Pherecydes, it was from the seed of Kronos that fire and air and water were produced. The great Orphic entity was Kronos Ion, the Iranian Zervan Akarana, commonly understood as time unbounded, and in Ion, Professor Onions sees, quote, the procreative fluid with which the psyche was identified, the spinal marrow believed to take serpent form, end quote. And it may well be so, since these are timeless ideas which still live today in Ophitic cults and in the Kundalini of Indian yoga. But Ion certainly meant a period of time and age, hence world age, and later eternity. And there is no reason to think that the biological meaning must have been prior and dominant. It is known that for the Orphics, Kronos was mated to Ananke, necessity, which also, according to the Pythagoreans, surrounds the universe. Time and necessity circling the universe. This is a fairly clear and fundamental conception. It is linked with heavenly motions independently from biology, and it leads directly to Plato's idea of timeless as the moving image of eternity. It would be helpful if historians of archaic thought would first present straight data without pressing and squeezing their material into a shape that reflects their preconceived conclusion that biological images must come first in so-called primitive psychology, like all that is concerned with generation. If one wants psychology, one can go back to Socrates in a very different phase of his life, where he is really talking psychology in the Theaetetus. Quote, when Homer sings the wonder of ocean whence sprang the gods and mother Tethys, does he not mean that all things are the offspring of flux and motion? End quote. The question arises, would the ocean be an image of flux except for the tides? But Socrates' Aegean had no tides. The image comes to him from Hesiod's description of Oceanos. Quote, with 9 swirling streams he winds about the earth in the sea's wide back, and then falls into the main. But the 10th flows out from a rock, a sore trouble to the gods. End quote. That dreaded 10th is the river of Styx. Jane Harrison was right. Oceanos is of another birth than our ocean. The authority of Berger can reconstruct the image. The attributes of Oceanos in the literature are, quote, deep flowing, flowing back on itself, untiring, placidly flowing, without billows, end quote. These images, remarks Berger, suggest silence, regularity, depth, stillness, rotation, what belongs really to the starry heaven. Later, the name was transferred to another more earthbound concept, the actual sea, which was supposed to surround the land on all sides, but the explicit distinction, often repeated, from the main shows that this was never the original idea. If Oceanos is a silver swirling river with many branches which obviously never were on sea or land, then the main is not the sea either, Pontos or Thalassa. It has to be the waters above. The Oceanos of myth preserves these imposing characters of remoteness and silence. He was the one who could remain by himself when Zeus commanded attendance in Olympus by all the gods. It was he who sent his daughters to lament over the chained outcast Prometheus, and offered his powerful mediation on his behalf. He is the father of rivers. He dimly appears in tradition, indeed, as the original god of heaven in the past. He stands in an Orphic hymn as beloved end of the earth, ruler of the pole, and in that famous ancient lexicon, the Etymologicum Magnum, his name is seen to derive from heaven. Chapter 13 of Time and the Rivers. Socrates' inimitable habit of discussing serious things while telling an improbable story makes it very much worthwhile to take a closer look at his strange system of rivers. It appears again in Virgil, almost as a set piece. The Aeneid is notable court poetry and was not intended to say much about the fate of souls. One cannot expect from it the grave explicit Pythagorean indications of Cicero's dream of Scipio. But while retaining conventional imagery and the official literary grand style which befitted a glorification of the Roman Empire, it repays attention to its hints, for Virgil was not only a subtle, but a very learned poet. Thus, while Aeneas's ingress into Hades begins with a clangorous overture of dark woods, specters, somber caves, and awesome nocturnal rites, which betoken a real descent into Erebus below the earth, he soon finds himself in a much vaguer landscape. Quote, on they went dimly beneath the lonely night, amid the gloom, through the empty halls of Dis and his unsubstantial realm, even as under the grudging light of an inconstant moon lies a path in the forest. End quote. The beauty of the lines disguises the fact that the voyage really is not through subterranean caverns crowded with the countless dead, but through great stretches of emptiness, suggesting night space. And once the party has crossed the rivers and passed the gates of Elysium, thanks to the magic of the golden bow, they are in a serene land whence in the world above the full flood of Eridanos rolls amid the forest. Now Eridanos is and was in heaven, surely not in this context on the Lombard plain. And here also an ampler ether clothes the maids with roseate light, and they know their own sun and stars of their own. There is no mention here of the pallid plains of Asphodel, of Homeric convention. Those hovering souls, peoples and tribes unnumbered, are clearly on the true earth in heaven, for it is also stated that many of them await the time of being born or reborn on earth in true Pythagorean fashion. And there is more than an Orphic hint in the words of Father Anchises. Quote, fiery is the vigor and divine the source of those life seeds, so far as harmful bodies clog them not. End quote. But when they have lived and died, quote, it must needs be that many a taint long linked in growth should in wondrous use become deeply ingrained. Therefore they are schooled with penalties. For some the stain of guilt is washed away under swirling floods or burned out in fire. Each of us suffers his own spirit. End quote. Some remain in the beyond and become pure soul. Some, after 1,000 years, this comes from Plato, are washed in Lethe and then sent to life and new trials. This is exactly Socrates' belief. The words above and below are carefully equivocal. Here, as there, to respect popular atavistic beliefs or state religion, but this is Plato's other world. When Dante took up Virgil's wisdom, his strong Christian preconceptions compelled him to locate the world of ultimate punishment physically below. But his purgatory is again above, under the open sky, and there is no question but that most, if not quite all, of Virgil's world is a purgatory, and definitely up above, too. Socrates' strange descriptions have remained alive. But Virgil offers even more than this. In the Georgics it is said, quote, "One pole is ever high above us, while the other, beneath our feet, is seen of black Styx, and the shades infernal." End quote. What can it mean, except that Styx flows in sight of the other pole? The circle which began with Hesiod is now closed. Great poets seem to understand each other and to use information usually withheld from the public. Dante carries on where the Aeneid left off. As the wanderers, Dante and the shade of Virgil as his guide, make their way through the upper reaches of hell, they come across a little river which bubbles out of the rock. Its water was dark more than gray-blue. It is Styx, and as they go along it, they come to the black Stygian marsh. Here are immersed the souls of those who hated life in the gentle light of the sun, and spent it in gloom and spite. Then they have to confront the walls of the fiery city of Dis, the ramparts of inner hell, guarded by legions of devils, by the Furies with the dreadful Gorgon herself. It takes the intervention of a heavenly messenger to spring the barred gates with the touch of his wand, a variant of Aeneas's golden bow, to admit the wanderers into the city of perdition. As they proceed along the inner circle, there is a river of boiling red water which eventually will turn into a waterfall, plunging toward the bottom of the abyss. Baratro equals Tartaros. At this point, Virgil remarks, quote, "Of all that I have shown you since we came through the gate that is closed to none, there is nothing you have seen as notable as this stream, whose vapor screens us from the rain of fire." Those are weighty words after all that they have gone through. Then comes the explanation, a rather far-fetched one. In the midst of the sea, Virgil begins, there lies a ruined country which is called Crete, under whose kin, i.e. Saturn, the world was without vice. There, at the heart of Mount Ida, where Zeus was born of Rhea, there is a vast cavern in which sits a great statue. Dante is going back there to an ancient tradition to be found in Pliny, that an earthquake broke open a cavern in the mountain where a huge statue was found, of which not much was said except that it was 46 cubits high, but Dante supplies the description from a famous vision of Daniel, when the prophet was asked by King Nebuchadnezzar to tell him what he had seen in a frightening dream that he could not remember. Daniel asked God to reveal to him the dream. Quote, "Thou, O king, sawest and beheld a great image. This great image, whose size was immense, stood before thee, and the form thereof was terrible. This image's head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of bronze, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out with hands which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and brake them to pieces, and the stone that brake the image became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth. End quote. At this point, Dante takes leave of Daniel, and with that insouciance which marks him even when speaking of holy prophets, whom he treats as his equals, he dismisses the royal shenanigans in Babylon. His instinct tells him that the vision must really deal with older and loftier subjects, with the cosmos itself. Hence, he proceeds to complete the vision on his own. The four metals stand for the 4 ages of man, and each of them, except the gold symbol of the age of innocence, is rent by a weeping crack from whence issue the rivers which carry the sins of mankind to the netherworld. They are Acheron, Styx, and Phlegethon. We have noted that he describes the original flow of Styx as dark gray blue or steel blue, Perso, just as written in Hesiod and Socrates, that he had never read. It may have come to him by way of Servius or Macrobius. No matter. What is remarkable is the strictness with which he preserves the dimly understood tradition of the lapis lazuli landscape of Styx, which will be seen to extend all over the world. As far as Phlegethon goes, the course of the stream follows quite exactly what Socrates had to say about Pyriphlegethon, the flaming river. We have seen in the Phaidon a low-placed fiery region traversed by a stream of lava, which even sends off real fire to the surface of the earth. Whereas some interpreters thought it flowed through the interior of our earth, others transferred Pyriphlegethon, as well as the other rivers, into the human soul. But there is little doubt that it was originally, as Dietrich has claimed, a stream of fiery light in heaven, as Eridanus was. In any case, the flaming torrent, as the Aeneid calls it, goes down in spirals carefully traced in Dante's topography until it cascades down with the other rivers to the icy lake of Cocytus, where there is no more descent, for it is the center, the Tartarus, where Lucifer himself is frozen in the ice. Dante has been respectful of the Christian tradition, which makes the universe, so to speak, diabolocentric. But why does he say that the fiery river is so particularly notable? G. Rabius has solved this puzzle in a careful analytical study of Dante's 3 worlds. First, he has found, by way of a little-known manuscript of late antiquity, the so-called Third Vatican Mythographer, that the circular territory occupied by the Red River in Hell was meant by certain writers to be the exact counterpart of the circle of Mars in the skies, because they make the heavens to begin in the netherworld. So, Numenius was not wrong after all. The rivers are planetary. Dante subscribed to the doctrine and worked it out with a wealth of parallel features. Mars, to him, was important because, centrally placed in the planetary system, he held the greatest force for good or evil in action. As the central note in the scale, he can also become the harmonizing force. Both Hermetic tradition and Dante himself are very explicit about it. Is he the planetary power that stands for Apollo? That requires future investigation. In the sky of Mars, in his paradise, Dante placed the sign of the cross. I come to bring not peace, but a sword. A symbol of reckless valor and utter sacrifice, exemplified by his own ancestor, the Crusader, with whom he passionately identified. In the circle of Mars in Hell, he placed, albeit reluctantly, most of the great characters he really admired, from Farinata, Emperor Frederick I, his Chancellor Pierre della Vigna, to Brunetto, Capaneus, and many proud conquerors. In truth, even Ulysses belongs in it, clothed in the ancient flame, the symbol of his ire more than of his deceit. Virtues appear down there with the sign minus. They stand as fiery refusal, blind greed, and mad anger, which punish themselves. But their possessors are nonetheless, on the whole, noble, as in the Nihongi, brave, swift, impetuous male, the force of action and par excellence. The meek may inherit the earth, but of the kingdom of heaven it has been written, Violenti rapiunt illud. Christ stands in Dante as the Heliond, the conquering hero, the judge of the living and the dead, Rex tremendae majestatis. However that may be, the equivalence of above and below, of the rivers with the planets, remains established. By artifice, Dante brings in at this point the figure of the Colossus of Crete, built out of archaic mythical material. By identifying the rivers with the world ages, he emphasizes the identity of the rivers with time, not here the time that brings into being, but that of passing away, the time that takes along with it the sinful dirt, the load of errors of life as it is lived. Men's minds in the 13th century were still very much alive to the archaic structure. But over and above this, by way of the circle of Mars, an unexpected insight appears. Through the solemn Christian architecture of the poem, through the subtle logical organization, beyond the veil of strange verses and the intention they cloaked, there is a glimpse of what the author cared for more than he would say, of the man Alighieri's own existential choice. Poets cannot guard their own truth. Ulysses, setting out toward the southwest in a last desperate attempt, foreordained to failure by the order of things, trying to reach the world denied to mortals, swallowed by the whirlpool in sight of his goal. That is the symbol. It is revealed not by the poet's conscious thinking, but by the power of the lines themselves, so utterly remote, like light coming from a quasi-stellar object. To be sure, the Greek stayed lost in hell for his ruthless resourcefulness in life as much as for his impiety. He was branded by Virgil as dire and fierce. The sentence was accepted. But he was the one who had willed to the last, even against God, to conquer experience and knowledge. His Luciferian loftiness remains in our memory more than the supreme harmony of the choirs of heaven. To pursue this hazardous inquiry, the first source is Homer, the teacher of Hellas. The voyage of Odysseus to Hades is the first such expedition in Greek literature. It is undertaken by the weary hero to consult the shade of Tiresias about his future. The advice he eventually gets is startlingly outside the frame of his adventures and of the Odyssey itself. It will be necessary to come back to this strange prophecy, but as far as the voyage itself goes, Circa gives the hero these sailing instructions. Quote, "Set your mast, hoist your sail, and sit tight. The north wind will take you along. When you have crossed over the ocean, you will see a low shore, and the groves of Persephonea, tall poplars and fruit-wasting willows. There beach your ship beside deep-eddying Oceanos, and go on yourself to the dank house of Hades. There into Acheron, the river of pain, two streams flow, Pyriphlegethon blazing with fire, and Cocytus resounding with lamentation, which is a branch of the hateful water of Styx. A rock is there, by which the two roaring streams unite. Draw near to this, brave man, and be careful to do what I bid you. Dig a pit about 1 cubit's length along and across, and pour into it a drink offering for all souls." End quote. Many centuries later, a remarkable commentary on this passage was made by Crates of Pergamon, a mathematician and mythographer of the Alexandrian period. It has been preserved by Strabo. Odysseus, coming from Circe's island, sailing to Hades and coming back, must have used the part of the ocean which goes from the hibernal tropic of Capricorn to the South Pole, and circa helped with sending the north wind. This is puzzling geography, but astronomically it makes sense, and Crates seems to have had good reasons of his own to make the South Pole the objective. The next information comes from Hesiod in his Theogony, and very obscure it is. After having heard of the echoing halls of Hades and Persephone, he says, quote, "And there dwells the goddess loathed by the deathless gods, terrible Styx, eldest daughter of back-flowing ocean. She lives apart from the gods in her glorious house, vaulted over with great rocks, and propped up to heaven all around with silver pillars. Rarely does the daughter of Thaumas, but swift-footed Iris, come to her with a message over the sea's wide back. But when strife and quarrel arise among the deathless gods, and when any one of them who live in the house of Olympus lies, then Zeus sends Iris to bring in a golden jug the great oath of the gods from far away, the famous cold water which trickles down from a high and beetling rock. Far under the wide-pathed earth a branch of Oceanos flows through the dark night out of the holy stream, and a 10th part of his water is allotted to her. With 9 silver-swirling streams he winds about the earth and the sea's wide back, and then falls into the main. But the 10th flows out from a rock, a sore trouble to the gods. For whoever of the deathless gods that hold the peaks of snowy Olympus pours a libation of her water and is forsworn, lies breathless until a full year is completed, and never comes near to taste ambrosia and nectar, but lies spiritless and voiceless on a strewn bed, and a heavy trance or coma covers him. But when he has spent a long year in his sickness, another penance and a harder follows after the first. For 9 years he is cut off from the eternal gods and never joins their councils or their feasts. 9 full years. But in the 10th year he comes again to join the assemblies of the deathless gods who live in the house of Olympus. Such an oath, then, did the gods appoint the eternal and primeval water of Styx to be, and it spouts through a rugged place. And there, all in their order, are the sources and limits of the dark earth and misty Tartarus, and the unfruitful sea, Pontus, and starry heaven, loathsome and dank, which even the gods abhor. And there are shining gates and an immovable threshold of bronze, having unending roots, and it is grown of itself. And beyond, away from all the gods, are the Titans, beyond gloomy chaos. End quote. This is Hesiod's version of the foundations of the abyss. Its very details make confusion worse confounded, as befits the subject. The difficult word ogygion, translated often with primeval, seems to designate things vaguely beyond time and place, one might say the hidden treasure at the end of the rainbow. It was also the name for the resting place of Kronos, where he awaited the time of his return. But the paradoxical piling up of sources, limits, unending roots of earth, sea, heaven, and Tartarus too, remove any thought of location at the earth's core, such as the cryptic words were popularly felt to convey. This, deeper than the deep, must have been beyond the other side of the earth, and for reasons of symmetry opposite to our pole. The shining gates and the immovable threshold of bronze are said elsewhere in the text to be the gates of night and day. 2 centuries later, Parmenides, taking up Hesiod's allegorical language, speaks again of those gates of night and day. But his image becomes clearer, as befits his invincibly geometrical imagination. The gates are high up in the ether, leading to the abode of the goddess of truth and necessity, and in his case, too, they must be at the pole, for explicit reasons of symmetry. We once tentatively suggested the North Pole, but many concurrent clues would indicate now the other one, the unknown, the utterly inaccessible. Hesiod says that Styx is a branch of Oceanos in heaven, under the wide-pathed earth. Its dreaded goddess lives in a house propped up to heaven all around with silver pillars. The water drips from a high rock. It can be reached by Iris coming with her rainbow from snowy Olympus in the north. This Ogygian region that the gods abhor has to be both under and beyond the earth. This should mean something like on the other side of heaven. Homer never spoke of above and below in the strict sense. He simply made Odysseus land on a flat shore far away. But what of the dreadful Styx, which seems to be the core of the mystery? A river of death, even to the gods, who can at least expect to come out of their coma at the appointed time. It is inimical to all matter. It cracks glass, metal, stone, any container. Only a horse's hoof is proof against it, says the legend. It adds that to men that water is inescapably lethal, except for one day of the year, which no one knows, when it becomes a water of immortality. This leads finally to the tragic ambiguity which gives drama to the tale of Gilgamesh and Alexander. It is clear by now that the rivers are understood to be time, the time of heaven. But images have their own logic. Where are the sources? The Colossus of Crete is Dante's own invention. Before him there were many other accounts of the cracks from which flow the world ages. Kai Khusrau, the Iranian Amlethus, was persecuted by a murderous uncle, established a golden age, and then moved off in melancholy into the great beyond. The bad uncle, Afrasiab, in his desperate efforts to seize the holy legitimacy, the glory or Havarna, had turned himself into a creature of the deep waters and plunged into the mystic Lake Vurukasha, diving after the glory. 3 times he dove, but every time, quote, "this glory escaped, this glory went away," end quote. And at every try it escaped through an outlet which led to a river to the beyond. The name of the first outlet was Hausrava, the original Avestan name of Kai Khusrau. This should make the epoch and design tolerably plain. An equally ancient story of 3 outlets comes from Hawaii. It appears in Judge Fornander's invaluable account, compiled a century ago, when the tradition was still alive. The living waters belong to Cain, the world-creating demiurge or craftsman god. These waters are to be found in an invisible divine country, Paleuli, or Blue Mountain, where Cain, Ku, and Lono created the first man. Kumuhanua, meaning earth-rooted, or alternatively, the living waters are on the flying island of Cain. The Greek Hephaestus lived also on a floating island. Fornander describes the spring of this living water as beautifully transparent and clear. Its banks are splendid. It had 3 outlets, one for Cain, one for Ku, one for Lono, and through these outlets the fish entered the pond. If the fish of this pond were thrown on the ground or on the fire, they did not die. And if a man had been killed and was afterwards sprinkled over with this water, he did soon come to life again. An extraordinary theme has been set, that of the revived fish, which will later show itself as central in Mid-Eastern myth, from Gilgamesh to Glaucus to Alexander himself. And then there are again the 3 outlets. These may help individualize the notion of Cain's spring of life, which might otherwise sound as commonplace to folklorists as the fountain of youth. But something really startling can be found in good, sound Pythagorean tradition. Plutarch, in his essay, Why Oracles No Longer Give Answer, tells us that Petron, a Pythagorean of the early Italian school, a contemporary and friend of the great doctor Alcmaeon, theorized that there must be many worlds, 183 of them. More about these 183 worlds was reported by Cleombrotus, one of the persons taking part in the conversation about the obsolescence of oracles, who had received his information from a mysterious man who used to meet human beings only once every year near the Persian Gulf, spending the other days of his life in association with roving nymphs and demigods. According to Cleombrotus, he placed these worlds on an equilateral triangle, 60 to each side and one extra at each corner. No further reason is given, but they were so ordered that one always touched another in a circle, like those who dance in a ring. The plane within the triangle is the foundation and common altar to all these worlds, which is called the plane of truth, in which lie the designs, molds, ideas, and invariable examples of all things which were or ever shall be. And about there is eternity, whence flowed time as from a river into the worlds. Moreover, that the souls of men, if they have lived well in this world, do see these ideas once in 10,000 years, and that the most holy, mystical ceremonies which are performed here are not more than a dream of this sacred vision. What is this? A mythical prefiguration of Plato's metaphysics? And why this triangular plane of truth, which turns out again to be a lake of living water? Pythagoreans did not care to explain, nor did Plutarch. But here is at least one original way of linking eternity with the flow of time. When it came to geometric fantasy, no one could outbid the Pythagoreans.